Okay, I am back with another video. This time I'm doing the Addmaths paper. Okay, this one is the Addmaths paper and it's the Selangor trial for 2024. Oh, by the way, this one is Selangor set 1. Yeah, set 1, but it's paper 2, right? Because I already did the paper 1 last video. So now I'm doing the paper 2. Okay, let's start. Okay, number 1. Let's read the question first. Diagram 1 shows a flower garden in the shape of combination of two squares owned by Miss Devina. So there's two squares. Can you see it? I can see it already. It's here. If you cut it off, you get one square and two square. And we all know if they say square means all four sides sama panjang, same length. So this is y, this should be y, this should be y. And this is x, that means this should be x. Then what about the small part here? Okay, this small part here will be x minus y. And you all know why, right? It's because x is here. This whole thing is x also, right? But when you take x minus with this, you get x minus y. Okay. Okay, let's see what other information they give us down here. If here is a fence, okay, it means perimeter lah. Remember, you see this word fence, it means they want to letak pagar outside. So mesti is talking about perimeter one. So the fence length is how much? 120 meter, and then the fencing area is 720 meter square area of a garden. Find the value of x and y. So I think it's very clear to me what I need to do, right? I need to find the perimeter equals to 120 and then find the total area equals to 720, right? Okay, so I'll write down the information first. Perimeter is given 120. This is what they give us here. And then area, total area of the garden is 720 in meter square, right? Okay, so now how to find perimeter of garden? We will just take all the outside lines and add together. So x plus x, which is 3x, right? So x plus x plus x, and then y plus y, that's gonna be 3y. And don't forget one more line here, x minus y. So let's put bracket plus x minus y equals 120. Okay, this line no need to plus. Yeah, because perimeter is only for the outside line. And also, if you think logic, when you letak pagar, mana ada orang letak pagar in the middle of the garden one. Like this is the whole garden, right? So I don't think you will put a pagar like this, right? Who you trying to block, right? If you block here, so it's like you only block the outside. That's why I say it's a perimeter. Okay, so now you can simplify this or you can expand this, right? Okay, when you open this bracket, nothing will happen because it's plus, right? But if it's minus, then you have to be careful because if it's minus, you have to change all the sign inside the bracket. But if it's plus, then you can just erase the bracket. Okay, now x dengan x boleh buat, y dengan y boleh buat. So 3x plus x is 4x, 3y minus y is 2y equals 120. Okay, I already know this equation cannot do it because got two unknowns, right? So later I need another equation yang ada x, y, and then do simultaneous, right? So I need to do the area now lah, okay? But I did realize that all these numbers can divide by 2. So let's do that. So divide 2, 2x, divide 2, 1y, divide 2, 60, right? So here I have my first equation, just stand by like this. Now let's find another equation. And then later we do simultaneous. Okay, how to find total area of garden? Well, they did mention this is a combination of two square, right? So let's find the area of the big square plus with the area of small square equals to 720. Okay, square area is length, base times height. Or you want to say length times width also can, it's the same. So x times x, right? That's the area for the first square. So x square, x times x. The second square will be y times y, which is y square. And that's all. That's how you form the second equation. But I have to find x and y, right? So that means I have to do simultaneous. I have to look at this equation and look at this equation and do simultaneous. Means I have to do the substitution method or the elimination method. But personally, I'll do substitution. Actually, it's the only way. Yeah, you need to use substitution because this is a linear equation and this is a non-linear. I got power 2 one. So you can't do penghapusan for this. You cannot do elimination penghapusan cara for this. You must do gantian substitution. So what we can do is we will make the y single, or you want to make x single also can, all right? But y single is better. And then 60 minus 2x, jadikan y single, and then call this equation 1, and then let call this equation 2, and then we ganti masuk, right? Ganti masuk. So x square plus y square equals 720, but the y is already replaced with this y here, which is 60 minus 2x. This is how you do simultaneous. You have two different equations and you try to somehow merge them into one equation. by doing the elimination method or substitution method, right? So let's continue from here. X squared plus, okay, how do we expand this? Okay, if I give you a minus b square, when you expand, you will get a square minus 2ab plus b square. This is how it works, right? You will take a square and then a times negative ab times 2 and then negative b square, which is positive b square. So we can apply this inside here. So when you take 60 square is 3600, right? And then a times b, which is 60 times negative 2, negative 120, but times 2 is negative 240. So just write negative 240 and don't forget the x. And then the last step is take the b square, which is negative 2x, and then square the whole thing. You get plus 4x square equals to 720. Okay, when you see got your equation under square and you're trying to solve x, right? You're trying to find x and there is a square there. That means this is a quadratic equation and you need to soon arrange in a general form. I have to pin out everything on one side equals 0. So x squared plus 4x squared, 5x squared, and then arrange negative 240x. So try to arrange it at the same time. And then 3600 minus 720, you can press calculator. And if you press, you will get 2880. Okay, positive. And after you reach here, now you can factorize using calculator. But before that, can you tell me this one? Can you simplify? Yes. Okay, because all these numbers, 5, 240, and 2880, they all can divide by 5. So what you do, you just divide by 5. Okay, what is 240 divided by 5? 48x. Okay, you can use your calculator to help you. 2880 divide 5 is 576. And then 0 also divide 5 lah, but 0 divide 5 is 0. Okay? So yeah, that's all. Okay, now only I will press the calculator to factorize. So my A, I will press 1. My B, I will press negative 48. My C, I will press 576. And if you press that, you will get 24. Okay. Okay, the calculator only give us one answer. That means two equal roots. You remember this, right? When the calculator give you one answer, one x value, it means two different roots. Or you can say two equal roots or like repeated roots, right? So even though it's one answer, you have to write two times. But for the second time, you repeat the first. You repeat whatever you write. You just repeat lah. You just repeat because it's like only one answer, right? You cannot write one time. If you write one time, it's wrong. You have to write two times. Even though it's one answer, you have to write two times, and it will be the same thing repeated. Okay. Okay. So x minus 24 here, x minus 24. Okay, you remember, right? When it's like two equal roots means like the b squared minus 4ac equals 0. That's why it's like two equal roots. Okay. Okay, but it's not over yet. Of course, it's not over yet because you need the y also. You need to find y, right? The question asks for x and y. So I need space. All right. So since my x only have one answer, actually it's two answer, but they are both like same thing, right? X both 24. So how to find y? I will just sub inside back here lah. Just sub inside the y here, right? So I'm just gonna write when x equals 24, and then I will ganti dalam equation ni lah. Y equals to 60 minus 2 bracket. And then for the bracket x, you sub 24. And then you press this, you will get 12. Okay, now it's time to write my final answer. Dot, dot, dot. Find the value of x and y, right? So my x is 24, and I recommend writing meters. And then my y is 12 meters, right? Because everything is in meter. Everything is in meter, right? So that's why the unit is in meter. Okay, that's all. This is how I will do it. Let's continue. Okay, let's do question number 2 now. Let's read. It is given that log. Okay, so clearly this is a Form 4, Chapter 4 question, the indices log punya chapter lah. Okay, so let's write down the information first. Log 9 base square root x equals to s. And then the next information, log 3 base y equals to t. So this is information. Ini bukan soalan, ini information. Okay, ini baru soalan dia. This is the question. Log, what I want? Base 9 and then x power 8, y power 7. This one is base 9. Okay, and this one is also 9. Okay, so now they say express in terms of s and t. It means they want us to use these two information. Because if you don't use these two information, your answer will not have s and t. Because the information, only the information other s and t. So how can we do this? Okay, when we are doing indices log question, doesn't matter indices or log, I always tell my student the same thing. It has to be same base. The step 1 is always try to make it same base. If it's not same base, there's nothing you can do. Okay? You don't tell me something like, hey, sir, this one's single log times, so become separate log plus. Okay, can also, but okay, actually this for this question is correct if you do it like that because kebetulan the base is not same here, right? But what I want you to biasakan yourself is like always check the base first lah. So I'll tell you the method now. So let's look at the information punya base. This is base square root x base y lah. Okay, so if one day, here is base 7 and here is base 7, right? Then you should change your soalan to base 7. If it's this case lah, if the information is like base 7, then you should do that, right? Or maybe like if this one is base square root 2, this one is base square root 2, then you should change your soalan to base square root 2, right? Because you want your soalan to be same base with the question, right? But what if it's like this, where the two information is different base? Okay, if it's this case, then you don't change base first. You try to pecahkan this. And how to pecahkan is if you have log A mn like this, single log times, you can become log am plus log an. Single log times, you can jadikan separate log plus. Like that. Okay, but if it's divide, if this one is m over n, then here become minus lah. Okay. Okay, but since this one is time, so you make it plus. So it'll be log 9 x power 8 plus log 9 y power 7. Okay, I'm using this formula. Okay, so this is how I will do it. Because the base here is not same. So after I did that, now only I convert the base. So you can see that this is in base 9, right? And this is in base 9 also, right? But if you look carefully here, this information is in terms of x, right? It means it's better to change this to base square root x so that the x later got chance to cut. Because when you have log square root x, you can cut becomes 1, right? So if you change this to base square root x, it will be better. But if you imagine if you do it like this, you try to change this to base y, then it's not very smart because log 3 base y, there's no chance of you getting log 3 base y here. No chance. No chance. Because it's like, how? Because if you change this to base y, the x and y, there's no chance to cut because like satu x, satu y, right? So what I will recommend doing is like you change this to base square root x and you change this, okay, this one have y, you change to base y like this. So both also need to change base, because both also base 9, right? But you change to different base. So this one you change to what base? Log base square root x. And what's the formula to change base? You will write down the base you want like this. Okay, this is the base you want, base square root x. And then for the number atas here, you have to write atas. For the base bawah here, you have to write bawah. This is how you change base. This is the formula to change base. Let's do it one more time. Log over log. Okay, what base you want this time? You want to change this thing to base y, right? So just put the base y, atas bawah. And then yang sebelah sini, you have to write the number atas, which is y power 7. And then the base bawah, you have to write bawah. Okay, done already. Now we can continue. Okay, so when we continue, don't forget that we have this information. So we should look at the information while we do. So can you see log 9 base square root x is already the same. So you can just put in s here already because log 9 base square root x, they already said is s, right? But what about this? What about this? This one you cannot write s. If this one you write s, then wrong. So s is log 9 base square root x. This one is not even log 9. This one is like x power 8, right? But I told you already, when the log number and log base same, there is a chance for you to cut it. So log square root x power 8, right? Why not you try your best to change into square root x like this? Because when you change it like this, you can cut jadi satu. Because when the log number here and the base here same is the exact same thing, you can potong jadi 1, right? But of course, you cannot just change the question because now it's power 8, right? How can you just erase the power 8 and then just tukar jadi square root macam ni? You can't do that. So you have to think about square root x power berapa, dapat x power 8. Faham kan? So what I will do is try to change this whole thing so that the base is square root x, so that later can cut. But you cannot just change like that. You have to also think about square root x power berapa dapat balik x power 8. Okay, so square root x is x power 1 over 2. Tapi dia kena power berapa, let's call it n, baru dapat x power 8. So if you ask me the n, I will tell you lah, is 16. Because when n is 16, right, then that is when, because when you have power side by side like this, you have to times. Okay, so when the n is 16, 16 times 1 over 2, which means 16 divided 2 gives you 8 lah, right? So that means I have to write power 16. Okay, so it means here I have to write power 16. That means I will change this to log square root x, and then the x power 8 I change to square root x power 16. Okay, for those who's confused, like, hey, cikgu, why you do like that? It's because I want to cut lah. It's because I want to potong. It's because later I wanna potong this. That's why I try. Kenapa saya buat macam tu? Sebab saya mau samakan ini dengan ni lah. Saya mau samakan. Sebab saya tahu bila dia sama, dia boleh potong jadi satu. Sebab itulah saya samakan. Okay, but don't potong now because the power have to put in front first. So you should know this. If the log number got power, can letak depan macam ni. So it becomes log square root x. And we all know this one is just 1. So you just end up with 16 over s. Right? But it's not over yet. You still have to plus with this one, right? Okay, when you do this one, you have to look, your eyes have to look at this, right? The t lah. So t is log 3 base y. As you can see, there's no log 3y here. But if you look at this, log 9 base y, you can change to 3 power 2. And the power you can letak depan also. And then you will end up with 2t already down here, right? Now, what about yang atas? Okay, yang atas, you cannot write 7t. You don't tell me like also 7 bring in front and 70. Cannot. Tengok betul-betul. T is log 3 base y. This one is log y base y. So if you put the 7 in front, it becomes log yy like this. And I told you just now, right? When the log yy, log number, log base same, what you can do? You can potong jadi satu. Sebab dia sudah sama, right? Kalau dia tak sama, you cuba samakan lah. Tapi kalau sudah sama, then potong terus lah. So it's like when you cut, you left with 7 times 1 is 7. So the answer is 16 over s plus 7 over 2t. That's all. Okay, if you want your answer to look like, if you want your jawapan to nampak lagi cantik, you can jadikan the pembawah sama. Okay, so what you can do is like this one you darab 2t, this one you darab 2t, and then this one you darab s. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to make it into single fraction. Okay, if you want your answer to look better, you can do this. So in your penyebut, you punya bawah sudah jadi 2ts lah. And then yang atas akan jadi 16 times 2, which is 32t, plus 7 times s, which is 7s. Okay, okay, nak tulis macam ni pun boleh, nak tulis macam ni pun boleh. Dua-dua betul. Okay, both is correct. So it's up to you. You want to write like this also can, like this also can. Okay. Okay. So hope you understand. Now let's do B. Okay, I need some space. So I'm gonna make this smaller. Even smaller. Okay, this is good enough. Okay, let's do B here. Okay, I'm gonna read the question now. A bank has 4.3% of interest per annum, means per year, for its saving accounts. Saving account M has a balance of 10,000. Okay. Calculate the years required for the account to exceed 70,000 ringgit. Given the formula to calculate total saving is this. Okay, I think I have to write down the formula first because that's going to be important later. P equals to 10,000 times 1.043 power Q, right? So 10,000 will be the starting money, I think, right? Is it correct if I say like that? 10,000 is the saving account M has a balance. Yeah. So I think 10,000 is the starting amount. The starting amount. The amount dekat mula-mula lah. Mula-mula punya amount. And why you have to times with 1.043 power Q is because every year you naik 4.3%. So if you want to do fast, you can straight away tambah darab 104.3%. If you want to get the matured value, right? So you straight away like darab 1.04 power 3. But why power Q is because this is for 1 year, right? So yeah, Q is like for years. So this Q later you have to put in like how many years you want. And then the P will give you the RM, the ending money. 10,000 is the starting money. This one is the starting mula-mula punya amount. But P will give you the ending punya amount. Like after you tambah itu interest semua lah. Itu faedah semua lah. Okay, so now they're asking calculate the what is this? Calculate the, oh my god, I can't see. Calculate the years. It means calculate Q lah, right? Because years is Q, right? So calculate the Q required for the account to exceed 70,000. So they want me to find Q, but they give me the P already. Okay, they never give exactly lah, but they want it to be exceed 70,000. So exceed means lebih. So it's this symbol. So what I can do is I will write this whole thing, 10,000, 1.043 power Q. And since they want my total savings to be more than 70,000, means my P has to be greater than 70,000, means this whole thing must be bigger than 70,000. And then now you can find Q just by pina lah. Okay, first I will pina 10,000 first. What is 70,000 divided 10,000? 7. And then here left with 1.043 power Q, and this is still bigger. Okay, now what you can do is it becomes an indices question already, right? So imagine if this is equal. How will you do it if this is equal? you will look at this base and try to change to same base, right? Because this is indices question, you try to change to same base. And if you can change to same base, then you can compare the power. Because if the same base same already, then the power automatic same one. So you can compare the power. But the problem with this question is you can't change to same base. 1.043 and 7 can change to what base? Boleh tak dua-dua nilai ni tukar jadi satu base yang sama? Tak boleh. Because when you see got decimal, memang give up lah. You just give up already. Because got decimal means cannot change to same base. So what you should do is you have to guna cara lain. And the cara lain is you kena tambah log both sides. Okay, you have to add log on both sides. Right? So dua kali. One on this side, one on the other side. And then here, and the log, you will use base 10. Okay, actually got two case. When you tambah log both sides, it's either you use log base 10 or log base E. Okay, base 10 or base E, right? But I will only use base E when it's a natural log question. It means when you see E in the question, E. Okay, E. Because ln, the natural log question is you will use the ln button, right? But I want to mention, if you tambah log base E also, can also, you will get the same answer. But if you use log base E, then when you press calculator, you have to use the ln button. Okay. But usually I won't use base E when it's not a natural log question. When I don't see E in the question, I won't do that. Right? But if you see E, or you see like in the question got mentioned about natural log or ln or E, then only I will use base E. Okay, but it's the same answer actually. You will get the same answer. Okay, I'll use base 10. So this is 1.043, and don't forget the power can put in front, and this is 7. So now you can find your Q. Just tekan this one, bahagi this one. Okay, so tekan log 7. Bahagi log 1.043. Let me press my calculator. Okay, my calculator gave me 46.2198525. Okay, a lot of decimal place. So I'm just gonna write four significant figure. So 46.219, so 22. Okay, now I wanna ask you, this symbol here, I have to write what? So this is bigger, right? So this must be bigger, right? Okay, but you have to be careful, because sometimes we have to terbalikkan this symbol. We have to terbalik, reverse the symbol. When will we reverse? When we take this value, divide by negative number. When we divide negative, you have to terbalik. But why this one no need to terbalik? Because log 1.043 is not negative value. You can try to press log 1.043 separately, and the calculator will give you positive answer, right? That means you don't have to terbalikkan the symbol. When will you get negative? When you tekan log 0 point something. You can try with your calculator now. Log 0 point anything, 0 0.3, 0 0.345, 0 0.56, as long as it's 0 point something, and then if you tekan log 0 point something, confirm you will come out negative one. Yeah, confirm you come out negative, right? That is when you have to be careful, because when you divide negative, you have to flip the symbol, You have to terbalikkan. Okay, but for this question, no need. So now can you know your Q now? Okay, Q is the number of years, amount of years, right? So I don't think your number of years should be in like decimal. They shouldn't have decimal or fraction, because it's like you are calculating how many years, right? So I think it's 47 years, right? Yeah, 47 years. You cannot write 46, You don't tell me like, oh, so this one just round off. So 2 no need to plus 1, 46. No, 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 no. It's bigger. It means when it's 46 years, the saving still haven't exceed 70,000. I repeat one more time. If the answer is Q bigger than 46.22, that means when it's 46 years, the savings still haven't exceed 70,000. That's why it says bigger here. That's why you have to take the value bigger than 46.22, which is 47. Okay, the closest integer that is bigger than 46.22 is 47 lah. Okay, what about 48, 49, 44? Okay, this one all also like confirm the saving will be more than 70,000. But you will take the closest integer that is bigger than the closest integer that is bigger than 46.22. So the closest is 47. So the answer is 47 years. Okay, that's all. Okay, let's continue with question number 3. Okay, this looks like a function question to me. So let's read. It is given that fx equals to this, x is bigger or equals 9/2, has inverse function f inverse x. Number 1, give justification for the existence of f inverse x. Number 2, determine f inverse and its domain. 3 marks. Okay, I think I have to explain to you. I think I have to give you some. I will give you some notes. Yeah, I will start talking about like type of relation now. So in order to understand why in order to understand what type of function has inverse, I need to explain to you pasal type of relation first. So I need space. Okay, I think I'll just write it like here lah. Okay, so this is like nota. This is not the working. This is just nota. Okay, so I'll explain to you type of relation. So type of relation, we learn one to one. There's like many to one. Okay, I don't want to write like I don't want to write here. I want to write like because I need space later, so I will write like okay here one to one. Okay, and then many to one, and then you learn one to many, and then many to many. So there's four types of relation, right? Okay, so for one to one and many to one, only these two relation is considered function. Okay, it's considered function because every object has only one image. Has only one image, right? So only these two relation is considered function, okay? Because every object has one image. But and then for one to one, only one to one has inverse. So I put star here. I write has inverse. Okay. Okay. So this is the basic lah. Okay. Okay. Let me explain using arrow diagram. Okay. So I will draw arrow diagram. Okay. So we have one to one looks like this. One object gives you one image. Okay, one object gives you one unique image. So this is one to one, right? Okay, many to one means when you have two different object, but they give you the same image, many to one. So this is how many to one looks like, right? And then what about one to many? One to many is when you have one input and it gives you two output, or like you can say one object give you two different one X answer give you two different Y answer. Like that. Okay. Okay, so this one is one to many. Because one object give you two different image. One X answer give you two Y answer. Okay, many to many is when you have both one to many and many to one happening at the same time. That means you have like this. So this one is many to one, right? You see? But it also has one to many happening at the same time, which means it's like this. This one is many to many because you have many to one happening and one to many happening at the same time. So this is how you know it's a many to many from arrow diagram. This one is by looking at the arrow diagram. Okay, now I want to explain using graph pula. Okay, but before I go to the graph part, let's talk about why I say these two considered function first. So why I say one to one and many to one considered function? Because I told you already, the definition of function is every object can only have one image. So look at this. Adakah every object only have one image? Yes, every object one image. So this is a function. Adakah every object has only one image? Yes. One object, one image. One object, one image. One object. So yes, function. But this one object got two image. So this one is not function lah. Okay, not function. This one also not function because yeah, same reason because every object can only have one image. This one got like one object got two image, so that's why, right? So the only function here is one to one and many to one. Okay. Okay. Now I want to explain using the graph part. Okay, the graph part. So let me talk about the graph part. Oh, by the way, what I'm talking now is related to this question. I'm not wasting your time. Okay, I'm not wasting your time. Trust me. Okay, this is related to this question one. Okay. Okay. So if I change to graph, there are so many types of graph, right? So I will show you for one to one, usually your graph looks linear, like a straight line, right? And then many to one, most of the time your graph looks like a quadratic curve like this. Okay. And then sometimes your graph can look like this. Oh, sorry. Sometimes your graph can look like this, right? Or maybe some can even look like this, like this. Yeah, possible also. Or maybe some look like this, which is like a straight circle like this. Okay. Okay. So I will explain using this five graph, and I will tell you which of this has inverse, and also I will tell you which of this is function. Okay. Okay. If the question give us in arrow diagram, then it's very good because I can straight away determine the type of relation just by looking at it, and I straight away know whether it has inverse or not, whether it has whether it's function or not, or has inverse, because I from looking at the arrow diagram I straight away know which type of relation. But if they give us in this type of question like graph format, then it's very difficult to know which to know like which type of relation, because dia bagi dalam bentuk graph, right? It means they already convert the arrow diagram to graph, right? So it's like very hard for us to know what is the type of relation. So let me show you how. The way we do it is, okay, I'll use red color now. So if you want to determine it has inverse or not, we will do the horizontal line test. HLT. I write short form lah, horizontal line test. And then if you want to know function, we will do the vertical line test, VTL. Vertical line, VLT. Okay, sorry. Vertical line test. Okay. So let me explain. Okay, let's talk about vertical line test. So let's say if I want to know whether this is a function or not. So what I'll do is, okay, imagine if I put a 1 here. So 1 is here, right? And then where is 1 here? 1 is here, and then 1 is here, 1 is here. Okay. Okay, I want you to observe these two diagrams. I want you to observe these two diagrams. Can you tell me when x equals to 1, how many image you will get? When 1 is the object, how many image you will get? You get one answer, right? It means when you sub 1 inside the equation here, you will only get one unique answer because there's only one point at the x equals 1. Do you agree? There's only one, it only cuts at one point. But if you look at this, you can see that the one will give you two solution or two answer, right? So this is not a one-to-one already. Like confirm this one is like one to many already. And you know why, right? Because it's like one X answer, one input gives you two output. One X answer gives you two Y answer. Two different Y answer. That's why it's like one to many. But this one is like, okay, this one is fine because it's like uh only give you one. But this one give you two, right? Okay. So that is why the vertical line test is just to draw a vertical line. Is just to draw a vertical line to check whether it's a function or not lah. So if you draw a vertical line, you will know whether every object has one image or not. So for example, if you look at this, adakah every object has one image? The answer is yes, because doesn't matter where you draw your vertical line, doesn't matter where you cut it at the x-axis, they will only cut at one point, and it will only give you one image, right? That means your vertical line test is will tell you whether it's function or not. If it cuts the graph at one point, then it's a function. If it cut at 2 point, then it's not function. So this is function. This one is also function because it cuts at one point. This one is not function, and you know the reason, right? Because it cut at 2 points. That means it's definitely not a one-to-one. It's not many-to-one. Yeah. And if you want me to tell you, it's one to many actually. This one because like one object give you two image. Yeah. So definitely it's not. It's not a function, Okay. Because function, it has to be every object can only have one image. It means one x coordinate can only give you it means every x coordinate can only give you one y coordinate. Okay, object is x, image is y. But this one is like one x coordinate give you two different y. That's why it's wrong. Okay, what about this? This one is function because it doesn't matter where you put a vertical line. Every x coordinate will only give you one y coordinate. This one not function lah, and I don't need to explain, right? Because when you do the vertical line test, it cuts at 2 points, meaning one x coordinate will give you two y coordinate. It means one object gives you two image, and that's not function. Because function, it has to be every object can only have one image. Okay, now let's talk about inverse, and let's use other color, blue color. Okay, inverse, we do horizontal line test. Can I use red color? Okay, we do horizontal line test. So horizontal line is like you draw a horizontal line. And same thing, if it cuts the graph at 1 point, then it has inverse. If it cut at 2 point, no inverse. So just draw, cut, 1 point, so has inverse. So I will just write has inverse. I just write short form has inverse. What about this one? Draw a horizontal line. Oh, cuts at 2 point. So no inverse. Okay, no inverse because failed the test already, cuts 2 point already. Okay. Okay, what about this? Cut. Actually, you can draw anywhere you want, okay, but don't draw it up, like don't draw it outside of the graph lah. Like come on, okay. Of course, you draw somewhere that can intersect the graph lah. Okay, so this one cut at 1 point, so if pass the test, so has inverse, right? And then the next one would be draw and then has inverse also because only cut at 1 point. This one cut at 2 point, bro. Okay, so no inverse, no no inverse. Let me tell you what is this. If the equation look like this, a circle like this, then it's a many to many. Many to many. Okay. Okay, so sekali lagi, this one is what? This one is one to one. This one is many to one. Yeah, this one is many to one. And then this one is one to many, and this one is many to many. Okay, I want you to know this four. Sekali lagi, one to one, straight line. This one quadratic curve, many to one. Yeah, quadratic is always many to one. And then this one is one to many. Okay, this looks like a quadratic, but it's like, can you see it's like the balik sikit already, right? So it's just one to many. And if it's a full circle, it's many to many. Okay. Okay, if you know this, it's good enough for you to do this question already. Okay, so now this is not the working, this one all are notes. Okay, so how I should make space? Okay, let's do up here. Because this thing I can move up like this, and then I can use this space now. Okay, so let's do A here. Okay, I'll write A. Okay, A. Okay, so let's read the question. Fx, this is the equation, negative square root 2x minus 9. Okay, they got mentioned x has to be bigger or equals 9 over 2, has inverse function. Oh, they already say has inverse, but they want you to give a reason lah for the existence, right? Of course, I can straight away know the answer already because, okay, they never ask you to determine whether it has inverse or not. Dia tak suruh pun you cari ada inverse ke tak. Dia dah cakap dah memang ada inverse. You just have to give reason why you have. And the reason is very simple. It's because it's one to one, right? It's one to one. So you actually know the answer already. You just say because it's a one to one. Okay. So I'll just write here. Give justification. So uh, because yeah, because fx is a one to one relation, right? And of course, like you can understand it if I say like that, right? But I want to explain more detail. That's why I talk about all these things, right? And I will talk about more details by using graph. Let me show you how. So what we can do is we can convert this to a graph and then do the horizontal line test. Because horizontal line test is for checking whether it has inverse, right? But actually you don't have to do that. I'm just doing this for your understanding. I'm just explaining you to make you understand. Okay. In exam, you write like this, you get full mark already. Okay. I just want to explain it to you. Okay. Let me tell you how you convert this to graph. When you find the points for this graph, it will end up looking like this. The graph will be like this, and then it will go down like this. Okay. This is how the graph looks like when you convert to a graph. Okay. Uh, of course, if you want to find table also can, like cari point, right? You ganti x, y, and then here ganti x kosong, y kosong. But when you ganti x kosong here, you will get like math error. You know why? Because x 0 times 2 is 0 minus 9 negative 9. And when you square root negative, you get math error. Like, yeah, when you square root negative number, it means no answer. It means like imaginary answer. So that's why you have put negative. Not negative, like dash lah, like means tak ada jawapan. And then when you ganti y0, you will get 9 over 2. Okay, if you try to do it by yourself. And if you find some other points, like let's say you find maybe, let's put 5 inside, right? And then let's put 9 here. Okay, so put 5. 5 times 2, 10, 10 minus 9, square root 1, negative 1 here. And then 9 is like 9 times 2, 18 minus 9, 9 square root 9, negative 3. And then you can plot this. So 9 over 2, 0. So this is the first point. 5, negative 1, I think it's here, 9 like this, something like this lah. 5, then negative 1, and then 9, negative 3 like this. Okay, basically what I'm just proving to you that it will look like this, okay? But you don't have to do all this, it's like takes a lot of time. So I'm just gonna tell you straight away the graph look like this, and you can see when you do the horizontal line test, yeah, it's a one-to-one relation, okay? But this question never asks for, yeah, they never make it difficult for you because they already tell you it has inverse. You just need to write the reason, right? So you don't need to do all this, okay? But I do want you to understand the full thing. That's why I tell you about this just now. So this is not the working, but it's my explanation lah. It's like my notes, right? Okay, so it's important to understand this, Trust me, it's important one. This one very important one. Okay, but for now, I will just move on lah because I'm using way too much time on one simple question. So question one, I'll just leave it at that. Now we can do number two. Determine F inverse and its domain. Okay, so how do we find F inverse? This one is not difficult. This one is not difficult. Okay, all different teachers will teach you different method to find inverse. But the way I do it is like this. I will let depan equals y, belakang equals y. So let fx equals y, and then the other side also equals y. So negative 2x minus 9 equals y. And then what I will do is I will cari x both sides. So this is how I teach my student. I will just say let depan equals y, belakang equals y, and then cari x both sides. So find x equals f inverse y. When you move the f over, it becomes f inverse, right? Okay, now what about the other one? So here also I have to find x, right? Why? Why find x? Because your x is your f inverse y. That's why you find x from here. Okay, first pinna negative become negative y, and then pinna square root becomes square, and then minus 9 jadi plus 9, and then times 2 jadi over 2. And then you left with x here. So your x will be y square plus 9 over 2. When you square the negative hilang, right? And don't forget your x is actually f inverse y. So f inverse y equals to y square plus 9 over 2. So what is your f inverse x then? It will be just change the y to x. So x square plus 9 over 2. Right? So the answer is x squared plus 9 over 2. But wait, they got mentioned something about domain, right? Okay, I think what they want here is like the domain will be x has to be bigger or equal 0. Bigger or equal 0. Because if your, okay, let me think. Why is it? Uh, 1 square 1 by 10 divided to 5. Okay. uh, if I look at the, okay, do you remember just now I did the graph part? When I do the A1 just now, I draw the table. I already erase it lah, but I sub x0 y0, and I remember here end up getting like math error, right? And then here I end up getting how much? 9 over 2. Okay. But if when you are doing inverse, it means your I forgot to mention one more thing. To get the inverse graph, you can actually do it by reflecting the line on the y equals x. If you want to get the inverse graph for any graph, you can just reflect on the y equal x. Okay, and when you reflect, basically your x coordinate and your y coordinate will swap. They will swap place. They will terbalik. So for example, this one, when you do inverse, it become like 9 over 2 0. Now it becomes like 0 9 over 2 already. Okay. Yeah, because when you do inverse, basically you are changing your object and image. You reverse them. Now your object become your image become object. That's what it means. So like your x and y coordinate, they terbalikkan lah. So I think when it's here, it's 9 over 2, right? But when you do inverse, because the 9 over 2, when x 9 over 2, the y is 0. And when you do inverse, then the domain will be here already. Okay? Okay. So hope you understand. It means do you remember just now I told you how the graph looks like for this? It looks like this, right? Like this, something like this, right? Like this, right? And now I said that the inverse, you can actually get the inverse graph from reflecting using the y equals x line, right? And how you reflect is like basically you just flip this over. Okay. So let's imagine it. What happens when you flip this? So this point will be like here, right? Because originally it's like 9 over 2 0, but now it becomes like 0 9 over 2 already, right? And then what's this point just now? I forgot it. I think it's 5 negative 1. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I already erased it just now lah, but just now I did draw it here. Okay, 5 negative. So when you reverse, it's like negative 1 5. So negative 1 5. Okay, is it here? Negative 1. Okay lah, lebih kurang lah. Okay, and then the other point is like 9 negative 3. Right? So now it becomes negative 3 9. So as you can see, it's like it's like the reflection of it, right? So you can see the domain must be uh wait, wait, x must be, let me think, 0 0 0 squared 9 9 over 2 1 uh okay, so I think the domain here is like smaller equals 0, right? I I think yeah, it shouldn't be bigger, right? Because the graph will just go like this. There's no points here, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I think I made a careless mistake. I just realized this one, I think, is smaller equals. Because when you reflect, 5 negative 1 become negative 1 5. Negative 1 5. So it's like on the top left corner, right? So the domain should be, it means every point duduk dekat sini lah. Okay? If okay, the original one, all duduk here. The original one lah. Because the original say x has to be bigger than 9 over 2. Means bigger than 4.5. So all the points is here. But when you do the inverse of it, it will be all duduk here already. So I think the domain for x should be smaller, always negative. Yeah, it should be always negative, smaller equals 0. Okay. So yeah, I made a careless mistake here. Okay. Okay. So hope you understand. I explain using like graph lah, but I think it's better to explain it like this. So yeah. Okay, yeah, that's all. Okay, let's do B now. Okay, B, let's read the question. Given that fx is 2 over x. So let's write it down. Fx equals to 2 over x. Okay, and then they say x cannot equal 0. Okay, this is the undefined case for the function, but you don't have to write it. This one is not important. Okay, gfx is 3x, so write it g big bracket fx. Okay, this is a composite function. Fungsi gubahan. Composite function means like you combine two single function into one. Okay, and I always recommend use big bracket to write the inner function. Okay. Okay, find A, number one, they want to find gx. Okay, when they give you fx and they give you gfx, ask you to find gx, you have to start from the composite function first, and then you have to check whether dalam ada or dalam tak ada. Kalau dalam ada, you guna cara lain untuk buat. Kalau dalam tak ada, you also guna cara lain untuk buat. And ada dua cara. There's two methods to do it, One method is like when dalam ada. When dalam ada, you have to let. That one is a bit more difficult. Yang tu kena let. But kalau dalam tak ada, then tak payah let. Because kalau dalam tak ada, luar mesti ada. So you can, that one you can do it like much more easy lah, the working. But both method also you need to master. You need to master both method. Okay, so let's start from the composite. G big bracket 3x. Now I want to ask you, dalam ni fx ada ke tak ada? Because that will depends what method I use later. Because okay, so fx ada ke tak ada? Ada, right? So kalau ada means dia guna method yang senang or yang lebih susah? Yang lebih susah. Because kalau dalam ada means you kena let. You have to let, because kalau dalam ada luar mesti tak ada one. So later the G mesti tak ada. So later you have to use lebih susah punya method, which is like kena let punya. And the method you have to hafal one. So the step is like this. After dalam ada you masukkan, you have to let y equals to dalam, which is 2 over x, and then cari x. Okay. Okay, so I will your x will be 2 over y. Okay, for those who's wondering how I get this, is like you just, because y equals 2 over x right? And then you just cari x x times y, xy equals to 2, and then x equals 2 over y. And then after you reach here, you write you write. And then now you rewrite this whole thing, but this time it becomes gy already, because you already let y equals to dalam already. And then the 3x, the x also you already let x becomes to this, so you just write 2 over y like this. Okay, this is how you do it when dalam ada. When you dalam ada, luar tak ada. Okay, I repeat, bila dalam ada tapi luar tak ada, okay, and you're trying to find gx, then you use this method. Okay, kalau dalam tak ada, then tak payah let. Kalau dalam tak ada, then you use another method. That one is like you straight away tengok luar, and then that one is another method. Okay, but that one that's for another day lah. Because for this question is I'll just explain using this question. So now it becomes 6 over y here, but that's gy. I want gx. So just change the y to x. So the answer is 6 over x. Okay, when you have x dekat bawah, when you have x at the bottom like this, it means there will be undefined case, and the undefined case is 0, because you cannot divide by 0. When you divide 0, you get math error. So the undefined case is x is not 0, and you should write this only when there's undefined case. If there's no undefined case, don't write this. So this one got undefined case, that's why I write it. Okay, number 2. They want us to find g power 2n plus 1x. Okay, and the 2n plus 1 is power, and then x, right? Okay, so how do we know like the answer for this, right? Okay, what I will do now is I will write down gx first. So what is gx? 6 over x, right? It's given, I mean, I found it just now like myself. Okay, so this is gx, right? But how can we get g power 2n plus 1x from just by this? It's like, it's not possible. It's not possible. So what I will do now is I will find g power 2x, g power 3x, and g power 4x, and then I'll get the answer here, and I will try to determine the pattern, because later your answer confirm will have a pattern one. So what you're doing is, what we want now is like, by looking at the answer, see like what's the pattern here. Okay, and with the pattern we can make an educated guess on what is the answer for this, right? So what I want to do now is like I want to find all this, right? It's just like the mathematics chapter 3 lah, logical reasoning. You remember logical reasoning? Like the inductive argument. All of you got take mathematics, right? Like inductive argument, they sometimes ask us to write a conclusion, right? Like tulis satu kesimpulan, and then they give you all these formula stuff, and then you have to generalize, and then you have to make it into a formula. Yeah, it's something like that lah, something like that. Like you're trying to get the specific answer for all this, and then you try to generalize so that you can know the answer for something like something general like this, like with the power n. because they never give us specific power berapa. They just give us like a general 2n plus 1 like that. So that's why we try to work backwards. We try to get specific answer for power 1, 2, 3, 4 first, and then we work backwards, and then we try to know try to get the answer. Okay, enough talking. Let's try to do this. GGX, right? Because G power 2 is GGX, and then GGX is just 6 over x. So let's just do fast. Erase this, right? 6 over x. But after you masuk buat dalam, you kena tengok luar. So dekat luar sini G kan. And this is also G. So we all know G bracket X is 6 over X. But the bracket X already changed to 6 over X. So this one I have to write 6 over X. 6 divided 6 over X is X. Okay. Because 6 bahagi 6 over X means 6 darab X over 6. Potong left with X. Right. Okay. Now let's do G power 3, which is G big bracket G power 2. And you will just masuk G power 2 inside. G power 2 is X. So just erase and just write X here. And what is Gx? Oh, Gx is 6 over X. That means G power 3 is 6 over X. That means G power 3X and Gx give you the same answer. Okay, now let's do G power 4. G power 4 is actually G and then G power 3. Okay, or you want to do G power 2, G power 2 also can. Same lah, same thing. Okay, G power 3. What is G power 3X? You just did it just now already, 6 over X. So just erase this and then write 6 over X inside the bracket. And what is G bracket 6 over X? Well, G bracket X is 6 over X. So what is G bracket 6 over X? It will be 6 over X, but the X bracket have to change to 6 over X and you will get X also. So you realize already the pattern. So Gx and G power 3x give you the same answer. G power 2x and G power 4x give you the same answer. Okay, can you make a guess and tell me what is G power 5x? What do you think would be G power 5x? It would be 6 over x, right? Because the pattern is like this already, right? And what do you think would be G power 6x? It will be x, right? Because every time the power is odd number, like 1, 3, then the answer would be 6 over x. But every time the power is an even number, you will always get x. So it's like one cycle, it's like it repeats in a cycle, right? So now let's try to find out the answer for G power 2n plus 1x. So if, okay, I want you to know something. When you take a value times 2, because 2n plus 1 means what? It means n times 2 plus 1. Then you get 2n plus 1, right? So I want you to know something. When you take any value times 2, you will get even number. You will get even number no matter what. You can try 1 times 2, 2 times 2, 3 times 2, 79 times 2, 81 times 2. All the answer you press here, all the answer come out here will be even number, right? Because even number, what's even number? Even number is nombor genap. It means the number can divide 2. And definitely all these numbers can divide 2, confirm even number. Because when you divide 2, you get back the 1, 2, 3, 79, 81 lah, right? But here they say plus 1. So what happens when you take even number plus 1? Then this even number cut become odd number already. Odd number is nombor ganjil. Nombor ganjil means like 1, 3, 5, 7. So I will write here what? I'll write here, if n is integer, then the 2n plus 1 will be odd number. Will be odd number. Okay, let me explain what I just wrote here, what I just write here. So what is the meaning of if n is integer? Okay, it means the n, if it's a like 1, 2, 3, 4 like that lah, no decimal, no fraction, then definitely 2n plus 1 will be odd number. So I will give you example, 2n plus 1. Let's say n, I will just put 3. So what is 2 times 3? 6. But with the plus 1, you see, you get 7, which is an odd number. Nombor ganjil, right? But what if you try with 4? 2 times 4, 4, 8, 8 plus 1, 9. You see, it's odd number also. Actually, if you try with any integer, you will get odd number. Okay? But why I want to mention integer? Because like if you masuk 3.5, it doesn't work. Yeah, if you masuk 3.5, it doesn't work. Because if you get 3.5 here, 3.5 times 2 is 7, 7 plus 1 is 8. Yeah, so then 8 is not odd number already. Okay. So like if we assume it's an integer, then every time you will get odd number. Confirm. Okay, but the soalan never mentioned the n must be odd number, right? But we can assume it because n is usually like number lah. Okay, like power. And also you tak pernah pun tengok like mana ada fungsi yang suruh buat like g power 1.5x. You pernah tengok macam ni ah? dekat function. Mana ada kan? Usually they always ask to find g power 2 or g power 3 or g power 67 or g power 71, g power 89. Like very rarely you see like decimal one. So that's why we can all assume that this n must be an integer. It shouldn't be a like a decimal. Okay, so if n is integer, 2n plus 1 will be odd number. That means the answer would be same with g power 1x and g power 3x, which is 6 over x. And the undefined case you have to write, okay, x equals 0. So this is the final answer, okay? Because the 2n plus 1 will always be odd number, right? That means the power here will always be odd number. That means, I told you already just now, the pattern, if it's odd number, it will always give you this answer, 6 over x. If it's even number, then your answer is x lah. But if it's even odd number, then it would be 6 over x. Okay, so hope my explanation makes sense to you and you can how to say, like dapat dia punya idea lah. Okay, let's do number 4 now. Okay, this is a quadratic question. Yeah, diagram 2 shows a curve y equals to this. Okay, I see it already. They draw for me. Intersecting means like silang lah. So intersecting another straight line y equal mx plus 6 at 2 different points. So this curve and this line, they intersect at 2 points. And you can see it, it's here and here. If they want us to find the intersection point, we can do that. We have to take these two equations and do simultaneous. If that's what they want, if that's what they want, if they got ask you to find intersection, then only you do the simultaneous. But let's read the question. Find range of values of m by using number line method. Okay, that's not what they want. They never ask you to find the intersection point here. So you don't do simultaneous. They want you to find range of m by using number line method. Okay, let me tell you what you have to do now. Number line method, you learn this in 2.1. Because 2.1 is called quadratic equation and inequalities. But I want to focus on the inequality part because you learn this in inequality part. Inequality part, how to solve quadratic inequality, got 3 methods. You have the, what method? What is it called? Oh, you forgot already. Graph sketching method. I will just write short form, graph sketching method. And then you have the number line method. And then you have the table method, right? But usually the method that you must master is this method, the graph sketching method, because most of the time the question will never ask you to use this method. Most of the time lah. But this question they ask, right? So later I'll show you. But I want you to know that these two methods, you tahu sikit-sikit okay already, like the number line and table method. But the one I put star here, this one you must know, the graph sketching method. This one you memang must know. If you don't know this, then you can't take SPM. So like this one you must know. But this two is like, if you don't know, okay lah, understandable lah. But need to know a bit also lah, because might come out also, right? But very low chance they will ask this one, right? Okay, but this question they end up asking, so very good lah. I have chance to explain it to you. So for this question, I will do 2 methods. I will show you the number line method, but I will also show you this method because I think this method is very important. This one is like must know. So I will show it to you. Okay, the table method I won't do lah. But you should know a little bit also lah. Okay, so I will do it now. Okay, first step, the keyword here is 2 different points. Right? They intersect at 2 different points. So when you touch at 2 different points, you will do b squared minus 4ac bigger than 0. Okay? That's the keyword, 2 different points. But the curve intersect at 2 different points with a straight line, not with the x-axis, with a straight line. So what you should do is you should take this and this, you do simultaneous first. After you do simultaneous, then only you do the b squared minus 4ac bigger than 0. You cannot straight away take this equation and do b squared minus 4ac bigger than 0 because dia bukan cakap ini, because dia tak ada cakap has 2 different point at x-axis. If they say x-axis, then you can straight away like this, right? 2 different routes mah, two x-intercept mah. That one is kalau dengan x-axis, but this one is like dengan garisan yang lain, with another line. So what you should do is you should take these 2 equations and do simultaneous first. Okay. What if the question says intersects at 1 point? You also do the same. You also do simultaneous first, but after you do simultaneous, you do b squared minus 4ac equals 0. Okay. But sir, what if they say does not touch, does not intersect? Okay, even if they say does not intersect, also you do simultaneous.
It means you don't care whether it touch at 2 or touch at 1 or no touch. We don't care. We don't care. You just do simultaneous. And then after you do simultaneous, then only you do b square minus 4ac bigger 0 kalau two different points, equal 0 kalau two equal points, kalau I mean 1 point, or ataupun smaller 0 kalau does not touch, something like that. Okay lah, enough talking. Let's uh start doing it. We have to do simultaneous. Okay, since this is y equals y single already, I can straight away do y equals y. Okay, and then just ganti your y inside, so it become mx plus 6. The other y, I will put this negative x squared plus 4x minus 3, and susun jadi general form, because later you have to masuk formula b square minus 4ac. So x square susun x square, and then mx plus 4 move jadi minus 4, and then 6 minus 3 become plus 3, which is plus 9. Okay, this is not general form yet, because general form the x cannot dua kali macam ni one. So you can factorize out the x like this. So now it becomes m minus 4 here, and then plus 9 equals 0. So now you can see your ABC. Now you know your ABC. So now you can do your b square minus 4ac already. But do bigger than 0. Why bigger than 0? Because two different points. Because two different points. Eh? Yeah, that's why. Okay, so bracket square minus 4 bracket greater than 0. B is m minus 4, no problem. A is 1, okay. C is 9, okay. Okay, this one when you expand, you should know, if I give you a minus b square, when you expand fast, you get a square minus 2ab plus b square. It means you have to take a square, and then a times negative b times 2, which gives you negative 2ab, and then negative b square, which gives you b square. Okay, so let's apply this here. So a square, which means m square, and then negative m times negative 4, negative 4m times 2 is negative 8m. Okay, and then b square is just negative 4 square, which is plus 4 square, plus 16, right? Plus 16. And then negative 4 times 1 times 9 is negative 36, bigger than 0. Now you end up with m square minus 8m minus 20 greater than 0. Okay, and when you reach here, now you have to solve for m. Okay, now you have to solve for m. And the way we do it is we factorize. Okay, but don't write equals 0, you write bigger 0 here. Okay, but for here, you write m equals. Okay, and how you solve this, you use calculator. Just put in the a, b, c inside your calculator. I hope you know how to press. Polynomial degree. Okay, the a is 1, b negative 8, c negative 20. Okay, my calculator give me 10 and negative 2. So that is my first m answer, and the other m answer negative 2. And don't forget, you have to reverse back and write m minus 10, m plus 2. Okay. Okay. Now I want to teach you the number line method. Listen, okay. I want to mention something. You cannot, okay, because if you see here it's bigger than 0, right? Bigger than 0, you cannot just change the equal to bigger like this. This is wrong. This is wrong. You cannot do that, because this is a quadratic inequality question. And if it's an inequality question, you cannot you have if it's bigger like this, you cannot change the equal to bigger like this one. You can change, but you have to use the special method. That's why under inequality got three methods you learn: graph sketching, number line table. Let me show you how to do it using graph sketching method. The graph sketching method looks like this. You will sketch a graph, a quadratic curve, and then you label the the roots ataupun the m answer. Okay, 10 and negative 2 has to be like comes first, right? Because it's a smaller value. So negative 2 comes first, 10 comes next. And then you will lower it. You will either sketch here. Okay, if it's smaller, you will sketch here. But if it's bigger, you will sketch here and here. Uh, if it's bigger, then your answer will be here. Okay, but if you look at this question, it's bigger than 0. So your answer should be here and here. This is your shaded region. Your shaded region is the answer, which means your answer will be m. And if it's on the left, it should be smaller, negative 2. And then there's another region, m bigger than 10. This is the correct way to do it. That's all. Sudah siap already. Okay. Okay, this is the graph sketching method. So simple, right? So easy, so fast. You get the answer so simple. But this question they ask for number line method, right? So you cannot do like that. Let me tell you something. It doesn't matter which method you use. You have to do until here. You have to do until here. Like you have to find out the m everything. Okay, even though you're using the number line method or maybe the table method, you still have to get your m first. Okay, but until you reach here, now starting, I mean, when you continue from here, then it starts getting different already, because now it's like different method. So I'm gonna erase the graph sketching method. But later the answer will be same with this one. M smaller -2, M bigger than. Later you get same answer one. Different method but same answer. Okay, so the number line is you draw a number line. That's why it's called a number line method, because you have to draw a line, right? Okay, so let me change the color. Okay, so now we draw a number line and we only put 2 points, one for -2, one for 10. Okay, because that's the two important value we need. Okay, -2 come first. Okay, what I will do now is I will separate this region using a line like this. Okay. Okay, now we have to look at this region. So did you realize this region has -3, -4, -5, -6, because it's like all the values smaller than -2 will be here. So smaller than. So this will be the region for M smaller than -2, right? Then can you tell me the region for this? This region represents what? It represents the answer for M greater than 10 lah. Because here you have 11, 12, 13, right? And the remaining part here will be in between. So M has to be bigger than -2, but at the same time smaller than 10 in between. Okay. So your answer will be, this will be your answer. Okay. But which one? Which one? Is it like this one or this one or this one? Or like you have to combine two of them, or like how to know which one is the answer? Okay, very easy. You have to do something, which is you have to substitute inside this equation. Okay, and when you substitute, you have to choose a value that is smaller than -2. So what you can do now is you choose a number that is smaller than -2. Let's take -3, right? Actually, you can take any value. Okay, you can take -4, -5, any value. Just make sure it's smaller than -2. Okay, and you can put -10 also can. Okay, okay. So when you sub inside here, so it becomes m square minus 8m minus 20. But the bigger zero you ignore first. Okay, because you're trying to. Okay, the bigger zero is like, how to say, you are trying to find out whether it's bigger zero or not. So you shouldn't write the bigger zero here. Makes sense, right? So it's like you are trying to know whether it's positive or negative. So that's why I never write the bigger zero. So you just write the left side of the equation. It means you only ganti on to the left side. And now you just press calculator. So let's press 9 plus 24 minus 20. Okay, my calculator give me 13, right? So I'm trying to find out whether it's like bigger zero or smaller than zero. And 13 is bigger than zero, right? Bigger zero means positive, by the way. Right? You know that, right? Bigger zero means positive. Eh? So it means this region is for, you will take this as your answer when you want the positive. When you want your when you want it to be positive, then this will be your answer. That's what it means, right? Okay, let's repeat the same process and do it over here. Okay, this one is in between -2 and 10. If I am you, I'll choose 0. Yeah, but you can choose 1, 2, 3, any value in between -2 and 10 you can choose. But I will take 0 because 0 is like very easy to substitute. So when you sub, let's do it fast. You straight away to get -20, right? Because when you sub 0, this thing disappear already. So left -20, right? Okay, -20 is smaller 0 or bigger 0? Smaller 0. That means this is a, it will be negative, or maybe like, how to say this? You will take this as your answer when you want it to be negative. Like that. Okay. Okay. What about m bigger than 10? Let's check. Let's check 11. Okay. So sub inside the left side of the equation. 11 square minus 8 times 11 minus 20. Okay. No need to write the bigger zero because we are trying to find out whether it's bigger zero or not. So 121 minus 88 minus 20. Okay. My calculator give me 13. So it's very clear 13 is bigger than 0. That means this is positive. Okay, now it's time to write the answer. So dot dot dot. Okay, now how to know which one is the answer? Okay, I told you, right? These three will be the answer, right? But which one you ambil? Okay, now you look at, okay, just now you start inside here, right? You start into the left hand side. Okay, now it's time to look at the other side. They say bigger than 0. It means you want your left side to be bigger 0. Can you tell me which of these three when gives you the right side bigger 0? Which three of these gives you a bigger 0, or like they when you sub inside the left side, when you sub inside the left side of the equation, you get bigger 0. It's this one and this one, right? That means your answer would be this one and this one lah. M smaller than -2. So you just write down M smaller than -2 and M bigger than 10. Okay, and that's the answer. Done already. Okay, 3 marks for this. Yeah. So that's all. But I do want to mention the graph sketching method is the paling common one. Okay, usually they come out quadratic inequality. This graph sketching method is the one that you must master. You must master this method. Before learning the other two method, make sure you know this method graph sketching method first. Okay, the number line and table jarang come out, but if it comes out, then you do it lah. So for this question, they ask for number line, and this is how you do the number line. Okay, all right, that's all. Okay, now I want to do B. Sketch the graph of gx for this. Okay, no problem. Okay, when you sketch, you need to get some points. You cannot straight away like just sketch and then like just do whatever shape you want. Like mana boleh. Like you have to get some points and you need to know rough. You need to have a rough idea how the graph looks like the shape of the graph, right? Because even though you plot everything correctly, like how you can't you can't like just join all the points, right? It needs to have the bentuk, the shape have to be correct. So let me tell you what is the shape of this graph. It will be a quadratic curve and it will be like this, like a smiley face, okay, like a U shape, okay. And the reason why I know is because I look at this equation, I saw it's a vertex form, and if it's a vertex form means it will have a minimum point. And why not maximum is because the a is positive. That's why it's minimum. That's why the shape is like this, right? But of course you can't just like put it like just draw like this and then just pass up. Like no. You need some important points. You need to find out some important points before drawing the graph, before sketching the graph. And let's find out those important points first. So I will draw a table to record all the important points. So this is X and then this is Y. Okay, what are the important points I need to find? Okay, first is the X-intercept and the Y-intercept, right? For quadratic, you need to have these 2 points, X-intercept, Y-intercept. And I recommend finding the turning point also. If it's a quadratic curve, if it's a quadratic, then I recommend finding the turning point. Okay, and then sometimes the soalan got bagi range. It means like they want you to sketch, but they only want you to restrict from X in between, like contoh like I don't know, -1 to 7, something like that. If they got give you this range, that means they want you to start at the specific point and end at the specific point. Then you should find out the starting and ending point, right? But this question don't have. Then this question don't have the range. Okay, so you don't. It means you can draw. There's no limit. There's no restriction. You can draw as far as you want. It doesn't matter. There's no restriction. So you just this 3 point is good enough already. Okay, let me tell you how will I find this point? I know some student they will tell me like, hey sir, change to general form. No need one. No need. You want to change to general form can also, but I will not do that. Sebenarnya tak payah tau tukar jadi general form. Because you want to do general form, a lot of work. You have to expand all those things, right? But actually, no need one. You can straight away go from here, and then straight away ganti x0 y0. You don't need to change to general form first. But you want to change general form can also. But it will be like slower lah. Okay, let's take out the turning point first. Because if it's vertex form, you can straight away take out the turning point. This will be the x coordinate, tapi kena tukar tanda, which is -5, -48. So that's your turning point. And then for the x0, you just put in lah, 0. So 0 plus 5 is 5. 5 squared is 25. 25 times 3 is 75. 75 minus 48, 27. Okay, you can use your calculator to help you. Okay, what happens if I ganti y0 here? Okay, so let's erase this. So it becomes the whole thing equals 0, right? So 3 bracket square minus 48 equals 0. Try to find x. So it's like -48 move here become 48 times 3 become over 3, which gives you 16. And then square move here becomes square root. But square root got two answer, plus minus 4. And here is x plus 5, right? So now it becomes like two answer already. So x plus 5 equals 4. And then x plus 5 equals -4, which gives you x equals -1, x equals -9. So it means got two x-intercept here lah, -1 and -9, right? Okay, done already. With all this, with these 3 points, you can sketch your graph already. Because there's no, and one more thing I want to say again is like, because they never give range. But if they got give the range, if they got ask you to start with a specific point and end at a specific point, then you better find out the the limit ataupun like paling paling starting punya point lah, and paling ending punya point. Okay, this question with this 3 point I can draw already. And I told you already the shape will, sorry. Okay, and I told you already the shape will be like this, like a smiley face. Okay, where should I draw? Okay, I'll just draw it down here. Okay, so first I will draw my y-axis, but looking at the x value, when I draw my y-axis, I will look at the x value. Can you see it's like 0 and the rest are all negative. So if you draw your y-axis here, then you have to erase the whole thing later, because later there's no space for you to put the point. You should put your y-axis on the right side. And you know why, right? Because all your x value is negative. So later all your points will be like you are most of your points is like on the left side. Actually, not most, like all the points will be on the left side. And now when you draw your okay, and then when you look at your y value, the highest here is 27. So let's jadikan 1.27 here. And then mana saya nak jadikan 0. So let's panjangkan. Okay, I don't want my graph to be like too big. So like this is a good size already. Okay, 0, let's put it down. The negative 48 will be like sangat bawah lah. Okay. But the 0, let's try to make it like logic a bit like okay, like here lah. Okay. Okay, this one is sketching question. Sketching question, you don't need to measure exactly. You don't tell me like, oh, sir, 27 cm, 48 cm. No need one. Like agak-agak lebih kurang. But try to make it make sense lah. You don't put a 0 here. How can it be here, bro? The distance here should be 48 unit, right? This one 27. So you try to make it make sense. Okay, now for my x-axis, you don't need to be, how to say? You don't need the right side because there's no points there. So everything is negative later. So this is good. Okay, let me make it straight. Okay lah, like that, this is good enough. So this is my x, and in my x value, we have what? We have 0, -1, -9, -5. So -1, I can make it like lebih kurang here lah. And then -2, 3, 4, 5. Okay lah, like maybe here. And then 9 is like double the distance, lebih kurang. Okay lah, something like that. Okay. So sketching question, you don't need to like measure. No need to follow like the exact scala. No need to have scale one. But try to make it like lebih kurang. Otherwise your graph will be like not nice. It will not be balanced later. If you do, if your scala is like too imbalanced, then it will affect the shape. Okay, 0, 27 will be here. That's my first point. -1, 0, that's the x-intercept. Okay. -9, 0, that's another x-intercept. Okay. -5, -48, that's the turning point. So where is it? It's here, right? Now my job is to join all these points, and then I will get my graph, right? Okay, I want to move this over. Is that possible? Okay, yeah. Okay, good, 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 good. Okay, now I will draw using freehand. Don't use ruler. You don't go and do like that. Like no, no, no. This one you have to use freehand because it's a curve. It's not a line. Okay, so let me put nicely. Okay, so now I'll draw the curve like this. It should look like a U or U. Not nice already. Okay, let's do one more time. Okay, let me do one more time. Oh, you. Like this. Okay, this is the minimum point. Okay lah, can already lah. Okay. One thing I want to mention is like this one, you can panjangkan, you can extend the line one. Because I told you already, this question never give you range. So they never ask you to, but if they could give you range, then you have to follow the range and stop at the specific point. But if they never give it, then yeah, you can make it panjang, right? Okay, let's write down the equation. What's the equation? Gx equals to 3 bracket x plus 5 square minus 48. And then done already lah, sudah siap already. Finish. You get full mark already. Okay, so now we can do question number 2. Okay. Okay, so wait. Okay, let's go. Number 2, I'll do it here. Okay, this one, no point. So this one erase. Okay, number 2. It is given that hx equals to this. Okay, this is another function, hx. Okay, so you have another graph now. So let's write it down. State the range of values of p and q if the graph of hx is on the left of gx. Okay, on the left of gx, and the position of minimum point of hx is lower than gx. Okay, listen. When you see the question says state range, it means your answer will be p bigger than something, or p smaller than something, or p in between, or like q bigger. Yeah, mesti macam ni one. Because when you see range means your answer will be like bigger than something, smaller than something. Mesti ada simbol ni kalau dia suruh cari range. So what you have to do now, I will explain to you what the P and the Q, how will the PQ affect the graph first? How will the P and Q affect the graph first? You need to know that. So P will affect the position of axis of symmetry because this is in vertex form. And we all know when it's in vertex form, you can straight away read the turning point, but the P have to tukar tanda, right? So become like this, right? And that means this will affect the x coordinate of the turning point. And do you remember just now when I do the first question just now, I straight away read the turning point from here, right? I get -5, -48. So imagine if I change this value, what happens is the x coordinate change. It means my turning point will move left or right depending on my x coordinate here. That is why here the p, it will affect your position of A or S, the axis of symmetry. Okay. In other words, it will control the horizontal movement of the graph. Okay. It will change the position of the graph left right, the left right position of the graph. Okay, what about Q? Well, Q is the y coordinate, right? Do you remember -48? Just now I straight away put at the y coordinate. Yeah, because that's the y coordinate of the turning point. So what it will affect is it will affect atas bawah. It will affect whether your turning point will be like tinggi or rendah or yeah, like that lah. So the Q will affect the minimum value or the maximum value. What is the meaning of minimum value, maximum value? Minimum value, maximum value means the y coordinate of the turning point lah. We call that the maximum value, right? So for this question, the minimum value is -48 lah. For the last question lah. Okay. Okay, but for this question is Q, right? Okay, they did mention something about being on the left here, something left, right? I remember here. So the graph of HX is on the left of GX. Okay, do you remember I sketched for GX? This one, right? This one is GX. You see, GX. But now they say the HX is on the left. So it's on the left, right? So let's use red color. So definitely if it's on the left, the turning point cannot be here. It has to be here. Hey, this one is on the right, bro. If you want the HX to be on the left, it should be here, left onwards. So let's choose a point. Let's say it's here, right? Okay, but the how to say? The y coordinate never change, It's just on the left, right? So we can assume it's like this. Okay, so it looks something like this, like this. On the left, okay. Okay, but they want us to write down the range, right? So how can we write down the range? It means your negative p, okay, your negative p must always be lesser than -5 lah. It must be lesser because it's on the left, so your axis of symmetry also has to be before -5, before, less than. Okay, so what is your axis of symmetry from here? Negative p. You understand, right? Why negative? Because I told you already, when you take out, you have to cut under. Okay? So negative p has to be lesser than -5 because on the left. So your p would be greater than 5. Okay, because when you pindah negative, you have to terbalikkan. Because when you divide -1, smaller have to change to bigger. It means your p must be bigger than 5. For the hx to be on the left side, the p must be bigger than 5. Okay. Okay, now what about the minimum maximum value q? Okay, this one you have to look at the next baris here because they mentioned about lower here. So they say minimum point position of hx is lower than gx. So that means the hx punya minimum point is lower, right? It's lower, so it's like something like this. Lower left lah, lower left. Okay, so if it's lower, what happens to your x coordinate? It never get affected. The x coordinate never get affected, but the y coordinate will get affected. Okay, the y coordinate, which is -48, which is the q lah, in this case, right? So your q must be lesser than -48 lah, because you understand, right? Because lower ma, so smaller than -8 lah, -48. Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, sudah siap. So this question worth how many marks? 4 marks. Okay, no problem. Sudah siap. Okay, now we will do question number 5A. So they ask us to sketch the graph of y equals blah blah for 0 until pi. Okay, no problem. Hence, using same axis, sketch a suitable line to find the number of solution. Blah 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 blah. Okay, that one later. Let's sketch this one first. Okay, when I teach my own student to sketch this, the method I use to teach my student is I will ask them to conteng punya. Conteng means like do a testing punya version, like testing. Okay, like you testing sini dulu. Means this one don't draw the real one first. So how to testing? Testing is like you draw a like main punya. Okay. Uh, don't draw the real one first because if you draw the real one, it's like you don't know. It's like very difficult because later you have to do a lot of modification. You have to modify a lot. Okay, so first let's draw cos 2x first. I always teach my student look at this first. So cos 2x means there will be two cos graph. The cos graph look like this, and don't forget it will always finish at 2 pi. No matter what, it will always finish at 2 pi. Okay. Okay. Now we have to look at the 2. The 2 means you have to change the 1 -1, 2 -2. Okay. So now this is the maximum value. Minimum value is 2 -2. Okay. Plus 2 means what? You have to move your graph 2 unit up. Okay, but the way I teach my student is like I ask them to straight away go here and then potong and then plus two. So 2 plus 2, 4, 0 plus 2, 2, negative plus 2, 0. And after you do that, you realize your x-axis position change already. Your x-axis is no longer here because this becomes 2 already. So your x-axis actually becomes here. Okay. So which one is your answer? This one. But you have to erase this, of course, because this is the because the old this that's the old x-axis, right? So you move down already, right? Okay. But I want to mention one more thing is like when you do the testing punya, main punya, you will have a rough idea how it looks like, right? But some student they don't know how to cut this, right? They will simply cut one. They will like say like, oh, so this one is 90. Hey, if you put this one 90, gone already your marks. Like salah already. Okay. So that's why I teach my student another method. Also, I will teach them, I will ask them to conteng first. After conteng, I will teach them how to get the coordinate, like the exact coordinate, so that they don't potong here at the wrong place. Okay. But if you're smart, you will know exactly one lah. It will be here lah. Pi will be here lah. Right? Confirm and then half of the cos graph pi over 2 will be here. Okay. And then 3 pi over 2 will be here. Okay. And if you feel like it's like easy for you to determine where you should put the thing, then you go ahead lah. Okay, but I want to show you how to do it the other way. So the 2 cos x plus 2. So what you can do is like I will teach my student to take the cos x here, you sub into 0, 1, negative 1. Not the whole thing sub 0, 1, negative 1, only the cos x saja, only this part. Okay. Okay, so when you sub this whole thing becomes 0, it becomes what? When y equal, okay, this cos x becomes 0. 0 times 2 is 0, 0 plus 2 is 2. So now your y equals to 2. And then if your y equals to 2 means the whole thing here equals to 2. So 2 cos x plus 2 also equals to 2. And then you try to solve for x. Okay, 2 minus 2 is 0. 0 divided 2 is 0. Okay, cos 0 is special case. And the answer would be 90 to 70. What do I mean by special case? Special case means you cannot use calculator to get the answer. You need to hafal. Yeah. And how many special case you belajar? 7. Ada 7 special case. Sin 0, sin 1, sin negative 1, cos 0, cos 1, cos negative 1, and tangent 0. And cos 0 is one of the special case. So, kena hafal lah. Okay, now we will repeat the same process, but this time I will ganti the cos x jadi 1, 1. So if this whole thing become 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 2 plus 2 is 4. So it means your y is 4. And if your y is 4, the whole thing here equals to 4. 2 cos x plus 2 equals 4. And then you try to find cos x. 4 minus 2, 2, 2 divided 2, 1. So shift cos 1 is also special case, 0 and 360. Special case means you cannot use calculator. You can't get your answer from your calculator. Yeah, because special case. Okay, last one is when y equals berapa. Let's sub this whole thing become negative 1. Negative 1 times 2, negative 2 plus 2, 0. Right? Okay, now the whole thing also 0. So 2 cos x plus 2 equals 0. Cos x equals negative 1. And then x equals 180. This is also special case. Special case cannot tekan shift cos. You have to hafal. Okay, what's the reason of me doing all this is get the exact coordinate of these points, right? But if you, for those strong students, if you can know the coordinate like just by looking at this, then it's like you can straight away draw lah. Then you don't have to do all this, right? If you feel like you can do it. Okay, now I will sketch the graph. So you have two, the y is 2, 4, 0, which is exactly the same with what I write here. See, 2, 4, 0. So what you can do is like just draw a line and make sure the x-axis you put paling bawah. Why put paling bawah is because I know my y-axis only use from 0, 2, and 4 only. Means there's no points down here. It's like only 0, 2, and 4. Okay, and then this I will call it my y-axis, and my x-axis is always like 90, 180, 270, 360, right? Okay, okay, I know there's a question got mentioned here, draw until pi only, right? That one later, that one don't look at it first. If you look at it now, you will get confused. Okay, this one I always teach my student, last kali baru you padam. Now when you try to draw it, leave it first. Okay. Okay. So what we do now is this one I should label 360 is 2 pi, 180 is pi, 90 is pi over 2. This one is 3 pi over 2. Okay. What happens when y equals to 2? X equals 90 to 70. So x equals 90, which is here. Y equals 2, right? X 90. Y equals 2, x equals 270, which is here. Done. And then what about this? When y equals 4, x equals 0, 360. Y equals, oh my god, I did something wrong. Oh my god. I wanna die. This one is 2 cos 2x. Oh my god. What am I doing? Ayo, this one 2x. So this should be right. 2x, right? And also if it's 2x, what changed? Okay, the answer is still 9270. Okay, it's still 9270. But you have to tambah 360. You have to take all your answer tambah 360 because if the coefficient of x here is 2 means you have to find the answer for the second pusingan. So 90 plus 360, 450, 270 plus 630. And then everything divide 2, which gives you 45, 135, 225, 315. Okay, but later these two answer we will end up cutting one. You know why, right? Because they want us to draw until 180 only. Okay, but for now I'll just let you see all the answers. Okay, okay, so what about this one also wrong already, right? Because I forgot the 2 just now. So there will be a 2 here, so it means your cos 2x will be 1, and then shift cos 1 gives you 0 and 360, and then take all your answer plus 360 sekali. So 0 plus 360, 360, 360, 720, and then x equals to divide 2, divide 2, divide 2. So these are all your answer, but later you will end up cutting this point. Okay, because later you will erase off this part. So there are some points that you will erase later, but I will show you everything now. Okay, cos 2x, cos 2x. So this one is 2 also, but there's another answer plus 360, right? Okay, how to get your x? So divide 2, 180 divided 2 is 90, 500 is 270. Okay, okay, now let's plot one more time. This one is wrong there. Okay, so when y equals to 2, x equals 45, 135, 225, it means here, 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 here lah. But when y equals to 2, so it's here, 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 like that. Okay, when y equals 4, x equals 0, 180, 360, y equals 4, 0, 180, 360. Okay, when y equals to 0 here, x is 90, 270. So when y equals 0 here, x equals 90, which is pi over 2, and then 270. Okay, and the way you join, of course, you will join exactly like this. The shape will be like this. That's why it's important to something to do. Because I see some students, they will do this only. Yeah, and they don't want to do this part. Actually, it's problematic also if you just do this. You need to like you need to how to say like conteng dulu lah. You need to like testing dulu, like main punya like like testing first so that you know how the shape looks like. Okay, because even if you find all the points correctly, but if you don't know the shape, is like you join the wrong shape is wrong also. Okay, so now let's do it. Make sure it looks like a course graph. So this is a course graph, right? And then repeat one more time. Okay, this is your answer. Okay, now it's time to look at the range. The last part of the question is looking at this. So they want you to draw 0 until pi. It means they want you to start specifically at 0 and end specifically at a specific point, which is here. So the rest I have to erase. So what I want to do now is I will erase off the extra part. Okay. Okay, why is it important to look at the range last kali baru tengok? Because sometimes if they want you to draw until 3 over 2 pi, it's like it will be very confusing, right? So that's why I always teach my student, don't look at the range first. You straight away draw until 2 pi first. You just draw until 2 pi, ignore what they want here. Okay. After you do that, then only you look at the range, then only you erase the extra part. It's better to do it like this. Yeah, you can avoid a lot of mistakes, right? Okay, I'm done. Let's write down the equation. Y equals 2 cos 2x plus 2. Now it's time to do the next part. Using the same axis, sketch a line, find the number of solution. Okay, number of solution means number of intersection point. Okay, like how many intersection point. They never ask you to find the coordinate of the intersection point, just like how many times dia intersect, like berapa bilangan kali dia silang lah. Okay, for this equation. Okay, let's write this equation down because that's going to be important later on. So cos 2x equals to x over pi minus 1. Okay, when we want to sketch a line here, we need to have the points for the line, right? You cannot just simply go like that. Like you need to make sure that the line passes through 2 points and you need to have the coordinate of the 2 points so you can join them. But how to get coordinate from the how to get 2 points for the line? You need the equation of the line lah. You need to have the equation of the line. And the equation of the line will be y equal mx plus c, right? But how to get the equation? Okay, the equation they gave us is not the equation of line. Okay, equation of line should be y equals something one. Like this one don't even have y. So my mission now is to make it into y. Yeah, make it into so that my equation has y. And how to do that is by referring to my A question. My A question says y equals 2 cos 2x plus 2. So I will try my best to change this to 2 cos 2x plus 2. And how we do that? Times 2 for everyone. 2 cos 2x times 2, 2x over pi times 2 negative 2. When you times 2, everyone have to times 2. And then I will plus 2 both sides. And when I do that, my right side also have to plus 2, so it will look like this, minus 2 plus 2. Okay, so now my right side becomes 2x over pi. And why I do that, why I plus 2 both sides, is because I know this thing is equals to y. So now I finally get my equation of straight line. Y equals mx plus c. My gradient is 2 over pi, my c is 0. But now I have to plot this line in the sketch this line on the same axis. So let's find out 2 points. Okay, some teachers they teach using table one, like draw table like that. Okay, can also, eh? But I lebih suka buat macam ni lah bracket. So you find 2 points, I'll ganti x0. Okay, when you sub x0, you will get 0 times 2, 0, 0. So it means the line will definitely pass through 0, 0. Okay, for the other point, maybe you can put whatever point you want, but let's put x pi lah, right? Because if you put x2 pi, you can't, like you can't plot it in your graph later. So you can choose pi or pi over 2, something like that. But let's use pi, right? Pi is good. Because if you put pi here, pi and pi cut, you left with 2. So that means this straight line will pass through 0, 0 and pi 2. And now you can draw using a ruler. This one can use ruler because this one is a line. Okay. Okay, but for the coarse graph, don't use ruler. Okay, the equation for this line is y equals 2x over pi. And that's all. Okay. Okay, but you still have to write the number of solution. Okay, number of solution means bilangan berapa kali dia intersect. So you can see that it intersect 1 time, 2 time, right? Let me circle it for you in case you don't see it. So this 2 times. So I'll just write here number of solution is 2. NOS is 2. Ataupun dalam bahasa Melayu, bilangan penyelesaian adalah 2. Okay, dia ada 2 penyelesaian. Okay, surat siap, that's all. Right? Okay, let me make this smaller because I need space to do my okay, wait, why is it like that? Wait. Okay. 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 So now I have enough space to do my here. Okay. Okay, let's read the question. Solve the equation for this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, if they want to solve means find x. And if they want to find x means later you have to buang whatever in front of the x. Which like if it's sine, then you buang sana jadi sine inverse. If it's cos, you buang sana lah. And when you do shift sine, shift cos, shift tangent, you have to determine whether it's normal case or special case. Okay, and other tujuh special case yang you kena hafal, I just mentioned it just now in the graph question. I mentioned it just now, the special case, right? But there's another type of question where they never ask you to find x one. They will ask you to find something x. For example, like sine x or cos x. It means they don't want you to pindah the sign over there. They want it to be like that. They don't want it to be like, they don't want you to go shift sign. Okay, for those type of question, you need to lukis. For those type of question, you need to draw. Please make sure you know that. That one very important. Okay, you need to locate. Okay, and then after you locate, you have to label the information and then find the remaining side using Pythagoras theorem and then see what the question wants and then like that lah, But if it's this type of question, no need to draw. No need to draw. This type you can straight away just solve it lah. Okay, how to do that? First of all, my equation is not nice. Why not nice? Because it has sine, it has cos. I want my equation to have sine sahaja ataupun cos sahaja. I don't want it to be like have a lot of different trigo. It's very difficult, alright? Okay, I know the sine x there's nothing I can change because sine x is already like, and also dia tak ada square. So I cannot use basic identity. So I will not change that. That one I'll just leave it. But for the cos 2x, I can use double angle formula. And cos 2x you can change to 1 minus 2 sine square. Okay, actually can change to 3. It can change to cos square minus sine square. It can change to uh 2 cos square minus 1. And also the last one is 1 minus 2 sine square. But why I choose this is because I want my equation later to have sine sahaja. I want the sine here and the sine here to match basically. Okay, what about the at the back here? I can't see it. Oh, equals cos square. Okay, I tengok yang ni lah. Equal cos square. Okay, cos square can use basic identity change to 1 minus sine square. Because when you have square, you can use basic identity. The formula looks like this: sine square plus cos square equals 1. So to get the cos square is just pindah this one, 1 minus sine square. Okay, now your equation looks better because your equation have sine only. The only trigo here is sine, right? But it's actually a quadratic equation involving sine because I see square already, right? Okay, let's try to get rid of the fraction first. And the way we do that is take everything times 2. Okay, because I want to matikan the 2. Okay, times 2. 2 times 2, negative 4 sine square. This one times 2, it will just cut the 2, so sine x. Then times 2 is 2, times 2 is 2 sine square. Okay, when you see square means this is a quadratic. And when it's a quadratic, you need to pindah everything on one side equals 0, right? So that later you can press calculator. Okay, when you pindah everything to one side, I will choose everything on the right side. You know why? Because I want my a to be positive. So it'll be -2 plus 4, which is 2 sine square, positive 2 sine square. If you want to move it, you want to write this side, can also, but it will be negative lah. Then later you have to tambah lagi satu baris, you have to tukar tanda for everyone lah. You have to change sign for everyone later, but it's the same thing. You will get the same answer. Okay, plus sign move over there become minus sign x, and then the only thing remaining here is 2 and 2 cut already lah, left 0 already lah. Okay, so this is your equation. Okay, so let's write it back one more time again, but this time we adjust back to the left side like this, right? It's the same thing. I just write it like so that the 0 is at the right side. Okay, now we can factorize. Okay, for this type of quadratic equation, you don't need your calculator to factorize because it only has two terms, and also you can do it yourself, right? So out of this, from these two terms, what can you factorize? What can you factor out? So this one is 2 sin square, this one is sin x. So apa yang kita boleh bahagi daripada dua-dua term ni? Dua-dua term ni, they both boleh bahagi sin x, right? They both can divide by sin x. So we can factorize out the sin x. So you're left with 2 sin x. Because this one is sine square. So when you take out one, you left with one. And then sine x divided sine x is just 1. And after you factorize, you will get something times something equals 0. Then you can take the first bracket equals 0, second bracket equals 0, which is sine x equals 0. And then the other one is 2 sine x minus 1 equals 0. Okay, so your answer would be this and this combined together. Okay, let me ask you this. If sine x equals 0, that means it's a normal case or special case? Special case. And if it's special case, can I use calculator to tekan shift sign 0? Cannot. Special case cannot. And there are 7 special case, right? So if it's special case, you need to hafal. Okay, you need to hafal. Okay. Do you remember I explained it using the graph just now also? Because just now graph I cari point punya method, right? And I also explained shift cos -1, shift cos 1, shift cos 0. That one also special case. So this one also special case. So the answer will be 0, 180, 360. Okay. Yeah, and this one, and there are 7 special case. You need to memorize the answer for the 7 special case. Okay, okay. This one is normal case because your sine x will be 1/2. -1, 1, 2. So this one is normal case. Normal case you can use calculator. Okay, for normal case, how will you do it? You will get your reference angle first. And how you do that is you will tekan shift sign 1/2. Tapi kalau ada negative, jangan tekan negative. Because when you find reference angle, you don't care about the negative. You only want the first quadrant answer. Okay, so you will not tekan the negative. So you tekan shift sign 1/2. Let's press. Okay, I did it already. My calculator give me 30 degree. But this is not the answer, of course. This is just the reference angle. To get the real angle, you have to check the quadrant. So let's draw the cross. Add sugar to coffee. Sign bernilai positive, quadrant 1 and quadrant 2. So that means your answer is in quadrant 1, quadrant 2. So your quadrant 1 answer will be 30. Quadrant 2 will be 180 minus, which is 150. Okay, now you have all your answers. Now you can write it down and that's all. Okay, let's write down one more time. Dot, dot, dot. Your x equals to, okay, your answer is not just this, it's also this. But let's arrange it in ascending order. So from jawapan yang paling kecil, tulis dulu 0, followed by 30, followed by 150, followed by 180, followed by 360. Okay, and you should be able to get full mark if you write like this, right? Okay, so is that everything? Yeah, 4 marks, 5 marks. So 9 marks for this. Wow, a lot, huh? Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's go number 6. It is given that the gradient function, okay, the moment I see this word, I know it's differentiation already, confirm. Because this word only comes out in the differentiation chapter. Gradient function is dy dx, okay? Or like sometimes we call it gradient curve. Okay, gradient curve and gradient function is the same thing. GF. Okay, gradient function. Okay, so gradient function means dy dx equals to this x plus 2 over x squared. Right? So let's write down. And then what else it says here? The curve passes through point 1, 1. Okay, let's write down PT passes through 1, 1. Find the function of curve. Okay, find function of curve means find y lah. Means cari y lah. Okay, but they never give us y, they give us dy dx. So how can we dapat balik y if I want to if they give me dy dx, how to dapat balik y? Okay, y how to jadi dy dx? You differentiate, right? That's how you end up here, right? When you take the y, you differentiate. So how to change it back to dy dx is you integrate lah. You integrate. You buat pengamiran. So how to write y equals, okay, this is how I teach my student. This d stands for differentiate. When you move over there, it becomes the integration symbol. Okay, this dx dia duduk bawah kan. When you move over there, dia duduk atas. And then what you write in between is the bracket x plus 2 over x square lah. Okay, and now I want you to know something. If the integration symbol here beside kalau ada number, we call it definite integral, kamiran tentu. But if sini tak ada number, we call it indefinite integral, kamiran tak tentu. And kalau kamiran tak tentu, indefinite integral, you have to write plus c dekat belakang. Kalau dia tak ada number, right? So for this case is kamiran tak tentu. So later your answer would be like something plus c, and you have to find the c later. Okay, by using this, okay, because they give us passes through 1 1, right? This one is after you integrate later, you sub in the xy inside to find the c later. Okay, but for now let's integrate first. Okay, before integrate you need to know something. Kalau boleh expand, you should expand first. This one memang boleh expand, and how you do expand this is like you okay, if I give you a plus b square, when you expand you will get a square plus 2ab plus b square. All right, so you apply this in your equation lah. Okay, so don't integrate first, expand first. So x square plus, okay, 2ab means 2 times x times 2 over x. Okay, 2 times x times 2 over x is 2, 2 times 2 is 4. Just 4 only. Okay, and then plus b square, which is 2 over x square, which gives you 4 over x square. It means atas pun kena square, bawah pun kena square. Okay, but when you integrate, kalau ada x bawah, you try to naik atas. So it becomes 4x power negative 2. Okay. Okay, now it's time to integrate. And when you start integrate, you will stop writing this symbol. You will start writing bracket instead. And when you integrate, you have to take power plus 1 and then divide with the new power. So x power 3 over 3. Okay, when you integrate number, just letak x aja. So integrate 4 is just 4x. Okay, this one is power plus 1. 4x power negative 1. Divide with the new power negative 1. And don't forget, the dx have to write plus c. Because this is indefinite integral. Kamiran tak tentu. Kalau kamiran tak tentu, you tak boleh you kena tulis plus C lah. Sebab dia tak ada number sini kan. Tapi kalau ada number, you kena ganti masuk and then ganti nombor atas dalam and then tolak dengan ganti nombor bawah. Itu kalau dia ada number lah. Okay, so now we can simplify this part because this looks very ugly. The power is negative, right? So what we can do is write x power 3 over 3 plus 4x. Okay, the power negative, you can make it into power positive. Very simple, just put it down. Then what about the 4 and negative 1? Boleh buat lah. 4 divided negative 1 is negative 4 duduk atas. So the other way to write this is just erase the plus and straight away just put a minus, just write it here and then plus c. Okay, don't tell me you stop your answer here. Don't tell me you stop here. If they want to find function of curve, it means they want y in terms of x only. This is not complete yet because you need to find the c, right? That is why they give you passes through point 1 1 for you to find c. Okay, so you just ganti 1 in x, y. So now it becomes 1, this one bracket 3 plus 4 bracket minus 4 over bracket plus c. And for the x, ganti 1, the y also ganti 1. Okay, now you can find your c. This is 1, this is 1 over 3, this one is 4, this one minus 4 plus c, potong potong. So your c is 2 over 3. So finally, you have your answer. You rewrite this whole thing. Y equals x power 3 over 3 plus 4x minus 4 over x. And for the c, you know already. You find it plus 2 over 3. So you write. Okay, so this is your final answer. Hope you understand. Okay, now we are doing question E. Okay, this is also integration question. Let's read the soalan first. Diagram 3 shows a curve. Okay, I can see it. And then it says y equals to blah blah blah. Okay, they label for me. Straight line y equals negative. Okay, got straight line, and they also draw for me, label for me already. Intersect at the point A. Okay, let's see point A. Oh, they never label this one, so let's label negative 2, 7. And point B also they intersect here. Okay, point B I don't know. Actually, I can find it. Let's just find it now lah. Okay, let's not care about what they want at the end. We just find it. When we see stuff that we can find, just find it. Okay, how to find this? This is the y-intercept of straight line, but it's also the y-intercept of curve. So look at your straight line equation. What is your y-intercept? 3, right? Okay, so this is 0, 3. Okay, or you can say like just sub x0 inside here. Okay, but if you want to sub inside the curve equation, can also, because kebetulan they both have the same y-intercept. They both intersect y-axis at B. That's why both equation will give you the same answer. Okay, where point B lies on y-axis. Okay, the one I know already lah. Okay, so I have my point A, point B. What they want? Area of shaded region. Okay, in order to find the shaded region here, you cannot find. Okay, you have to integrate 2 times basically. You have to integrate 2 times. You cannot integrate 1 time because when you integrate some shaded region, you can only integrate when your shaded region is between the curve and x-axis ataupun like between the curve and y-axis. Okay, if you look at carefully at this shaded region, it's not in between the curve and x-axis, and it's also not in between the curve and the y-axis, right? So that means you have to integrate 2 times. You have to integrate 2 times, and then you have to take straight line minus curve ataupun curve minus straight line. Either one. Not either one line, like one of it would be correct. It's either straight line minus curve or curve minus straight line. And let me tell you, for this case, it will be straight line minus curve. The correct way is to find this area first. Let me use red color. So did you see this line? So the correct way is to find the area of this red color trapezium first. This shape we call it trapezium, right? Okay, because you can only integrate when the region is in between a curve or a line with the axis. Okay, so you can find this one first. After you find this, then only you minus the blue color part. The blue color part is this one lah. Like is this part lah. And this part you can find it by integrating the curve with the x-axis, because this region is in between the curve and x-axis. Okay. Okay. So now let's find the red color part first. So the red color part is area of trapezium. So I will write here. So area of trapezium. Okay, you can use integration method to do, but you can also use the area of trapezium formula, which is 1/2 times A plus B times C, right? A plus B times C. That's how you find area of trapezium. So what's the A and B? Look at the y coordinate. When you butcher the height, the thingy, always take the y coordinate. When you're trying to get the vertical height, always butcher y coordinate. So 7. Plus with this one, the y coordinate is 3. And then the distance here, C is, okay, this one is -2, right? So the distance here is 2 unit. Don't take negative, panjang tak ada negative. Okay, 7 plus 3, 10, 10 times 2, 20, divide to 10. Okay, that's your area of trapezium. But this is not your answer, You have to minus with, you have to minus with what? You have to minus with this part. You see the part that I crossed out. Now this is the part, okay? But we have to find this separately and then minus later. Okay, so how can we minus this part? This one no choice. You have to use integration method. Cannot use like formula like just now. Okay, so let's write down the area of, let's call it unwanted lah. Unwanted means saya tak mau punya area. Unwanted, tak mau. Saya tak mau. Okay, saya tak mau ini loss kan. So tak mau punya area macam mana cari? Integrate. Okay, this one is integrate from 0 to -2, right? Actually -2 to 0 because -2 is smaller. And then it will integrate x-axis because it's like the region here is in between curve and x-axis. That's why it's dx. And if it's dx, this must be y. Okay, so this is -2, 0. This is dx. And the y, you jangan masuk ini -2x plus 3. No, no. This y is for you to masuk curve equation, because this region is in between the curve and the x-axis. So it should be the curve equation, which is -x power 3 plus, minus x power 2. Okay, I can't see it. What's the equation? Minus x power 2 plus 3. Okay, that's plus 3. Okay, now it's time to integrate and see what we get here. So, okay, it's already ready to integrate already. Because tak ada x dekat bawah and also cannot expand already. So straight away, open big bracket. This one become -x power 4 over 4. This will become x power 3 over 3. When you integrate number, just letak x saja. And then tutup bracket, 0, -2. Oh, and one more thing, this is a definite integral. Kamiran tentu, because dia ada numbers ini. So kalau dia ada number, tak payah tulis plus C. Okay, what you have to do instead is ganti masuk the 0 inside, and then ganti masuk -2 inside, and then tengah-tengah minus. Okay, when you sub 0 inside, 0 power 4, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 power 3, 0, 3 times 0, 0, 0 minus 0 plus 0, 0. So just write 0. Okay, and then now ganti -2 here. So it becomes -2 power 4, which is positive 16, but got minus in front. So it becomes -16 divided 4, which gives you -4. -2 sub here, power 3 become negative 8, but got another negative here, so negative, negative, positive 8 over 3. And then here is 3 times negative, which is negative 6. Okay. Oh, by the way, you can use your calculator to help you. You don't have to do like me one, like just use calculator. Okay, so here becomes 0 minus, okay, this will be negative, what? Let's press. Negative 10 plus 8 over 3. Okay, my calculator give me negative 22 over 3. So, tulis lah. Okay, so minus minus jadi plus, so the answer is 22 over 3 unit square. But this is not the final answer. This is the area of unwanted region, the Tamau punya region, right? So now I can finally find my area of shaded region. So let's make this smaller. Okay, so my area of shaded region will be what? Area of shaded region will be 10, which is the big area, minus with 22 over 3. Okay, and the answer will come out 8 over 3. Uh, Wait, let me press 10. Yeah, correct. 8 over 3. Okay, so 8 over 3 unit square. Oh, one more thing I want to mention is like sometimes when you integrate using the x-axis, and if your shaded region is below, you have to put modulus. If your shaded region is like below lah, it's like, for example, like this, like this, like this, like this, right? Let's say this one is negative 5, this one is 0. When you integrate this, you have to put modulus. Because when you integrate using x-axis, and if your shaded region is below the axis, your answer will come out negative. Tapi area tak ada negative. So you have to put modulus for kalau dia macam tu lah. But this one, I'm using x-axis and my shaded region is above the x-axis. That is why I don't have that problem. So yeah, that's all. Okay, hope you understand. Okay, let's move on. Question number 7. I think this is a vector question. Okay, let's go. Diagram 4 shows the vector PQ drawn on the Cartesian plan. Okay, no problem. Okay, this is a coordinate vector question. Why I say it is because you see coordinate lah. Okay, and when it's coordinate vector question, it involves I and J. Okay, xi plus yj. Okay, but we can also write in another form, which is like a matrix punya form like this. Okay, X is for pergerakan yang kiri kanan, Y is for pergerakan yang atas bawah. Okay, so we can write down our vector PQ. Okay, I already saw it here. They want to find unit vector, right? But you need to get your PQ vector in terms of IJ first. So let's do that. P to Q is how many? 1, 2, horizontal first. Count horizontal first. And then 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it should be negative 5i and then positive 5j. Y negative is going to left, that's why. But this jy positive is because going up. Okay. Okay, now we will find unit vector. Okay, the formula for unit vector is you have the formula is 1 over magnitude. 1 over magnitude times with the vector. And this vector must be in terms of ij lah. This is the formula. Okay. So what I have to do now is find the magnitude of PQ first. Because if I don't do that, then how I cannot find the unit vector. How to find magnitude? Square root bracket square plus bracket square. And inside this bracket, you can only put in kalau dia you'll put in the numbers in front of ij. Yeah, you'll put in the coefficient of ij, which is negative 5 and 5 lah. Okay, now it's like you have to do this. Okay, you get square root 50 because 25 plus 25, right? Okay, this is just the magnitude. Now we have to find unit vector. Okay, let's write nicely. Unit vector in direction of PQ. Okay, what's the formula for unit vector? I told you, right? It's 1 over magnitude, square root 50, times with the vector in terms of ij, of course. So negative 5i plus 5j. Okay, if you realize this square root 50 actually can simplify. Yeah, can simplify. So you learn how to simplify cert before in Form 4, Chapter 4, the indices cert logarithm punya chapter. So this one can simplify because square root 50 becomes square root 25 times 2 like that. And then square root 25 is 5. Square root 2 cannot square root 2 like this. So what I'll do is I'll simplify this so that it becomes 5 square root 2. So I will erase this and write 5 square root 2. Okay. And then now I will expand, right? It means I will simplify first, then only I expand. Then only I expand. Okay, so when I expand, it becomes negative 5 over 5 square root 2. But we all know this one can cut. So why not you straight away write negative 1 over square root 2 I. Okay. And then this 5j, when you times, can the 5 to this atas can cut also. So you just left 1 over square root 2j. And that's the answer. That's your unit vector. So it's only worth 2 marks. Okay, I'll take it. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, let's do the B question. Okay, diagram 5 shows a quadrilateral ABCD. Okay, no problem. And then AED, okay. AED, what? Oh, AED and EFC are straight line. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, makes sense. Okay, 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 boleh. AB is 20. Okay, I should label lah. Yeah, I should label. If you don't label, it will be very difficult later for you to do the question. Okay, AB label like this, going down arrow 20x. Okay, kau team, siap ready? AE 8y, okay, let's label also. The arrow have to go point at E 8y. Okay, let me write nicely. 8y. And then DC 25x minus 24y. DC is this one. So the arrow have to go C 25x minus 24y. Okay, so far so good. This one is trying to tell you the ratio. This one is the ratio, okay? And how we convert to ratio is the AE will be ratio 1, the AD will be 4, means this is 3, okay? Okay, let me teach you, okay? Let me teach you how I know is like 1, 3, Okay, if you very weak at baca, kalau you sangat lemah baca ratio, you rugi tau sebab you rugi dekat chapter ni vector, and you also rugi because coordinate geometry got asked a lot of ratio also. So I need you all to pandai baca ratio. So cara baca dia macam ni. First, you boleh tukar jadi, because we all know if you want the AE nisbah AD punya nisbah, okay, kita tukar jadi pecahan lah. Because when you change to fraction, that's when you know AE over AD equals to 1 over 4, right? And do you know that this line, this fraction line, it means ratio lah. So AE ratio is 1 ratio 4 lah. So that's why AE is 1, AD is 4. So AE is 1, AD is 4. But this one is ED, right? So 4 minus 1 lah, 3 lah. Okay. This is how I do it. Okay. But I did this in my head lah. This one I did it in my head just now. That's why I straight away write the ratio already. Okay, let's try one more time. Let's see whether you can handle it or not. This one. You tell me how to label this. EF punya ratio 3 or 5? 3 lah. 3 lah. It's not difficult. But you have to bulatkan lah, because nisbah mesti bulatkan. And then the EC would be 5. But you don't write 5 here. This is not EC, this is FC. So EC is the whole line. So 5 minus 3 is 2 like this. Okay, I'm done labeling. Now let's do number 1. Express vector BD, but they got say in terms of X and Y, right? Okay, let's go. So question 1, I'll do it here. B to D vector. Okay, where's BD? Here, right? Okay, let's draw a line to join BD. Okay, when I join, I realize that I don't have the vector going directly, but I can go BAAD ataupun BCCD. Both will give you the same answer. But which one better? Which one better? I think I will go, let's see. Maybe I will go BAAAD lah. Yeah, BAAD. Okay. Because vector BA I have already. Okay, but AB is 20x. So what is BA? If you go opposite direction, it will be negative 20x, right? Okay, what is vector AD? Well, it will be 8y plus with this one, right? But this one I don't know. Okay, but you can find it easily because this one is ratio 1, 8y. So ratio 3 means 8y times 3 lah. Because this one is 1 portion, this one is 3 portion. So to get the 3 portion, you take 8y times 3, which is 24y. And the arrow have to be facing same way. Have to facing the same direction. So now you know your answer already. It will be negative 20x plus 8y plus 24y, which is plus 32y. And that's the answer. That's all. Okay. Okay, now for second question. Question E, they want to find EC, right? Okay, let's do it here, maybe. Okay, so vector EC. Okay, where's EC? EC is here, right? Okay, if I want to find this, how I can jalan? ED, DC lah. Yeah, so easy, man. Because I have both ED and DC already, right? Like so kacang in this question. Okay, so ED is what? 24y, okay. And then DC, there give already mah. And also the direction sudah betul. So you don't have to convert the symbol already. Tak payah tukar tanda, Okay, so what's the answer? 24y minus 25 is 0. So the answer is 25x. So that's all done already. Okay, finally we are at the question 3 already. Okay, question 3, what is one? Show that point B, F, and D are collinear. Collinear in Bahasa Melayu is segaris. Is segaris. And how do we prove that they are parallel or collinear. Okay, for parallel and collinear, cara buat dia sama. If they ask you to prove that they are parallel ataupun want you to prove they are collinear, cara working dia sama. Cara yang you buat sama. Okay. Okay, so what is the cara then? Okay, the cara is if they want for collinear, they want to prove BFD are segaris, you will find any two vectors on this line. Okay, any two vectors. So let's say this one BFD, right? You will find any two vectors. It can be BF, it can be FD, it can be BD, like any two. Just choose any random two vectors. Doesn't matter. Some student they thought mesti ambil BF dengan FD. Tak semesti one. You want to take BD also can. Boleh juga. Okay. Yang penting is you jangan ambil dua vector yang sama lah. You don't go and tell me you take BD and DB. Like that's basically the same thing. Don't do that. Like take any two vector, two pair. Like take one pair. I mean like ambil dua vector yang along this line, right? If I am you, I will take BD definitely because BD I have already. Like it's for free already. See, I did just now. Negative 20x plus 32y. And for the other one, I can either choose BF or FD. Both also you can use to prove that they are collinear. Okay, let's see. Is it easier to find vector BF or is it easier to find vector FD? I think they are both equally susah to find. But okay lah, let's just find FD lah. Okay, I'll just find FD. Okay, and after I do FD, find my FD vector. Later, after I get my FD, I will do BD equals to lambda FD. Because in vector, that is how you prove that they are parallel. Is you do it like this. Okay, when two vectors are parallel ataupun collinear, dia boleh sama dengan, right? Dia boleh equal. Kalau dia tak boleh, if two vectors can equal, then only it means they are parallel. If they cannot equal, means they are not parallel, right? So if they want us to show that they are parallel, you should show by doing it by showing that these two vectors boleh sama dengan, and the lambda is just there because of the ratio. The lambda represents the ratio for PD and FD, right? And now let's find FD first, right? Let's find FD first. Okay, how to find FD is I will take FE plus ED. FE plus ED, right? Okay, what is FE? Okay, let me erase this. I need more space. Okay, what is FE? FE, FE. FE saya tak ada. Tapi saya ada ratio dia mah. FE is 3 portion out of 5 portion for CE. Do you understand? Because F to E is 3 out of 5 from C to E. Not E to C. If you write E to C wrong, the direction have to be one way one. So FE is 3 over 5 CE. Plus with ED, right? ED, which is 24Y lah. And then now you get 3 over 5 CE. Okay, what CE tak ada oh. Here lah. But this one is EC. And then is EC. I want CE. So just tukar tanda saja negative 25x. And then plus 24y. Okay, this one can cut. So left with negative 5 times 3, negative 15x plus 24y. Okay, that should be the vector for FD. Now it's time to show that they are collinear or not. And the working is we have to take BD equals to FD. And then here I have to put a lambda. Actually, you can use whatever symbol you want. You can even put K or whatever. Okay, but I use lambda. Okay, sebenarnya ada dua cara tau untuk buat ni. There's two method. This method is the textbook method. Tapi sebenarnya ada lagi satu cara. But let me show you this method first. So BD is equals to what? Negative 20x plus 32y equals to lambda FD, right? Okay, FD is this negative 15x plus 24y. Okay, so now lambda darat masuk is negative 15 lambda x plus 24 lambda y. Okay, and then this one is negative 20x plus 32y. So basically what you're doing is you tambah lambda and then you kembang. Lepas you kembang, now you compare. Now you need to compare, you need to banding. So how you banding is you banding the coefficient of x and the banding the coefficient of y later. Okay, so negative 20 equals to negative 15 lambda, right? And then 32 equals to 24 lambda, right? Okay, and then you find lambda both sides. If both this lambda value give you the same value, if they give you same, it means parallel. If both this lambda give you the same exact value. If they give you different value, it means they are not parallel. It means not collinear lah. Not parallel means not collinear. Okay. Okay, so let's try to find lambda here. 20 divide 15, 4 over 3. 32 divide 24, 4 over divide 8, 3. Yeah. So you can see the lambda here and lambda here same, right? So same meaning that we can sub the 4 over 3 back into here. And when you sub it in, it means BD and FD are parallel. Okay. Okay, I don't have enough space, so I will make this smaller. Okay, so now it will be BD, lambda no already 4 over 3, so 4 over 3 FD, right? Okay, so now we can say they are parallel, right? But how do we write the sentence? Takkanlah you nak tulis parallel, right? The soalan asks for collinear, right? So how to write? Since, okay, BFD, right? So you can say that uh, since uh, point D, yeah, point D is a common point, right? It's a common point. Common point. Therefore, points B, F, and D are collinear. Okay. Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. If you have two vectors that are equal, it means they are parallel. For example, if you look at the information, do you remember just now this information and this information? You see two vector equal, right? It means EF and EC must be parallel. And if you don't believe me, tengok. EF, EC. You see? They're parallel, right? Same with the AE, AD here. When two vectors equal, dia memang parallel one. AE and AD. Yeah, they are parallel. Okay. Actually, they are collinear also because it's like they all on the segaris, right? Okay, but but let me tell you the difference between parallel and collinear. Parallel is like this. Dia ada melibatkan 4 point A, B, C, D. This one is parallel. But collinear is when it only involve 3 points like this. It means this one it will join at this one and this one is the same point. This one you join up here lah. Basically, you just move up here, join here. Then it becomes collinear. And for collinear lines, they will have only 3 points. Okay, it means there will be one common point. And for this case, BD and FD, the common point is D. That's why I write point since point D is common point, therefore all 3 points are collinear. Okay, so this is how you do it. Okay, there's another method which is like you just how to say, after you find out the two vector, you straight away take the coefficient bahagi. Cara tu boleh juga lah. Like straight away take -15 bahagi ni, like this bahagi, and then you compare, see sama or not, right? But that method ada satu keburukan. Means like there's one disadvantage when you're using that method. Because when you use that method, uh, it's faster lah, but you cannot get the ratio. Uh, I mean you can get the ratio, but sometimes the question asks for the ratio and they want to look at the working, right? So the method I'm teaching you now can apply for when they ask for ratio. This question they never ask for the ratio for BF, FD or stuff like that, but sometimes they will ask for that. And if they ask for that, you have to show your working like this. Because the ratio is like this. Okay. Okay, but anyways, I'll just leave it here. Hope you understand. And yeah, that's all. Okay. Okay. I want to continue with number 8. Okay. Okay, number 8. Let's do bahagian B. Bahagian ini mengandungi 4 soalan, jawab 3 soalan. Okay, I will jawab all 4. Okay, because I'm doing this for revision purpose, so I will jawab all 4. Okay, it is given that fx blah blah blah, find f prime x. F prime x means they want you to differentiate. But you need to know something. This one, when you differentiate, you cannot use the regular method. You cannot use the method yang you selalu guna, like, oh, 6 times 3x, 18x, and then 2x plus 6, and then like 5, like that. No, no, cannot. Why cannot use this method? Because when you take power darab nombor depan, you have to make sure depan sini tak ada x. Kalau ada x, you tak boleh buat cara ni. So this one got x in front, so tak boleh. Then what you have to do? You have to use the product rule, UV method. The UV method. And this formula is called the product rule. The product rule looks like this. dy dx equals to u dv dx plus v du dx. Salin U differentiate V tambah salin V differentiate U. Okay, ini formula dia. So let's do it now. Dy dx equals, buat satu garisan. Tak ada garisan. That's the other UV formula. Ini tak ada. Okay, salin U 3x. Differentiate V means differentiate 2x plus 6 power 6. Okay, when you differentiate 2x plus 6 power 6, 6 boleh darab depan. Okay, 6 boleh bawa depan. And then 2x plus 6 power 5. Because the power minus 1. But you have to differentiate dalam bracket sekali. That's how you do it. When the power is power 6, when you want to bring in front, you have to differentiate dalam. So you get 2. And then tambah salin V differentiate U. Salin V 2x plus 6 power 6. Differentiate U, differentiate 3x, which is 3. Okay, now you will ambil yang ada satu term darab sekali. Only those yang ada satu term. So 2 and 6, both one term, boleh darab. 3x also one term, so boleh darab. So 2 times 6, 12 times 3, 36x. Bracket 2x plus 6, power 5. Plus 3. Okay, this one is power 6. So yeah, you can't expand it inside. And also, kalau dia ada dua term, you tak sepatutnya kembang. You are not supposed to expand if it has two terms. Okay. Okay, now until here you can factorize, right? You can factorize because both these two terms, they both can divide by what? We can factorize what? Okay, 36 and 3, we can take out 3. 2x plus 6 power 5 and 2x plus 6 power 6, I can take out 2x plus 6 power 5, right? And then big bracket, and then I just write whatever's left here, right? So when I factorize out the 3, what is 36x divided 3? 12x. And then 2x plus 6 power 5, I take out already, so nothing left. And then plus 3 divided 3, nothing left. 2x plus 6 power 6, I take out 2x plus 6 power 5, so left with 2x plus 6 power 1. Tapi power 1 tak ada orang tulis. Okay, now you're supposed to solve whatever inside the big bracket. So now it should be 3 bracket 2x plus 6 power 5. And inside here will be 14x plus 6. Because 12 plus 2, 14. Okay, it's not over yet. Whenever I teach my student also, I always tell them the same thing. When you done differentiate, you should ask yourself, boleh tak saya factorize saya punya jawapan? Kalau boleh, means you belum siap lagi. If after you finish with differentiate, you should always ask yourself whether you can factorize further. If you can factorize further, means it's not finished yet. You need to keep going. So this one actually can factorize. The 2x plus 6 power 5 cannot factorize, but this one at the back can factorize. 14 and 6, you can both divide by 2, right? Divide by 2 is 7, divide by 2 is 3, and where the 2 go, the 2 will go to darab dengan 3, becomes 6 like this. Okay. Because if it's like one term dengan one term, dia boleh darab. Okay, so the answer is this. Okay, I'm done with my A question. Let me make this smaller. Okay, this is how I do the A. Now I want to cakap pasal B pula. Okay, so B, let's read the question. It is given that y equals 5x squared, find dy dx by using first principle. Okay, soalan B, I do it here. Y equals 5x squared. Find dy dx by using first principle. Okay, I already know the dy dx answer will be 10x, right? But they want you to use first principle method, right? So this is not the first principle method. The first principle method is different. So I will teach you the method now. Okay, what is first principle method? Okay, let me show you. Okay, before I continue, I want to mention the dy dx is equals to delta y over delta x. Sorry. The dy dx is equals to limit delta x approaching 0 for delta y delta x. Okay, if you want to use first principle method, you need to know this. D by dx equals to limit delta x approaching 0 for delta y delta x. So my job now is to find delta y delta x and then sub delta x equals 0. Okay, and how we do that? Okay, I'll show you now. So first is, okay, I'll just do it here. Why? I'll do it down here. Okay, so first I will change my y and change my x to y plus delta y and then x plus delta x. And then the square, 5 still. So I repeat one more time. The first step is what? Replace the y with y plus delta y, and then replace the x with x plus delta x. That's step 1. Okay. And then next step is you stop the y inside. the y is 5x squared, so yeah, just sub inside 5x squared. And then plus delta y equals to, this one you should expand. So when you expand this, you ambil depan square, x square, and then x times delta x times 2, which is 2x delta x. And then last step is delta x square, which is delta x square. And then now you expand, it becomes 5x square plus 5 times 2, which is 10x delta x plus 5 delta x square. Okay, no bracket already lah, because you expand already. And then this thing can bring down now. 5x square, no, you should write at this baris. 5x square plus delta y, right? Okay, now you can cut 5x square minus 5x square is 0, right? So you left with delta y, and then here you left with this 10x delta x plus 5 delta x square. And don't forget what you are trying to find. You're trying to find delta y over delta x. So what you should do now is you should factorize out the delta x from both these two terms because they both have delta x, and you can, it's possible to factorize the delta x. You will left with 10x plus, okay, 5. Okay, delta x square I already take out one, so left with one more here. And the reason kenapa saya buat macam tu is because I want to pindah this over here. So now you will get delta y over delta x equals to 10x plus 5 delta x. Okay, now I will use the formula I say just now. What is the formula? This one. dy dx is always equals to limit delta x approaching 0 for 10x plus 5 delta x. Okay, so remember all this step, you have to remember lah. There's no other way. Dia tak ada cara one. This is like just remember the step. Okay, so the first step is replace the y with y plus delta y and replace the x with x plus delta x. Okay, and the rest all stay the same. And then the y you ganti with the y lah, the equation, and then you do the right hand side and then try to potong the y at the 5x square, and then try to find delta y delta x and then use this formula. Okay, now it's like you have to substitute delta x approaching 0. So that means it becomes 10x plus 5 times 0, which is 0. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the final answer, 10x. That's how you do first principle. Okay, sudah siap. So this thing can move away, can move away already, because I don't need this already. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. Okay, I want to do C now. Okay, C says diagram shows a curve. This one, okay, labeled already. And the straight line y equals 3x, okay, labeled already. Given that the straight line y equals 3 is parallel to the tangent to the curve at point R61. Okay, this one important. They say this line is parallel to the tangent to the curve at point R. So what is tangent line? Tangent line means the line will passes through, will touch the curve at one point. And they say it's point R, right? Okay, so something like this. But then they say parallel, so I need to make it like parallel. Okay, it doesn't look nice, but yeah, whatever lah, can lah. Okay. Okay, so this one, okay, they give us this is 6-1. Okay, they give it here. Okay, they say siapa parallel tadi? The 3hx and the tangent line. So walaupun saya lukis sampai tak macam parallel, tapi dia parallel. This is the tangent line. Okay, so kalau parallel what happens? M1 equals M2, right? So parallel means lari. Lari means gradient sama. But how do we find gradient of tangent? dy dx You find using dy dx, gradient tangent. Okay, now they say find value of h, hence state the gradient of normal at point R. Okay, I don't think it's possible to get gradient normal. You need to get gradient tangent first. Kalau tak ada gradient tangent, ini lagi tak boleh. Okay, so how to find gradient tangent? You will differentiate first, find dy dx. So y equals to 2x minus 8 over x minus 2. You will differentiate, find out the dy dx. And this dy dx will be the gradient curve or the gradient function. Okay, fungsi kecerunan. Tapi kalau nak cari gradient tangent, you kena sub nilai x dalam lah. And you have to sub with 6. Because you are trying to find gradient tangent at 6. Okay, but now let's do dy dx first. Okay, for this question, how to differentiate? You cannot differentiate normally because the other x dekat bawah. And you cannot naik atas because atas sudah ada x. And also, the way I teach my student is like, kalau ada x bawah, tak boleh differentiate, you kena naik atas. But sometimes kalau atas sudah ada x, then you cannot naik already. Then what's the next option? The next option is you try to separate. But you can only separate when bawah ada satu term. Like for this, it will become a over c plus b over c, right? Itu kalau boleh separate lah. But this one cannot separate. So for my own student, do you remember if dia tak boleh naik atas, tak boleh separate, what you should do? UV method, right? That's how I tell my student. Okay, so I have to use the UV method, but this time I'm using the quotient rule. Okay, not the product rule. Just now I used the product rule, right, for A, but this one is the different one. This one is the quotient rule, and it looked like this: d by dx equals to, okay, the formula I write here: salin V differentiate U minus salin U differentiate V, and then over V square. This is the quotient rule formula. So now my job is to use this formula and do it. Okay, so garis. Okay, salin V dulu kan. So salin V, so x minus 2 lah. And then differentiate U means differentiate 2x minus 8. Okay, differentiate 2x is 2. Differentiate negative 8 is 0. So that's all. And then minus salin U. Okay, salin U. Okay, so 2x minus 8. And then differentiate V means differentiate x minus 2. 1 lah. Because differentiate x is 1. Differentiate 2 is 0. Okay, over V square. So x minus 2 square. Okay, now let's try to continue here. Okay, please never expand this. Yang bawah sini memang tak ada orang expand one. When you're doing differentiation, no one, you shouldn't expand. Okay, okay. Yang atas ni, you try to check here and here, boleh factorize or not. If there's nothing to factorize, then you expand everything. But if there's something to factorize, then you shouldn't. Then you should expand it. And then you should factorize it later. Okay, but I can see now there's nothing common between these two things, right? There's nothing same here. So I should just expand everything. 2 times x minus 2, 2x minus 4, negative 1 times 2, negative 2x plus 8. Be careful here. It's not minus 8, it's plus 8. Because when you open the bracket, negative, negative, positive. Okay, what is 2x minus 2x? 0. So you end up your d by dx is 4 over x minus 2 square. Because negative 4 plus 8 is 4. Okay, this is the d by dx. But it's not the gradient tangent lah. This one, we call it the GF. GF means gradient function ataupun gradient curve. Okay. Then how to get gradient tangent is you have to masukkan nilai x dalam ni. Okay, what is the nilai x? 6. And when you masuk, dia jadi 4 bracket 6 minus 2 power 2. And the moment you masuk, it will become the gradient tangent. 6 minus 2 is 4, 4 square 16, 4 over 16, 1 over 4. So your gradient tangent is 1 over 4. But the question asks you to find h. They never ask you to find gradient tangent. So how to find h? Okay, do you remember they said these two lines parallel? That means they both have the same gradient, right? So kita boleh guna gradient untuk buat soalan ni. So if the gradient of tangent we know is like the m here is 1 over 4. What about this line? What's the gradient of this line? It's given here, right? 3h. Because it's already in linear form. Y equal mx plus c. So this is the m lah, 3h. And since they are parallel, that means 3h is 1 over 4 lah. And then h is 1 over 12. Because when you divide 3, you get 1 over 12. Okay, the question also says state the value of gradient normal at point R. Okay, this one easy lah. The gradient of normal is negative 4. Okay, that's the answer. Okay, let me explain what is normal. Normal means the line that is perpendicular with the tangent, 90 degree. Okay, so this red color line is the normal. Okay, when two lines are perpendicular, that means the m1 times m2 equals negative 1. And we already know the gradient tangent is how much? 1 over 4, right? So if the gradient is 1 over 4, and then how to get the other gradient? You just pindah 1 over 4, jadi bahagi lah. So negative 1 bahagi 1 over 4. And then you get negative 1 times 4, which is negative 4. So that's why the answer here is negative 4. Okay? Or you can do it fast. Because when you take negative 1 bahagi satu number, it means you straight away take the number, you terbalik and tukar tanda. That's how I teach my student. Like, if you want to do it fast without calculator, just ambil 1 over 4 terbalik tukar tanda. So 1 over 4 terbalik 4 over 1, which is 4 lah, and then tukar tanda negative. Okay? But you want to do it like this also can lah. Okay, so I will just erase all this. So that's all. That's how you get 5 marks. Okay, sudah siap. Okay, number 9. This is so obvious. It's a coordinate geometry question. So let's go. Solution by scale drawing and vectors are not accepted. Okay, ini tak penting. Diagram 7 shows the position of 4 cones in an open space. This is also tak penting. No information here. So I'll just cover it. Okay, let's do A. A car W move. Okay, stop. Stop reading the question. Tell me now, when you see the word move, can you tell me what it means? It means this is a locus question, and who's the moving point? W. So later they will confirm ask you to find equation of locus W. It means they want you to find the movement of. You need to find out the equation of W, and you need to make sure you know how the W move. Okay. Okay. So a car W move in a circular motion centered at point cone P. So P is the center, and the locus W move in a circle around like this, and passes through cone S. Oh, so I cannot draw like that lah. Because if I draw like that, it doesn't passes. Dia tak ada passes through S kan. So we need to draw a circle that is centered at P, but passes through at S. Okay, 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 like this lah, good enough lah. Wait, let me draw this. Okay lah, boleh lah. So passes through at S, ah. Okay, so lebih kurang macam ni lah. Okay, and then they say find the equation of locus of car W. It means I'm trying to find the equation of this circle. Okay, this is the locus W. This circle, that's the locus W. Okay, that's the movement of W. So I'm trying to find it. If I'm trying to find equation of locus W, means I'm trying to find the equation of circle. Okay, how we do that? By using the distance formula. That's how we find equation of circle. So if let's say I have a circle and I have the center, okay, and the radius, you can straight away find by using distance formula. Let me show you how. So let's say this one is x1, y1. But you need to make sure you need to have the center coordinate and the radius. If you don't have these two things, you cannot find the equation of circle. But if you have it already, you can straight away use the distance formula. And how you do that? Very simple. Let's say this is point A, and the circle moving point we can jadikan xy. The moving point we jadikan xy. And then for the point A, let's say it's given already. Let's say it's like 1,7 lah, like cincai lah. Okay, and then the radius, let's say it's like 10 unit. Just contoh saja lah. So with the center and this one, you can find. So the way we do it is the distance of, use the distance formula equals to 10. Okay, and the distance between A and the moving point is always 10, right? That means square root bracket square plus bracket square, and then you find the distance of A and the circumference lah. It means like distance here lah. So x minus 1 here, and then y minus 7. This is how you find equation of circle. But for this question, you will realize you don't have the information you need. You need to have center and radius first before you find the equation. So you have the center, which is negative 4, 2, but you don't have the radius. And it's a big problem. And because if you don't have the radius, you can't find the equation of circle. So what you should do is find out the radius. And how we do that? Okay, I remember they got mentioned something about passes through S. So that means the distance of PS will be radius lah. Because the length here will be same if here, the distance here will be same if here, here. Yeah, it will all be the same because they are all radius. So I will find distance of PS. It means I will use the distance formula 2 times. One time is to get the radius. The second time is to get the locus equation. Understand? Okay, the distance formula look like this. Bracket square plus bracket square. And in the first bracket, you have to put x minus x and then y minus y lah. So negative 4 minus negative 1, which is negative 4 plus 1, 2 minus 1, 2 plus 1. And then you get negative 3 square, 9, 2 plus 9 also, square root 18. So that means the radius is square root 18. Okay, now we know the radius and we have the center coordinate. Now we can find the equation of circle. So now it becomes what? Okay, let your moving point become xy first. So your W will be xy. And then your center coordinate P is negative 4, 2. And the distance between them is always square root 18 unit. So WP is always square root 18. So now you use the distance formula, is always square root 18. The formula is bracket square plus bracket square, sama macam tadi. But this one is x minus x, y minus y for W and P. So x minus negative 4, x plus 4, and then y minus 2 is just y minus 2 lah. Okay. Okay, now we just keep doing it and then I'll get the answer. Okay, how to get rid of the square root? You can square both sides. When you square both sides, the square root and square, they will cancel out each other. And then you left with this. And the way we expand is x square and then x times 4 times 2, 8x, and then 4 square, 16, right? And then plus y, this one is y square, negative 2 times y times 2, negative 4y plus 4. And then equals to 18. And now we have to arrange everything on one side equals 0. So the x square, I will write first. followed by y square, followed by x, so 8x, followed by negative 4y, followed by the number which is 16 plus 4, 20, but you have to minus 18 because this 18 you have to move here. So you get plus 2. So I'll erase and write plus 2, and don't forget to write equals 0. So this is the equation of circle. Okay, this is how equation of circle looks like. Got x square, y square, xy like that. Okay, okay, this is my answer. Now we can do B. Okay, so B, what they want here. Let's read the question. Okay, it is given that a new cone is placed between P and R. Okay, let's go. Where's P and R? Okay, I think I will erase this line and draw a new line joining P and R this time. So what it says here, new cone is placed between P and R, so somewhere here at point A, H negative 2, where the ratio is given like this. Okay, so my point A is somewhere along the line, right? Somewhere along the line. So let's put it here. Okay. Actually, you can put it anywhere you want. You can put it here also. Okay. But it doesn't make sense lah if you put it here because the ratio is 2:1, right? But it's fine because they don't look at your drawing one. This is just like you just label it to help you imagine better. So it's okay if you put it at the other place. You want to put it here also can. Put it here, mana mana boleh. Okay. Just make sure it's somewhere along the line. Okay. PA ratio 2. Okay. 2 bulatkan. AR 1. Sini here. So that's the ratio. Find the value of H and K. It means they want to find coordinate of like the x coordinate of A and the y coordinate of R lah. Okay, this one you have to use the point C formula. The way I teach my student is like I call it the point C formula. Okay, point C formula. What is point C formula? Point C formula you learn in 7.1 for 4 chapter 7. Eh, yeah, chapter 7.1. And point C formula is like you have when they give you a divisor of line segment, okay, and then you're trying to find the divisor of line segment, you will use the point C formula. And the way we do it is darab silang. Darab silang means like take the point yang hujung, darab ratio yang jauh. Okay, this is how I teach my student. I never teach my student to hafal the formula. Yeah, I don't teach them to hafal the formula. I teach them to darab silang, draw the arrow like this, and then write down the working. Okay, okay, I'll show you now. Okay, I should do it up here. So B, oh, sorry. Okay, so B, okay, instead of writing point C, I'll write point A. Okay, because this is the divisor. It means this should be my answer. And then on the other side, this is where you do the darab silang. So point P times 1, right? It means negative 4 times 1, 2 times 1. So negative 4 times 1, tulis ini. 2 times 1, you have to write here. Because 2 is the y coordinate. So you write here. Okay, now for point R times 2. 11 times 2, K times 2. So 11 is the x coordinate. So you should write here. And nothing here means plus. And then here is K times 2, which is 2K. Over the ratio tambah, so 2 plus 1, 2 plus 1 plus 2, 1 plus 2. Okay, don't forget you have the point A, which is H negative 2. Okay, so later you can compare. Okay, this one, if you tekan, you'll get negative 4 plus 22, which is 18 over 3, which gives you 6, right? So straight away do fast lah, no need to waste time. Okay, and 2 plus 2k, just double part, because got k, right? But it's okay because we can compare x coordinate with x coordinate, and then y coordinate with y coordinate. So 2 plus 2k over 3 equals negative 2. Okay, we just compare. Okay, how to find k? Negative 2 times 3, negative 6 minus 2, negative 4 divided 2, negative 2. So this is your H answer and your K answer. 6 and negative 4. Wait, did I did something wrong here? 2 plus 2k equals, I think I made a mistake here. Okay, let's do again. Negative 6 here, 2 plus 2k, right? So pindah 2, so it becomes negative 6, negative 8. So k is negative 4, sorry. Careless mistake. Okay, ini yang betul. Okay, saya sudah siap A, saya sudah siap B. Now left with C, D. Okay, C, let's see what they want. Okay, I read the question first. It is given that the area bounded by triangle formed by cone QST is 30 units square. Find the values of T. Okay, they give us area, right? So if they mention the word area, confirm you use the area formula lah. Because this is a coordinate geometry question. And you learn about area in this chapter, right? The formula looks like this, 1/2 modulus, and you have to put in all the vertices inside, like the coordinate of the vertices. But you need to make sure you have all the coordinate of the vertices first. So do you have all the vertices coordinate? Okay, let's check QST. So do I have point Q, point S, point T? Okay, point Q is 610. Okay, and then point S is -1, okay, and then point T is not in the diagram, okay, but it's okay. You don't need to know the position. You just need the coordinates. So point T they give us here, right? So yeah, now we can put in the formula. So the way we write is like this: 6 atas 10 bawah, atas bawah -1, and then T would be T3. But before you tutup modulus, make sure you repeat the first coordinate. Okay, now I have to know that the 30 unit square is the answer. So instead of writing area like this, I will straight away just holding equals 30. And then you have to cari T lah, cari balik. Okay. Okay, so how we do it? The 2 can move to the other side, become times 2, so 60 here. And then here you have to multiply times. Okay, 6 times -1, -6, and then plus. The plus have to tulis siap-siap. Okay, -1 times 3, -3, and then plus. The plus have to write first. You have to tulis siap-siap. And then t times 10, which is 10t. And then minus. Why suddenly minus? Because you change direction. Okay, and remember the minus have to write first. Okay, or otherwise you will get confused with the negative here in the question here. Okay, 10 times -1, -10, so I have to use bracket, and then minus straight away, right? The minus, and then -1 times t, -t, so bracket lah, -t. Okay, I need more space. Okay, so this one is -t, -t, and then the last one is minus 3 times 6, 18, and then to top modulus 30. Okay, now it's time to continue here. 10t plus t, 11t. -6 minus 3 is -9. -9 plus 10 plus 1. But minus 18 so -17. And then equals to 30. Maksudnya t dengan t boleh buat, number dengan number boleh buat. Okay. Okay, until sampai sini. Wait, did I did everything correctly? -6 minus 3. 9 plus 10. Okay, betul lah. Okay, sampai sini they ask you to find t just now, right? Okay, so this thing cannot modulus. Because kalau ada unknown dalam, you cannot do modulus. You cannot tell me like, oh, sir, the -17 modulus becomes 17. So the -17 just come out, becomes 17. Cannot. Because if you have unknown inside the modulus, it means you cannot do anything lah. So what you should do now is you have to pindah the modulus. And when you pindah modulus, you don't tell me it become like this, like modulus 30. No, 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 no. When you pindah modulus, you end up with two answer, satu positive, satu negative. So 11t minus 17 equals to 30, and the other one, 11t minus 17 equals -30. And then you find t for both sides, and that's how you get t answer. Okay, let's press. uh, 47 over 11. So that's my first t answer. And then this one will be -30 plus 17, -13 over 11. Okay. Okay, should we reject one of the answer? Let's check the question. Find the values of t. Cari nilai, bukan nilai. So I don't think you can reject. It means both got more than one answer lah. Okay, it means the t can be this, it can be that. So you shouldn't reject. Okay. Okay, when you do question in the exam, you have to, after, if you get two answer, make sure you read the question, okay, and see whether you can reject one of it or not. Okay, sometimes they want both, but sometimes they only have one answer, or maybe you have to sub inside the diagram and see which one makes sense, right? But for this question, this case, you need to take both. Okay. Okay, done already. Now let's do D. Okay, let's make some space here. Okay, like this. Okay, let's do D down here. Okay, D. A straight road is perpendicular to the straight line PQ and passes through 82 is built. Determine the equation of straight road. Okay, we are trying to find equation of straight road. Okay, and when you are doing Addmaths, when you're doing Addmaths and you are trying to find equation of straight line, we will use this formula: y minus y1 equals gradient x minus x1. Okay, yeah. You can also do another formula which is mx plus c. Means you got masuk m dengan c dalam, and if the c tak ada bagi, you sub in the x and y. You substitute the point yang passes through lah. But this method not so. But in Addmaths, we will learn this formula. Yeah, we usually use this formula. So I will show it using this method. But before using this formula, you need two things. first thing you need is the gradient m, and also next thing you need is the coordinate, the point, the point. And this point cannot be any point, it has to be point yang passes through. So tell me now, this road ada tak dia bagi gradient m dengan point yang passes through? A straight road perpendicular to PQ, so it's perpendicular with PQ, and then passes through 8, 2. And then determine equation. So definitely they got give us the passes through punya point, which is 8, 2. So later the 8, 2 can ganti inside the x1 and the y1, right? But the problem now is I don't have the gradient. But they did mention something about perpendicular to PQ, right? So if perpendicular means what? M1 times M2 equals -1, right? And for the M1, I can find gradient of PQ, right? And then for the M2, that will be my gradient lah. That would be the gradient of the straight road, because the straight road is perpendicular to PQ. So what I will do now is I will find M2. I have to find this first lah. Okay, PQ. Okay, so let's go look at the coordinate for P and Q. Okay, the cara we find gradient is we take y minus y divide x minus x. So it will be 2 minus 10 over -4 minus 6. 2 over 10 minus -4 over 6. -4 minus 6, sorry. So this is how you find gradient. Y minus y, x minus x. 2 minus 10, -8, -10 times m2 equals -1. Cut. Left with 4 over 5 times m2 equals -1. And then m2 equals, okay, when you take -1 bahagi 4 or 5, of course you can use calculator. But the way I teach my student is like do it fast. So remember, when you take -1 bahagi a number, just take the number, terbalik, tukar tanda. So 4 over 5 terbalik, 5 over 4, tukar tanda negative. Okay, but if you want to use calculator, can also lah, you get the same one. Okay, now you have your gradient and you also have your point. Now it's time to put in this formula. Y minus y equals gradient x minus x. The gradient don't silap masuk, you don't go and masuk 4 or 5, huh? No. That one is M1. Okay, I want M2, so -5 over 4. Okay, for the x1, y1, you ganti point lah. Okay, y minus y, so y minus 2 lah, because 2 is the y. X minus x, so x minus 8. Okay, this one you can take -4, 5 over 4 times x, -5 over 4x, negative, positive, 8 times 5, 40, divide 4, 10, y minus 2. So y equals -5 over 4x, plus 10, plus 2, plus 12. Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, sudah siap? Okay, let's continue with question number 10. Okay, this is a linear law question. Okay, all right, so let's read the question. Table 1 shows the values of two variables x and y obtained from experiment. Ini tak penting. Variable x and y are related by this equation where p, q constant and then give us table. A want us to plot graph. Okay, before we plot the graph, we have to convert this equation to linear form first. This is how I teach my student. For linear law question, I always tell my student, I said, before you start doing graph, you need to do two things first, which is changing the equation to linear form and draw a new table. Yeah, you need to do these two steps, even if the question never asks you to do. So let's do it now. So, okay, let's do it up here. Y equals to 3 over px plus 6q. And now my job is to change this equation to linear form, right? It means change to y equal mx plus c. I know the question never asked me to do it, but you have to do it. Because if you don't do it later, you can't do your part B, right? Because part B, they want to find p and q, right? And you need your linear form equation. Yeah, you need to change this to y equal mx plus c. Okay, then only you can do your part B later. Okay, so now I will change. And how do we change it is by referring to the y-axis, right? By checking what is the y-axis and the x-axis. So if we look at the soalan here, they already said plot 1 over y against x. That means your y-axis will be 1 over y and your x-axis will be x. That means when it's y equals mx plus c, the y-axis has to be 1 over y, the x-axis has to be x. That's what it means, right? So can you tell me, now your equation, it's y. It's not 1 over y, right? So how can we jadikan 1 over y? Is very easy. Y is nothing dekat bawah means y over 1. And you can terbalikkan. But if you terbalikkan this side, make sure you terbalikkan the other side. So it becomes px plus 6q over 3 here. But make sure if you want to terbalikkan like this, make sure it's single fraction on both sides. If the other side looks like this, then you cannot terbalik already. Because if it looks like this, then it's not a single fraction. So you kena gabung jadi single fraction sini dulu, then baru terbalik. Okay. But for this case, it's already single fraction sini, so just terbalik both side. Okay, walaupun sekarang you punya y-axis sudah match dengan sini, tapi you still have to susun jadi mx plus c. And if you look carefully at the right side now, everything is jumbled up together. We don't want that. We want our mx and c all write it separately. Kita nak asingkan kita punya m dengan x dengan c. Sekarang dia semua apa? Like semua sudah mix sekali. So tak bagus. So what we can do is we can pecahkan. How to pecah? Dia jadi p over 3x plus 6q over 3. Right? The reason you can pecah like this is bawah ada satu term. So the cara kita pecah is macam ni, macam ni. Okay? But you can only do pecahkan like this when bawah ada satu term. Kalau bawah ada tambah tolak, then tak boleh buat macam ni. Alright, so that's why it becomes p over 3x. Okay, the x atas punya. That's why you write in the middle lah. Means di atas punya. And then 6q over 3, I can quickly just divide. Dia jadi 2q lah. So I will just do fast, just write 2q. Okay, saya sudah berjaya tukar equation ni jadi linear form. Sekarang kita boleh tulis y sama dengan mx plus c. The y-axis is 1 over y. Okay, ngam. And the x-axis is x. Okay, sudah ngam. So what is your gradient and your y-intercept? Your gradient will be p over 3 and your y-intercept will be 2q. And you need this later for part B. Because part B1, they ask you to find P and Q, right? Imagine if you don't do this step. How you supposed to find your PQ? How you supposed to know that the gradient is P over 3, the y-intercept is 2Q if you tak buat ni? That is why I said you couldn't buat ni lah. Okay, so let's erase this. So later when we do part B, okay. So this space I need to use to draw table. Okay, so part B, later when you do part B, you have to write P over 3 equals gradient. Okay. And then 2q equals to y-intercept, right? And the y-axis, you have to use huruf besar lah, because the y-axis is not y, it's 1 over y. So it's like this. And then for the gradient later, ini you kena tengok daripada graph lah. Tapi saya belum lukis lagi graph. And then the 2q y-intercept also, tengok daripada graph. Okay. Sometimes I see student, they just write p equals gradient, q equals y-intercept. Salah. Salah. You need to do your linear form and check from your linear form equation. Okay, now we cannot find this yet because we haven't do our graph. So now what we have to do is do a table. I know the question never asks to do table, but you need to do it. You cannot use this table. If you do this, use this table to draw graph, you are getting y against x. They want 1 over y against x. So you need to draw a new table because your y-axis already changed. So let's draw a new table now. So I'll just draw it here. Even if the question never asks, you need to do this also, the table. Okay. The linear form also they never ask. This one. Dia tak suruh tukar jadi linear form juga, but I still tukar. Yes, memang macam tu. When you do linear law question, you have to change the equation to linear form and draw table, even if the question never asks. Okay, got how many points? It will be same with here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then for this one, it will be x and 1 over y lah. Because that's your x-axis and your y-axis, right? X at 1 over y. Okay, for the x value, you can tiru daripada table sini because this is also x. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You salin saja. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, for the 1 over y, you cannot write 2.6 because 2.6 is y. So to get 1 over y, I need to tekan 1 bahagi 2.6. So let's press calculator. 1 bahagi 2.6. Okay, write in 2 decimal place. So the answer is 0.38. Okay. Okay. So remember doing graph question, always write 2 decimal place. Okay. If you are doing graph question, because you are later you have to plot this point in the graph. So always write 2 when you want to plot graph. Okay. 1 divide 3.4. Let's press. Okay. If you press correctly, you will get 0.29. And then just repeat the same thing. 1 divide 5.6. 0.18. 2 decimal place. And then 1 divide 6.3. 0.16. Yep. And then the last one, 1 divide 14.3. 2 decimal place. So 0.07. Okay, 0.07. Okay, these are all my points. Now we can start to do my part A lah. Now only we can do the part A. Okay. Oh, I want to mention something. If you look at part A, they got give you the scala here, right? Which is 2 cm to 0.05. So you can imagine it, if 0.2 cm, 0.05 on the 1 over y, it means satu kotak kecil is 0.005. It means you can actually baca until 3 decimal place, right? But I will still write in 2 decimal place, okay? Yeah, okay. But actually, if you want to write in 3 decimal place, can also, okay? But the way I teach my student is when doing graph question, always write 2 decimal place. So that's why I will stick to my table here. Okay. All right. So let me just erase all this. Okay. Now we can start to actually do the graph lah. Okay. I need a graph paper, but let's see what the scala first. 2 cm to 1 on X, 2 cm to 0.5 on 1 on Y. Hence, draw the line of best fit. And also looking at the table, you can see every value is positive. There's no negative number here. So that means your 0, 0 kena letak dekat mana? Kena letak dekat bawah kiri. You have to put it at the bottom left. So I'll just put it here. Oh yo, why so thick? Wait, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this. Okay, so the 0 I'll put here. Okay. And then they say 2 cm to 1, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, what's the highest value of x? So it only go until 6 only. So I don't need to, I can erase the 7, right? And then this is my x, right? Okay, for this is 0.05, but let's see what's the highest. It goes until where? It goes until 0.38. So I can naik sampai 0.4 lah. So imagine if 0.05. So it'll be 0.05, 0.10, 0.15, 0.20, 0.25, 0.30, 0.35, 0.40. However, looking at the value, you can see that the line later will look like this. Do you agree? It will go down like this. It means your gradient will be negative because you can see that the value, as the x increase, the 1 over y value decrease. So that means your line is going down. That means your y-intercept will be atas nanti. Your y-intercept will be atas, right? And you need the y-intercept to do the next part later. So that means later, walaupun dia naik paling besar sampai 0.38, but you punya y-intercept, because later your point will look like this, right? Like this, something like this, right? Definitely your y-intercept will be like atas sikit one. So I recommend you leave some space. Okay, make sure there is some enough, like there's a space here so that you can butcher your y-intercept. Because imagine if your 0.40 is here, then later your y-intercept cannot butcher already because it's like, yeah, it's outside the graph paper, right? So you don't want that to happen. So what I will do is I will just tambah a few kotak here, 0.45, 0.50, okay, 50, and yeah, then only I will write 1 over y. Okay, so now we can draw the axis. All right, so let me use ruler. So just draw it. Okay, so this is your y-axis and this is your x-axis. Okay, so now what we have to do is just plot the points lah. Okay, okay. What is the first point? 0.38. So let me plot the point now. 0.38 is just here. 0.38 is 0.40 turun 4 kotak. Okay, why is it turun 4 kotak? Is because if turun 2 kotak is 0.39, turun lagi 2 is 0.38. Okay, you understand why, right? Because 1 kotak kecil is minus 0.05. Sorry, 0.005. So if you take if 1 kotak, satu kotak is 0.005, then 2 kotak will be 0.01. That's why when you turun 2 kotak, 0.4 kena tolak 0.01, which is 0.39. So you turun 4 kotak lah. Okay, this is correct. Now we do the next one. Next point, what is it? Let's see. 0.29. Okay, I want to make sure I plot kecil sikit. So, wait, what is it? I forgot. 0.29, right? Okay, so let's go. 0.29. 0.30 turun 2 kotak. So here. Okay, let me change this also. Let me plot using the, because I don't want my line to be like very thick later. I want it to be like, yeah. Okay. Is this correct? 4039. Yeah, it's correct. Okay, so far so good. Let's do the next point. So 30.29. Okay, 40.18. Okay, this is easy. This is easy. Where's 40.18? 4 is here. 0.18 is just 0.20. Turun 2 is 0.19. Turun lagi 2 is 0.18. So this is 0.18. Okay. So 1920. Yeah, correct. Okay, done. Now it's time to do the next point. 5 0.16. Okay, it's 5 0.16. Let's go. 5 is here, 0.15 to naik 2 sini lah, 16. Okay, I think I'm at my last point already. Yes, 6 0.07. Okay, let's finish it. 6 0.07. I think it's okay. 0.05 is here. If I naik 2, I tambah 0.1, which is 0.06. Okay, and then tambah lagi 0.07. It means every time you naik 2 kotak, you tambah 0.01 lah. That's what it means. Okay, now we can draw our line. So, okay, my y-intercept will be above 1, confirm. Okay, so I will draw it like this. And we try to, oh, the line is too thick already. Let me make it smaller. Okay, when you do the line, try to make it touches the most points. So you try to adjust your ruler, right? You try to adjust your ruler. So obviously, if you do it like this, okay, sorry. Uh, if you if you draw your line, okay, let's say if you draw your line like this, obviously it's not going to be good because yeah, you want it to be touches the most points, right? So what I will do is I will try to adjust, goyang sikit. Okay, I can see that the best choice is to join the first point and the last point because that way, you will sentuh dua point and okay, actually, okay, if you join the first point and the second point, for example, if you join the first point and the second point, right, like this, it's going to only touch 2 points, and then you have 2 points that is like very far away from the line, and dia duduk atas, right? And what if you join the first point and the third point? It only touches 2 points, also like same like just now, only touches 2 points, but this is worse because all the 3 point duduk atas, right? Okay, you want it to be touches most point, but you want it like try to make it like balance also. So what we can do, we can try with the first and fourth. So this one also touches 2 points and the rest all duduk bawah. But if you go to the first point, if you join the first point and the last point, this is the best one. You know why? Because it touches 2 points. There's ini tak sentuh, ini pun tak sentuh, but you can see that it's not far away from the line, right? It's just like two small kotak away. This one also like two small kotak away. So this and this, the get distance will cancel each other. That like the distance, because satu atas satu bawah mah, right? And then this one is like I can't force it lah because it's very far away from the line, right? But this is the line of best fit. Yeah, this is the best line, right? But make sure you have to panjangkan this garisan because you want it to draw until the y-axis. Okay, so make sure you draw nicely and make sure it touches this point and this point. So yeah, satu bawah, satu atas, and then satu lagi is like sangat bawah lah. But it's okay because this is the best line already. Okay, so now I can okay wait. Uh, Let me think about this. Okay, wait Okay, okay. Okay, let me make it smaller. Let me make it smaller, and then let's adjust nicely. Okay. It will affect my part B answer later, right? So this one has to be like this. Okay, maybe down a bit. Okay, is this good? 0.38, right? So it should be like this. Let me think. Let me just adjust a bit. Okay lah. Let me besarkan. Okay, I think, yeah, I think this is good. Okay, so this is how my answer looks like now. Oh, don't forget to write the tajuk. Yeah, for linear law, you have to write the title. So graph of 1 over y against x. Okay, this is the tajuk and then underline. Okay, now we finish our part A. Yeah, part A is this. Okay, now for part B, they want to find value of P and Q, right? And then B2, they want to find correct value of y if one of the value of y has been wrongly recorded. Okay, we already know which one is the wrong value, right? Definitely this one, right? We make this the wrong value. This one and this one, the because if they ask for wrong value, you will choose the point that is furthest away from the line. So this is the furthest one, right? So later this will be a wrong value. But let's do the part A first. I mean the B1 first. So the value of P and Q, just now I already write it. Remember, I already today's step already. Because just now, even before I do graph, I already write down nicely. P over 3 is gradient. And then 2Q is like the y-intercept. Okay, so for the y-intercept, you can butcher, but let's find gradient. Okay, gradient, we need 2 points. We need 2 coordinates. So I will choose 2 coordinate on the line, right? So you can choose from where to where. Uh, okay, if you look at the x-axis, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we all know the formula for gradient is y minus y over x minus x, right? So try to make the power after you minus, you get 2, 5, or 10. Because then because it's easier to divide by 2, divide by 5, divide by 10. So what I will do is I will take from 0 until 5, ataupun 1 until 6. Because if you do like that, your difference will be 5 later. And when you divide by 5, your answer will not have a lot of decimal place, right? Actually, you can choose any 2 points, okay? It's just that it's better to make your difference, your x punya difference is like nombor yang senang bahagi. Okay, nombor yang senang bahagi. So what I'll do, I'll take from 1 to 6, is it like clear? 1 to 6. Okay, I think I'll just take 0 until 5 lah. I just take 0 until 5. Okay, so what I'll do now, I will go to the coin and then put a dot there. Okay, so this one is 0.55, right? So 0.55 turun 2 is 0.54, and then turun lagi 2 is 0.53. So this is 0.535 because dia turun 3 kotak. Okay, so it's like 54 and then 535. So let's write down the coordinate beside 0 and then 0.535. So this is my first coordinate. Okay, the other coordinate I will take is at 5, which is here, right? 5. So this is the point I will take. So I'll put a dot here to let the pemeriksaan know this is the point I'm choosing. And then the coordinate, I'll just write 5, comma. Okay, 0.15 turun satu kotak is 0.145. Yeah. And then don't forget to do uh the dotted line to join the triangle. Yeah. So you have to join like this. So when you find gradient, memang kena join macam ni, and then put 90 degree here. Okay. So this is how you find gradient. Choose 2 points and then join, and then write the coordinate beside, and then join a right angle triangle. Okay, now let's use the gradient formula. Y minus y over x minus x. So 0.535 minus 0.145. 0.535, 0.535 minus 0.145. And then over 0 minus 5, right? 145, this one is 535. Okay, now let's press calculator. Let's tekan 0.535 minus 0.145 and then divide -5, right? Okay, my calculator give me negative 0.078. But this is not the answer for P. I still have to times 3. So just tekan answer times 3 and you will get negative 0.234. Negative 0.234. Okay, done already. Now it's time for me to do my y-intercept to find Q, right? I want to find Q. Okay, the y-intercept, I think I baca already just now, is 0.535. So just put it, just masukkan je lah. So 0.535 And then how to get your Q is you divide 2 lah. So press calculator. 0.535 divide 2. Okay, my calculator give me 0.2675. Okay, 0.2675. Okay, you can write 0.27 also, but I don't recommend lah. I don't recommend because uh in the schema they will give you a range, right? They will give you a range, and the more decimal place you write, the better. Okay, especially this type of because okay, if you're doing graph, you only do 2 decimal place because you have to plot the graph. But this is the answer that you will check with the schemas. They will okay, like you will get marker here. So I recommend you just write more decimal place, right? And also for this question, the answer in the calculator is 0.2675. There's no number, tak ada dah number dekat belakang. So it's like dia tak ada banyak-banyak decimal place pun. Dia just macam ni saja. So let's just write the whole thing, right? It's better, it's better. Okay, now we finish already lah. Now we can do question 2, Okay, so question 2, I need space. So let me make this more kecil sikit. Okay, now I will do my part 2 here. So B2, okay, what they want B2? Find the correct value of y if one of the value of y has been wrongly recorded. So first I need to find the value wrong value first, right? And then I have to write correct value. Okay. Okay, the wrong value will be which one? So if you look at your graph, the point that is furthest away from the line, point yang paling jauh daripada garisan is this one. So that's the wrong value, right? And the wrong value will be this one when you baca like this, right? That's the wrong value. Tapi this is not y. This is 1 over y, right? This is 1 over y. So when you baca like this, you setuju tak? The point will be this point, this one, right? Because it's the third point, right? So that means the wrong value of 1 over y is 0.18. But this one is the wrong value of 1 over y. So I should write clearly lah. So uh, let me just correct myself here. So the wrong value is what? The wrong value of 1 over y is this. But what is the wrong value of y? The wrong value of y. The wrong value of y will be this one. Would be this one. 5.6. Understand, right? Because yeah. Or you can also say like you just tekan lah 1 divide 0.18. Because 1 over y is 0.18. So if you pindah to find cari balik, you will get 5.6 lah. Okay, now it's time to write down the correct value. So this is the correct value, but you write the correct value of 1 over y first. Then only you write the correct value of y. The question asks for correct value of y. The soalan asks for correct value of y. See, correct value of y. Okay, so how to get the correct value of 1 over y first? Okay, if you look at the graph, the y-axis is 1 over y, right? So that means the correct value will be, since this point is the furthest away from the line, you want this point to naik so that it touch the line, right? Because this is the correct value, right? And then tarik sini. And make sure you do the dotted line in the graph paper also. Okay, you have to show this in the exam. Okay, so this is the correct value. It's exactly middle here, so it's 0.225. Okay, 0.225. So the correct value of 1 over y is 0.225, but that's not the answer. This is not the answer. I need to get the correct value of y, which means I have to take 1 divide, because this one is 1 over y. So if 1 over y equals to 0.225, how to find y? You can just pindah the y atas, and then the 0.25 letak bawah. So you have to tekan 1 bahagi 0.225 lah. So you just press now, and then you get your answer. Okay, my calculator give me 4.44. So you just write 4.44. Actually, my calculator give me 4.444444, like banyak 4 lah. So I just write 4.44. Okay. Okay, that's all. This is how you get full mark in linear law question. Okay, I'm looking at the schema now, and let me tell you how the schema bagi jawapan dia. So for the schema, for the P answer, they write like this. Negative 0.27, and then they put arrow like this, negative 0.28. So what do you think this means? What this means? It means your P value have to be in between negative 0.27 and negative 0.23. I still have to this one is 23. This one is 3. Yeah, the schema right 3. So what do you think about my answer? Is it acceptable? Acceptable lah, because it's within this range, right? Negative 0.234 is like more than negative, I mean less than negative 0.23. It means it's in between these two numbers. So kira betul dah, right? So for linear law, memang dia ada bagi range in the schema. Same with the Q. So the Q answer, the Q dalam schema, they write like this, 0.26, and then they put arrow 0.28. So what do you think about my answer? Yeah, it's accepted because it's in between 0.26 and 0.28. So no problem. Okay. And then the Y value also, they put 4.35 until 4.44. So my answer is also accepted. Okay. So remember in linear law, the answer for this part will always have a range one. As long as just if your answer is not same with me, can also. Okay, just make sure it's like within the range in the schema. Okay, so this is how I would do it. Hope you understand. Okay, so 10 marks. Okay, now I want to continue. Okay, question number 11. This is also worth 10 marks. This because section B, section B semua soalan worth 10 marks. Okay, let's do number 11. This is probability distribution. Okay, when we are doing probability distribution, we need to know uh, dia boleh jadi binomial punya soalan ataupun normal. If it's normal distribution, you need to use the Z value table to do the soalan. And how you know whether it's binomial or normal is just by reading the question. If the question ada perkataan normal, then it's a normal distribution question. Kalau tak ada means it's binomial lah. And binomial, you kena guna formula lain. Okay, so let me just erase this. Okay, now I will read the question, right? Okay, so what's the question says? A factory produces an electronic component, okay? It is found that 10% of the product are defective. So we can already find out the probability for defective. So probability of rosak defective is 10%, which is 0.1. 10 divided 100. So what is the probability of not defective? Or you can say like the probability of normal, it would be 0.9 lah, because 1 minus. Okay, and then number 1, if a sample of 8 electronic components are randomly selected, calculate the probability that exactly 6 are defective. Okay, I want to ask you, is this a normal distribution question or binomial distribution? Binomial, right? Because you never see the word normal here. That means we don't need to use the Z value table. All you need is the binomial distribution punya formula. And what you learn under binomial distribution, okay, I write here. So in binomial distribution, you learn about ada 4 formula. First formula is looks like this: NCX, P power X, Q power N minus X. And then second formula is this formula, NP. Third formula you learn is this formula, which is NPQ. And then fourth formula is the standard deviation, square root NPQ. So under binomial distribution, this is what you learn. Only these 4 formulas, right? So the first formula is used to find probability. Second formula is to find mean. Third is variance. Fourth is then standard deviation. So this question, they want to calculate probability, right? So we will be using this formula later. Okay. Okay, so I will write down my A1 working here. So they said, okay, before you use this formula, you need to know your NPQ first, right? Because if you don't have your NPQ, how you want to masuk nanti? So let's determine our N, P, and Q first. Okay, what would be my N? 8, because I read the question already. Sample of 8 are randomly selected. And my P will be probability of success, Q will be probability of failure. Okay, I have 2 probability here, 0.1, 0.9. But please don't terbalik, right, the probability. If you terbalik, then wrong already. So what is your probability of success? Defective. So 0.1. Why you take the defective? Why you jadikan the defective success is because the last baris here says calculate probability that exactly 6 are defective. Don't look at the 6 first. The 6 they want later. Just look at what they want to find first. They want to find probability of defective or probability of not defective. They want probability of defective, right? It means probability of success is probability of defective. And then probability of failure would be the other one, the 0.9, right? Okay, after you buat sampai sini, now you can write down all the possibilities. It means you write down the big X. So out of 8 electronic component, it's possible that 0 success. It means like 0 defective, 0 rosak, or maybe 1 rosak, 2 rosak, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What is the meaning of 8, 8? 8, 8 means 8 you selected, 8 pun rosak, 8 pun success. Success means rosak. In this case, success means Rosa. Okay, so these are all the possibilities. Okay, why I recommend students to write this is because for student yang tak tulis, they always forget the zero one. And that's how they salah lah. So I recommend you write this. Okay, now we can find probability. So now we can look at the 6. So they want to find exactly 6. Dia tak cakap less than 6 or more than 6. Dia cakap exactly 6. So you want to find the probability of 6 success ataupun 6 rosak. So Px equals 6 lah. That means later when you masuk this formula, the small x here will be 6. Okay, the formula just equals saja NCX. So it will be 8C6 bracket P, which is 0.1, power x, which is power 6, and then 0.9, which is the Q, and then power n minus x, 8 minus 6 is 2. And then you just press this, and then you get your answer. Okay, let me press 8C6 times 0.1 power 6 times 0.9 power 2. Okay, my calculator give me 2.268 times 10 power negative 5. Okay, what's the meaning of this? Okay, this is a standard form. Okay, they give you in standard form. So how you want to convert to the answer? So this means you have to move this decimal to the left. Okay, kena gerak kiri. Berapa kali? 5 kali. Why ke kiri is because the power negative. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the answer is 0.00002268. This is the probability of 6 defective. Okay, when you times 10 power negative, gerak kiri. Kalau 10 power positive, gerak kanan. Okay, okay, so this is your final answer. Alright, kalau tak ada masalah, kita sambung dengan question 2. Okay, do I have space down here? Don't have. Okay, let me just move this like sebelah macam tu, and then now I have space to do number 2 here. Okay, oh, this one is 0.9. Then this one I erase. Okay, let's do question number 2. Okay, calculate the minimum number of electronic component that has to be tested so that the probability of obtaining at least one defective electronic component is greater than 0.85. Okay, calculate the minimum number of electronic component that has to be tested so that the probability is at least 1. Okay, so the probability is at least 1 is greater than 0.85. So probability of something is bigger than 0.85 lah. But the probability here it says like at least 1 defective. So it means that your probability of success is still 0.1 because we are still finding for probability of rosak. So 0.1, Q also 0.9, N is still 8. It's just that this time the big X we don't know. They want to find minimum number, right? So that means here will be X at least 1. So is it correct if I write like this? Calculate minimum number of electrons that has to be tested so that the probability of obtaining at least 1 defective is greater than 0.85. So is it correct if I write like this? 0.85. But if I do like that, how am I supposed to? Because if I do like that, means I have to find like calculate minimum number. Probability of obtaining at least 1. At least 1, right? So this one is greater than 0.85. Okay, I think this is what I will do. So when you are finding at least 1, what it means? It means you are finding Px equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? But we don't have time to do all those things. Like this too long already. Can also lah, but your working will be sangat panjang lah. So there is a faster way to do it, which is 1 minus yang you tak mau, which is kosong lah, right? So why not you just do 1 minus Px equals 0, bigger than 0.85, right? And then you pindah a bit lah. 1 minus 0.85 is bigger than Px equals 0. Understand, right? Because this one negative, you move there, become positive, plus 0.85 jadi minus. And this one, you can press calculator, you will get 0.15. That means your Px equals 0 is smaller than 0.15. Okay, let me show you why is it like that. It's because this arrow, you can see that it's pointing to the P, right? So when you terbalikkan this, you flip this thing over, the arrow has to point at P also. Okay, so this one and this one is the same thing. I just write it in reverse. Okay, like it's the same. So when you terbalikkan this, the symbol also have to make sure point at P also. Okay, so now we can do this. Now we do this, then we will get our answer. Okay, so wait for me. I need space. Okay, so now what I will do is I'll use the formula NCX. So it will be 8C0. No, the N is not 8, right? Yeah, the N we are trying to find. Sorry. Yeah, the N is not 8. So NC0. Okay, we are trying to find the minimum number, means the N lah. And then bracket 0.1 power 0, 0.9 power N minus 0, which is N smaller than 0.15. Okay, now I'm trying to find N. 0.1 power 0 is 1. So this one can cut already. And C0 is also 1, so can cut. So we left with this. And this is like a indices question, right? So when you are doing this type of indices question, what you do? You check whether they can tukar jadi same base or not. Kalau tak boleh, you tambah log both sides. So 0.9 and 0.15, they both have decimal. So you don't have to try already. Confirm cannot change to same base. So you tambah log base 10 both side. And then the 0.9 power n can letak depan, and then 0.15 is here. Okay, let me continue here. So now it will be n, and then this side will be log 0.15 divide log 0.9. And now we can press calculator. Log 0.15 base 10, divide log 0.9. Okay, my calculator give me 18.005. So it'll be 18.005. So it's like 0.1. If I write in four significant figures, like this. Okay, now I want to ask you. Here I have to write smaller or bigger. Okay, this one is smaller, right? But a lot of you that you will write smaller like this, then it's wrong already. Yeah, it's wrong. Let me tell you why. Because when you divide by negative number, you have to terbalik the symbol. The smaller have to write bigger, right? And if you tekan log 0.9 is a negative value. Yes. If you just tekan log 0.9 separately in your calculator, you'll get negative. So let me tell you how I know it will be negative. It's because whenever you tekan log 0 point something, you will always end up with negative number. Doesn't matter. You can try with any value in your calculator. Log 0.3 negative, log 0.5 negative. Like doesn't matter. When you tekan log 0 point, dia mesti negative. That is why I have to terbalikkan the symbol here. So if I terbalikkan, it means your n has to be bigger than 18.01. So can you tell me your n will be 18? Can it be 18? No lah. It has to be 19 lah. Because they ask for minimum number, right? Minimum number. So if the n has to be greater than 18, it means the possible answer will be 19, 20, 21, 22, and so on. But since they ask for minimum, then it's 19. Okay, 18 memang tak boleh. 18 memang tak boleh because 18 is not greater than 18.01. So 18 memang salah. So the minimum number will be 19. Okay, because of the symbol bigger, right? If I forgot to change the symbol, if I write smaller here, then gone already lah. Salah already. Okay, so kena be careful lah. Alright, so sudah habis. Okay, let's do B now. Okay, part A is binomial distribution. So part B, high chance will be normal distribution already. So if it's normal, I have to use the jadwal. Okay, let's see. Diagram 8 shows two curves of normal distribution A and B with a mean of 200. So when you're doing normal distribution, they always give you mean and standard deviation. So they give you here mean 200, right? So, and they already mentioned normal here. So A and B, okay, A and B, okay, it's here. Mean 200. So that means here is 200 lah. Okay. Okay, so now what? The curve are represented by the following data. So data K, N is 400, P is 0.5. And when you multiply, you really get 200. Same with this. N times P is the formula for mean. And when you add up, you really get 200. Okay, boleh faham? Now they say determine which curve is suitable for data K. Explain your answer. Okay, so how can I know which one is the determines for the data K? Okay, data K is this one, right? Okay, if you look at uh, the curve A and curve B, they both have the same mean, right? Yeah, they both have the same axis of symmetry, which is the 200. But how to know whether which one is curve K? Okay, we need to find the standard deviation. right? So let me tell you, these two curves, they have the same mean. They have the same symmetry. But what's different about these two curves is the width of the curve. Okay, the width of the curve. So the width will be besar when your standard deviation is bigger. When your standard deviation is bigger, then the width of the curve is besar. So can you tell me curve A, curve B, which one have a wider curve? Which one is the wider curve? A, right? It means that A should have a bigger standard deviation. So what I will do now is I'll try to find the standard deviation. Okay, the formula for standard deviation is NPQ. Sorry, square root NPQ. So what I will do now is I will find one for data K and find one for data L. Okay, for data K, the formula will be NPQ for square root 400 times 0.5. The Q will be 0.5 also because 1 minus 0.5 is 0.5. Okay, press this in your calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 10, 100, but I have to square root, so it's 10. Okay, now for data L. Okay, I don't have space, I just do it here. So the standard deviation is square root NPQ also. So it'll be 300 times 2 over 3 times 1 over 3. How I get the 1 over 3? Just 1 minus 2 over 3. Okay, let's press. 3. Okay, I straight away write the final answer is 8.165. That's the standard deviation of data L. Okay, now tell me which of this standard deviation is higher. Which one is higher? So okay, actually they asked for data K, right? So actually I should straight away look at data K. So you can see the data K, the standard deviation is higher, is 10. So it's higher compared to data L. So that means data K will have a wider curve. Okay, the width will be bigger. The width of the curve K will be bigger. So definitely which curve is suitable for data K? Curve A lah. Curve A. So I'll just write here curve A. And they ask you to explain. Okay, so explain because data K has a higher or bigger also can higher standard deviation. And when you have a higher standard deviation, the curve width would be bigger also. Okay. Okay, so this is how I would do this question. Okay, done. Now let's do question number 2. Okay, let's read the question. A continuous random variable xn mean 25. Okay, you need to know something. If they write something like this, x like this, like this, like this, you need to know what is this and what is this, right? So what the n means is like normal distribution. And then this one is the mean. And the next part, that is the variance. Yeah, this is the variance. Okay. So when they write in this format, you need to know straight away mean, this one is mean, and then the 25 is the variance. But in normal distribution, we don't use variance a lot. We use the standard deviation. So you should get the standard deviation, which is 5, because square root 25, right? Okay, and then they say symmetrical at x equals 12. So the mean is 12 lah. The mean is 12. Because when it's symmetrical at x equals 12, it means the axis of symmetry is 12, and that means the mean is 12. Because the mean is always at the axis of symmetry, right? So now we have our mean, we have our standard deviation. Now this is state the value of mean. State the value of mean. 12 lah. I finished already. Yeah, 12 lah. And then hence sketch the standard normal distribution graph and shade the region for this. Okay. They want me to sketch a standard normal distribution graph and shade the region for this. Okay, standard normal distribution graph means they want they want to convert to Z. Okay, and they want the y-axis, they want the axis of symmetry to be here, right? But in order to do that, you have to convert to Z first. So let's take our this soalan and change everything to Z. And how to change? The formula is take the x minus mean 12 over standard deviation 5. And then this will be Z, and then this will be 25 minus the mean 12 divided standard deviation 5. Okay, let's press calculator. -2 divided 5. negative 0.4, okay. And then this one is Z. This one is 25 minus 12 divided 5. Okay, 2.6. 2.6. So now we already have our Z value. Now we can sketch, right? Okay, so let me erase this. Okay, so when we sketch, we have to draw the bell-shaped curve like this. And then it has to be Z-axis lah. And make sure it doesn't touch here because the curve memang tak ada sentuhan. And then the axis will be right in the middle because this is like already Z value. And this one we have to write FZ. FZ. Okay. Okay, now we have to find negative 0.4, like roughly here. And then 2.6. Okay, let me. Okay. So what we can do is this one is like negative 0.4 and then 2.6 is like lebih kurang. Tapi this one they will ask us to sketch. Sketch question no need to use graph paper. Okay, you don't need the scale. The scale don't have to be perfect one. Okay, so this is the area and they want the area in between, right? So this is the shaded region lah. Okay, the question never asked us to find the probability. Okay, they never asked us to find probability. So this is the answer. Okay, if they ask you to find probability, then you have to take 1 minus. 1 minus this one, minus this one, and then you have to refer your Z value table. But the question never asks. They only ask you to sketch and shade the region. So that's the answer. Okay, this is how you get 10 marks. Sudah siap? Okay, now we are doing bahagian C. Bahagian C dia kata mengandungi 4 soalan, jawab 2 soalan. Okay, saya akan jawab 3 soalan. And I will ignore question number 12. Okay, because number 12 is the kinematics chapter, right? And memang in all my YouTube videos, all my Addmaths video, for all the videos I made, I always ignore this chapter one. Okay, so I won't be doing this. I will just do the 13, 14, 15. Okay, but in exam you don't choose 3 lah. You do 2 is enough. Okay, but I will do 3 when because I'm doing revision with you. So you have 1 soalan for backup lah when you do it in the exam. Okay. Okay, but in exam you will choose 2. Okay, so let's do 13 now. Okay, this one is index number. Okay, memang okay, section C punya bab is always same one. Index number, solution of triangle, linear programming. Okay. Okay, so I'll just do 13 now lah. Okay, table 2 shows the price indices and weightage for 3 item A, B, C producing a cake 2023 based on 2021. So this price index is for 2023 based on 2021. Okay, I know this is because I got read what it says here. Okay, okay, and then this is the weightage, so that's the W, X, Y, Z, and then this is the ingredient. Okay, so A says given the composite for A and B in the year 2023 based on is 110. Okay, but this composite is only for what? Okay, it's for 2023 based on 2021 and it's 110, but it's only for A and B only, right? And then they give you, okay, so I should write A and B here, okay? Or else it will be very confusing later, right? So A and B, yeah? And then they give you another composite index, 120, but this one is like, what? This one is for A and C. Alamak, A and C. Okay, and then find the ratio XYZ. Okay, how to do this? Okay, I think the first thing I have to do is use the composite index formula lah. So this one is for A and B. So I will look here. And the formula for composite index, do you know what's the formula? Okay, let's write down all the formula in this chapter. First formula is the I formula. You take the price, divide price times 100. But you have to put the price in the latest year atas. Dekat atas you kena letak the price in the latest year, and then yang bawah is price for the older year. And then the next formula is composite index, which is take the sum of I times W divide sum of W. Okay. Okay. And then the third formula is when it involves 3 years, you will just do the smiley face method. And then this is A, this is B, this is C. This one is C equals to A times B divided 100. But we need to know that this method, you can write the I here, but you can also write the composite index here. It means this one you can use it to find index. You can also use to find composite index. Okay. Okay, but let's do this question now. Okay, so they already said composite index is 110, and the formula is what? We take the I times W and then jumlahkan, right? It means like take the sum. So it'll be I times W, 95 times x, 95x, 120 times y, 120y, and that's all, because it is only for A and B only. And then divide with total weightage, x plus y. Okay, this one hantar atas, so dia jadi 95x plus 120y equals 110x plus 110y. Okay, x dengan x boleh buat, y dengan y boleh buat. So 120 minus 110 is 10y. Yeah, and then 110 minus 95. Press calculator. Okay, my calculator give me 15. So just write 15 x, right? Okay, so now I can see that I can divide by 5 both sides. So when I divide 5, I get 2, divide 5, I get 3x, right? So now I know my x ratio y, it will be 2 ratio 3, okay? The reason is because when you're finding ratio x over y, here will be 2 over 3 lah. You pindah the 3 here, right? And then the y pindah sini. That is why it's 2 over 3. So that means it's 2 ratio 3 lah. But they ask for x ratio y ratio z. So I think I need to do this one also. And then try to combine the two ratio together. Okay, how to find the composite index for A and C? It will be 95 times x plus 130 times z. And then the total weightage is x plus z. Okay, so now it will be 95x plus 130z equals to 120x plus 120z. Okay, x dengan x boleh buat, z dengan z boleh buat. So 130 minus 120 is 10z. And then 95 move over there become minus. What is 120z minus 95z? Tekan calculator, 120 minus 95. Okay, my calculator give me 25. So this should be 25z. And you can divide 5 both sides. So you will end up with 2 divide 5. Divide 5 is 5z. Eh, why both sides? This one is x lah, sorry. This one is x. Like this. Okay, so now we have our x and z ratio. X over z is 5 over 2, right? It means x ratio z is 5 ratio 2 lah. Okay, so now how to combine jadi x, y, z? Okay, I need space. Tak ada tempat. Okay, I'll just do it here lah. Okay, so x ratio y ratio z. So x ratio y is 2 ratio 3, right? And then x ratio z is 5 ratio 2. So it's like something like this, right? So if you want to gabungkan, you need to make sure that the nilai here is same, right? The value here is same. So what I will do is I'll take this one times 5, and then this one times 2. Sorry, times 2. Okay. And why I'm doing this is so that this value becomes same. And after it becomes same, then we can combine the ratio. So what happens here? The 2, 3 will become okay, so it become x, y, z here. And then this one times 5, it become 2 times 5, which is 10. And then 3 times 5 is 15, right? And then for the 5, 2, when I times 2, it becomes like 10. And then this one, we don't know, but the 2 is z, but 2 times 2 is 4, right? Now you can combine. So the answer will be 10 ratio 15 ratio 4. Okay, because now same already. So same already, you can combine. And then the 15 and 4 just letak bawah saja. So that's the answer lah. 10 ratio 15 ratio 4. Okay, I'm looking at the schema, but the schema give different answer. So what did I do wrong here? X over Z. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is this? 95x. Oh my God. This one is not x lah. Are you? Okay, I made a mistake here. Because when you take 130z minus 120, you get 10z. So this should be z, right? And then the 95x move over to the other side. It become 25 lah. But it's 25x. I silap tulis. Just now I write x here. I terbalik my zx. That's why I wrong. Okay, sorry, careless mistake. So let me correct myself here. So if this one wrong means this one also wrong already. Okay, so what happens here is divide 5 both sides. So 2z equals to divide 5. What is divide 5? 5x, right? But no need to divide 5 lah, because we all know later you have to darab balik also, right? Because you want it to be 10 later. So why not you straight away write your ratio for z over x. You want to write x over z also can. Okay, if I write z over x, it will be 25 over 10, because the 10 move here, right? Okay, and then the x pindah sini dekat bawah, jadi bawah macam tu, and then z 10 pindah to the other side. Okay, so this is my ratio. So now let me padam yang ni. So 2, 3 will become 10, 15 years, sudah betul. But this one is supposed to be what? It's supposed to be Z ratio X, which is 25 ratio 10. So Z ratio is 25, X ratio is 10. So when you combine, it should become 10 ratio 15 ratio 25. But this one, all these numbers can divide by 5. So when you divide by 5, you end up with 2 ratio 3 ratio 5. Okay? Because semua boleh bahagi 5. It means like you boleh kecilkan lah. So if you can simplify kecilkan, you kecilkan. And that's all. Okay, hope you understand. Let's continue with B. Okay. Okay, B. Hence, calculate the composite index for the ingredients in the year 2023 based on 2021. Okay, this time they never say for AB only or BC only, so it's for all the ingredient. But they want 2023 based on 2021. So how we can do it is we use the composite index formula lah. So composite index for 2023 based on 2021. But this time is for A and B and C. Okay, A and B and C. Okay, so let's draw a line. Okay, and then now we make the line. Okay lah, good enough lah. Okay, now we just take I times W. So 95 times X. But the X, we already know the ratio is 2, right? So this one is 2, this one is 3, this one is 5. So now it becomes 95 times 2 plus 120 times 3 plus 130 times 5. Divide with total ratio will be 2 plus 3 plus 5, which is 10 lah. Okay, so it'll be something over 10. Okay, let's press calculator. 95 times 2 plus 120 times 3 plus 130 times 5. Okay, 1200. And then divide 10 is 120. Okay, sudah siap. So this is only worth 2 marks. So that's the answer. Okay, now let's do C. If the price of cake in the year 2023 is 40 ringgit 50 cent, find price in the year 2021. Okay, when they ask you to find price, confirm you use the first formula. Confirm. Because this is the only formula that has price that you can use to find price. This formula tak ada price, this formula tak ada price. The only formula that has price is this, right? But this formula you kena jaga-jaga which price letak atas, which price letak bawah, right? Okay, let's write down the first formula first. I equals P1 over P0 times 100. So remember, the price yang atas is always the price in the latest year. The latest year. And then the P0 dekat bawah is price for the older year. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Cost of all this one. Price of cake in the year 2023 is 40.5. So this is 2023. 40.5. And what they will ask you to find is the price of year 2021. Right? So which one do you think I have to letak atas? Mestilah 2023 sebab that's the price in the newer year, right? And then the older year is 2021. That one is the price yang bawah lah. And then when you masuk like this, then it becomes 40.5 divide X. X is the one you want to find lah. The price in 2021. Or you can write, you want to write P21 also can. And then times 100. Okay, let me tell you what I have to put for the I. So if you want to find the P21, do you agree that I need to have this and I also need to have the answer, the I, right? If you don't have the I, you cannot find, right? But masalahnya, the I you have to put for what year? Of course, you'll be 23, 21 also. But you cannot put 95, you cannot put 120, you cannot put 130. Even though this one is 23, 21 for the I, but you cannot put this 3. Why cannot? Because the soalan never mention ingredient A, ingredient B, or ingredient C. They just mention the price of cake. That means this one you have to masuk the composite index, which is 120. Okay? It means you have to read the question carefully. You have to read it carefully. So if the soalan mention price of cake, that means, okay, you can only take 95, 120, 130 if the soalan got mentioned ingredient A, B, or C, right? If ingredient A, then you take 95 lah. Ingredient C, you take 130 and so on. But if they never mention it, you will always take the composite index. Okay? So the composite index for 23, 21 is 120. So this is how you do it. Okay, now you can find your P21 times 100 pindah jadi bahagi, so 1.2, 40.5 over price 21. And then how to continue is very simple. You just Okay, you just pindah the P21 ke atas, and then this one pindah jauh bawah. So they just switch place lah. So now you press 40.5 bahagi 1.2. Okay, my calculator give me 33.75. So that's the answer. And I recommend you write RM lah, because this one is the price. Okay, so that's your answer for C. Okay, for part D, I will do it here. So this one is part C. Okay, for part D, I will read here. The cost of all ingredient increased by 40% from the year 2023 2024. Okay, stop. If they say cost of all ingredient increased 40%, it means your composite index will be 140 for 24 based on 23. Okay, why is it a composite index? Because they say all ingredient. It means the I for everyone will be 140. It means that the composite index also 140 lah. Okay, but the year is 2024 based on 2023. Okay, comma. Calculate the percentage of change in cost of all ingredients from the year 21 to 24. Okay, listen. If they want to find percentage change means you get the index first. You get the composite index first. Because the composite index will tell you the percentage change. So in this case, it's composite index because they are asking for all ingredient. Okay? So you get the composite index for 24 for over 21 first. Then you can convert to percentage later. Okay. So what this means, 140. If the composite then 140, what this means? It means you increase by 40%, right? So later, if this answer is 150, then you know what to write lah. The percentage change is like increase 50% lah, right? But of course, it's not 150 lah. We have to do it ourselves. Okay, so the correct way is to use the smiley face method for this question, because this question got involved 3 years. You can see got 23, 24, 21. When you see 3 years in one question, you will use the smiley face punya cara. So when you draw a smiley face, remember to put the year here. Always start with the oldest year. So 21, followed by 23, followed by 24. And this part you have to use to write the index, or you can use to write composite index also can. It works for both. Okay, for this case, you write the composite lah. So 140 is 24, 23. So this one, right? 24, 23. 24, 21, I don't know. This is the answer. So I'll just put a question mark here because this is the final answer. And for 23, 21, punya composite index, I find it just now already. It's up here, 120, right? For all ingredients, one is this one, right? 120. Okay, now how to find the part yang bawah? So I write my formula here already just now. So the part yang bawah, which is C, is always equals to A times B divided 100. Okay, but I will not write C. Instead, I will write composite index for 24, 21, which is this one lah, right? Equals to what? 120 times 140 divided 100. And then I'll press this. Okay, what's the answer? 120. Okay, my calculator give me 168. But don't stop here, please, because the answer asks for percentage change. So you should write down increase or decrease, and also you have to write how many percent. So 168 means increase 68%. Okay. So if your index number is more than 100, then you write, then it means your percentage change is increase. Okay, I repeat, if your index number more than 100 means increase. If less than 100 means decrease. Okay, and if it's 168, it means like increase 68%. Because 168 minus 100, right? What if your I is 100? Okay, if 100, exactly 100 means no change. It means that there's no change, no increase, no decrease, no change. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay, hope you understand. All right, now we can do question number 14. Okay, this is obviously a solution of triangle soalan, right? So solution of triangle, we need to use the sine rule, cosine rule formula. Okay, let's read. Solution by scale drawing not accepted. Okay, diagram 9 shows a triangle ABC. Okay, I can see it very big. ADFB, AEC, okay, BGC are all straight lines. Okay, tak penting pun. FG is perpendicular to BC. Oh, ini sangat penting. FG perpendicular to BC, so 90 degree, right? So maybe high chance later can use Pythagoras theorem, or maybe use the trigonometry, SOHCAHTOA, right? Because got right angle triangle here, right? But I don't know yet lah, because I haven't do the question yet. I'm just guessing only. Okay, BD is 17. Label lah. BD, where is BD? Here. Okay, but the F is like kacau saya kan. So if the F kacau, I draw extra line like this lah. So now I know 17 is not just here. It's actually including here also. Okay, now let's see what else. DA 15. Okay, right lah, 15. AE 12. Okay, today's 12. BG equals FG. Mana? BG, FG. Oh, so this is actually an isosceles Okay, it's not just a right angle triangle. It's an isosceles triangle at the same time also. It means this angle is 45 lah. You know why, right? 45. Because for isosceles, these two angle mesti sama. Kalau dia segi tiga kaki sama, these two angle will be same. So, and we already know this is 90, right? So you take 180 minus 90, you get 90, and then you can divide 2 because these two have the same angle. That's why you end up 45, 45. And you can find out this angle also, 135, right? I know the question never asks, but just find it lah, whatever. When you see something you can find it, you just find it, right? This is how I do my question. When I see got some information that I can find it myself, I just find it. Okay, now BAC is 80 degree. Just write lah, BAC 80. Okay, so this one 80. And actually I can find this angle also because of the big triangle. If this is 80, this is 45, I can find it. And I'll just find it. I don't even care if the question got asked or not. I'll just find it now. So let's press 180 minus 80 minus 45. 55. Okay. When I do question, I always do like that one. I nampak saja ada yang boleh cari, I terus cari. Okay. I will not look at what the question wants first. Because when you focus too much on what the question wants, it will restrict your thinking, right? Because you are just focusing on what they want. So it's like very hard for you to do. But if you don't look at what they want, you just find whatever you can, then it's better because you will get a lot of information. Okay, so this panjang same. Okay, now we can try to do number one. They want to find DE. Okay, let's find out where's DE. This one, right? Okay, how to find DE? We can use the atas punya triangle. Yeah, we can use this triangle. And how to find DE is by using cosine rule. Okay, okay. The way I teach my student is to hafal. For cosine rule, ada dua case saja. There's only two cases you will use cosine rule. First case is when they give you two lines and one included angle and ask you to find this line. The other case is when they give you three lines and ask you to find uh, any angle inside. Any angle inside. Okay, so sekali lagi, bila masa guna cosine rule, when they give you a triangle and give you two sides, one included angle and ask you to find the 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 the, the remaining side. Okay, then you use cosine rule. Another case you use cosine rule is when they give you all three sides and ask you to find any angle dalam. You will also use cosine rule. Okay, so this is the perfect case for cosine rule. Okay, because they ask you to find DE, right? Okay, let's write down the formula for cosine rule. What's the formula? A square equals to B square plus C square minus 2BC cos A. But make sure this A is opposite angle. This A has to be opposite angle. So for example, look at this. If you're trying to find this angle, right? Then your small a will be this one, right? So it all depends on where is your angle, right? But in this case, it's like this. So we have to look at the angle and tengok siapa angle, okay? So this is your 80, right? So your angle will be DE. So it means when I write my formula, it has to start with DE square because DE is depan angle, right? And then the B and C, the one you terbalik also tak ada masalah one. B and C terbalik pun tak apa. So the one it will be 15 square plus 12 square lah. Okay, that's the B and C. Minus 2BC cos A, so 2 times 15 times 12. And then cos 80 lah. Okay, now we can square hantar jadi square root, and then all these things I can press in my calculator. Okay, so I'll press now. 15 square plus 12 square minus 2 bracket 15 bracket 12 cos 80. Okay, I'm done. My calculator give me 306.449. Actually, it's like 486656, but it's okay. We just write like two decimal place lah. But I will use the answer button now. I will tekan square root answer. It's more accurate if you use the answer button. So 17.506. So I write 17.51. Okay, I always write in 4 decimal place. So 17.51 and that's all. Okay, now we can do question number 2. Okay, I'll do it here. Okay, number 2, they want to find EC. So where's EC? I think it's this line, right? Okay, I don't think it's possible to find EC directly. Why I cakap macam tu? Because EC is not a side of triangle. Do you realize? EC is not a triangle side. It's a side of, I don't know what is this, like a pentagon, right? So, and this chapter, all the formula in this chapter you learn is for triangle. So I don't think you can find EC directly. I think you have to find AC. Because AC is a side of triangle. And did you realize EC is actually part of AC, right? So I think you have to find AC first and then minus 12. Then you get your EC, right? But sir, how to find AC? Okay, use the big triangle lah. Use the big triangle. Okay, how to find this? So you have the opposite angle 45, but this angle don't this line don't have. Okay, so how let's think about it. What about using sine rule? Is it possible? Yes, yes, yes. It's possible to use sine rule. Let me draw it for you. Because if you look carefully here, this one is A, C, this one is B, right? The big triangle, and you are trying to find this panjang. So let's call this X for now. The angle opposite is 45, and then you have 55 here, and you also have the whole length here, 17 plus 15, which is 32, right? So this is sine rule lah. You can use sine rule, okay? Cosine rule cannot. Cosine rule cannot because cosine rule you need this panjang. You have two panjang, one included angle, then you can use cosine rule to find the AC. But this question they never give this. But we can use sine rule is because we have the angle opposite of you have the opposite of what you want to find, and also you have one complete pair. So you can use sine rule. So the formula look like this: AC over sine 45 equals to the complete pair 32 over sine 55. So now you can find AC, just tekan calculator and then you get your answer. Okay, divide sine 55, darab sine 45. Okay, my answer is 27.62. If you write in four significant figure, that's the answer. Okay. Okay, that's the answer. Wait, why is it not same with the schema? Let me press again. 32 divide sine 55 times sine 45. 27.62. Okay, I think the schema do wrong. Because the schema give different answer. Okay, but I think the schema salah lah. Okay lah, I'll just I think I did it correctly. I should have I checked 2 times already. Okay, tak apa, I think this is correct already lah. Eh, no 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 no. No, they want to find EC, right? Sorry. Okay, schema betul. Saya yang salah. Saya yang salah. Because they want to find EC, I forgot already. So this is AC. So to find EC, I have to take answer minus 12, right? You remember just now? I only want this part. So I have to take the whole thing, AC minus 12. Okay. Okay, when you minus 12, you will get 515 lah, 0.62. Okay, and that's the answer. Okay, so ini baru betul Okay, nasib baik I got double check Okay, so this is the answer. Okay, B they want what? The area of triangle DAE is 2 times the area of BFG. Calculate length of BG. Okay, where is area of triangle DAE? This one, right? And then where's the 2 times the area of BFG? BFG, oh, excuse me. So BFG is this one, this one, BFG. Okay, so what we have to do now? Calculate the length of BG. So BG is this one. Okay, did you realize this triangle is a right angle triangle? So when you find the area of, when you are finding area of a right angle triangle, you can use a much more simple formula. 1 over 2 times base times height. And if you look carefully, BG is actually the base of the triangle. The base of the triangle, right? And let's jadikan dia X because they want us to find, right? So later X will be my answer. And guess what? The height is also X because um because they are sama panjang, right? So that means I will have to find out this area now first, right? Because the soalan says area of triangle DAE is 2 times. So let's find out the area of DAE and then divide 2 and then use the 1 over 2 times base times height formula. Okay, makes sense, right? You understand, right? Okay, so I'll do my B here. So first, I will find the area of triangle. Okay, I'll just write like this. Area of DAE. Okay lah, I straight away write lah. I straight away do the formula lah. So the formula will be 1 over 2 AB sine C. That's how you find area. So AB will be the two sides. And then sine C will be sine included angle, sine 80, right? And don't forget, this whole thing is equals to what? 2 times the area of BFG, which is 2 times 1 over 2 times base times height. And the base height, they are both same. So I can just write x squared like this. Okay. Okay, these two and these two can cut. You left with x squared here. And then on this side, you press calculator lah. So 15 times 6 times sine 80. Okay, 88.663. But this is not the answer, of course. I want to find x. So I have to square root answer. Okay, my calculator give me 9.4145. I always like to write in four significant figures. So 9.414. 414. The next digit is 4, so I don't need to plus 1 because it's 4144. So this one is answer. CM. Okay, so they want to find length of BG, right? So the length of BG is this one, 9.4414 cm. Okay, and let's label here also. So let's erase this 9.414. Okay, now let's do C. Okay, sketch the triangle ABC, which has a different shape with condition A prime B prime equals AB, A prime C prime equals AC, angle A prime B prime C prime equals to angle ABC. Calculate the angle here. Okay, this is an ambiguous case question. Ambiguous case. Ambiguous case means you have to draw the another triangle that has different shape but similar condition. Okay. Okay, so let's go ahead and find triangle ABC. Where's ABC? This one, right? Okay, let's draw the triangle ABC out. So let's draw nicely using a line. So this is my triangle ABC. Yeah. Okay, I will make sure I draw it similar to the original diagram. So this one is like this, and you can see one side is shorter, one side is longer, right? But which side shorter? This side, right? Because if I draw it like longer, then later my ambiguous case is tak jadi one. So it has to be like this. Just make sure this side is longer. That's all, right? Just make sure that side is longer. Eh, no lah. This side is shorter, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. This side is shorter. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can use your ruler to measure, and you can see that this side is clearly shorter than this. This one is a bit longer. So when we sketch, we have to make sure you follow. You don't have to measure exactly like exact cm 17 cm. No need to do that, but at least make it like similar. Because kalau tak nanti you punya ambiguous case tak sama. Okay, then it's wrong already. So let me adjust nicely. So this will be shorter, right? And then this will be longer like this. Then only it's easy to see your ambiguous case later. Okay, so ABC. So ABC. Okay, so what do you think? What's the condition here? The panjang AB have to maintain. AC also have to maintain the panjang. And then the angle ABC also have to stay the same. Okay, kalau dia bagi panjang and angle, I recommend you tengok angle dia dulu. So which angle have to stay the same? ABC. It means this angle cannot change. It means you cannot gerak these two lines. Because if you gerak these two lines, then the angle will change, right? So the only line that can move is the AC line, right? But don't forget that the AB panjang have to maintain and the AC panjang have to maintain when you move this line. So the way I move it is I will move the point C. I cannot move point A. I will have to move point C. And the way is you have to move it here. Okay, you have to move it and this line, you have to move in this direction. But the moment when you move down, it will be like this, right? And then if you move even more down, you'll be like this. And you just keep moving until it reach the line here. Okay? Okay, so let me just draw the final answer for you. It will look like this. And then this one is your C prime. Okay? And you can see the AB panjang I never change. It's still the same length. And then the AC also I never change because these two line, this is actually a circle, right? And I'm maintaining the line, the panjang of the line. Okay? That is why you have to move until it reach here. You cannot move until like halfway like this. Because if it's halfway, then you are changing like it's like you have to this line have to go down already, and then the angle here is not same already. That's why you have to make sure you move until it's here. And remember, this is an isosceles triangle because this two line is the radius of the circle. Okay, so this is how I do it, and let's call this prime. Okay, because this is A prime. Okay, so this is your new triangle. And I recommend for this one, the old one, you use dotted line because this one is not the real one. Okay. Okay, so let me remove this line and remove this line. Okay, so this is how it looks like. Oh, sorry. This one I have to join. Okay, so it looks like this. It means that this one is the answer lah. This one is the answer. This one. Okay. The dotted line one, that's the old one. Okay, now they want to calculate the angle B prime, C prime, A prime, which is here, right? Okay, if you want to find here, very easy. Use the isosceles to find it. Because you already have the information 55. So it's very easy actually. Because if this is 55, this will be 55 also because it's isosceles, right? When you're trying, when they ask you to draw isosceles, when it's an ambiguous question, and after you sketch the ambiguous case, and then they ask you to find something else, you always start from the isosceles because the isosceles triangle will tell you a lot of information. Okay, so this is 55. So the other side will be angle B prime, C prime, A prime will be 180 minus 55. And the answer is 125. Okay, yeah, that's all. That's the answer. Okay, so that's it. Okay, now we are at our last question, number 15. Okay, let's finish it. Okay, let me skip here. Okay, this is linear programming. We need a graph paper for this. Okay. Okay, but part A, let's do part A first. Okay, let's read the question first. A shoe store purchased two brand of shoes A and B. Okay, so I always teach my student to write this one, A and B. And then they say wholesaler price of 18 and 12. Okay, but this one I don't care first. Because I want to know separate X, separate Y dulu. So 18 for, sorry, two brand of shoes for price 18 for shoe A, 12 for shoe B, respectively. The number of pairs of brand A shoe is at least one third the number of pair of brand B shoes. Okay, ini nanti dulu. Shows to shoe store. Total capital for purchasing shoe is limited to 12,000. Okay. Shoe store plans to sell brand A shoes for 30 each pair. And brand B shoes 18 each pair. Okay, tak apa. With the condition that the total profit is less than 3,700. Okay, boleh. It is given that X is the, this one. X is the number of brand A, Y is the number of brand B. So, when we do this kind of question, we always want to know what the XY represent first. That is why this one, kita jangan tulis dulu. When we are doing linear programming, kita kena tahu siapa X, siapa Y. So, sekarang sudah tahu lah. X is the number of brand A, Y is the number of B. And the XY represents number, bilangan. Bilangan kasut, right? Now, we can do part A. Right, three inequalities. So now we will read again from the beginning, and now it will be very easy already because now you already know what your XY represents. So now we read again. A shoe store purchased two brand of shoes A and B from wholesaler at price of 18 and 12. Okay. That means the wholesale price will be 18x. This will be 12y lah, right? But this one is for the what? Purchase, right? The shoe store purchase punya price. And then they say the number of pairs of brand A shoes is at least one third the number of pairs of brand B shoes. Okay, you can write your first inequality from here. Number of brand A shoes, that is x, right? So the first inequality is x. At least means bigger sama dengan one third is 1 over 3 number of pairs of brand B, which is y. So this is your first inequality, comma. Next one, the shoe store total capital for purchasing shoe is limited to 12,000. But do you remember just now the total price they pay is this one, right? And now they say the total capital is 12,000. Means 18x plus 12y cannot more than 12,000. Because the capital means that's the budget lah. That's the limit. You cannot go over the limit. That's why 18x plus 12y, yeah, the budget for purchasing shoe is only limited to 12,000. So it cannot lebih daripada 12,000. And you can kecilkan, all these numbers can bahagi, bahagi how much? Bahagi 2. But I think bahagi 6. Yeah, boleh bahagi 6. So divide 6 is 3x, divide 6 is 2y, divide 6 is 2,000. Okay, now let's keep reading. The shoe store plan to sell. So now it's sell. Brand A shoe for 30 each pair. So the selling price will be 30x. Okay, because you got X amount of it, right? This one is 30 ringgit for each one pair only. But if you got X pair, it's 30x. And then what else? Brand B is 18. So it'll be 18y, the selling price. And then with the condition total profit, what? Total profit is not less than 3,600. Okay, not less than means like the symbol is bigger sama dengan. But can I write 30x plus 18y? Can I do that? Yes or no? Profit. How do we get profit? it's not just the selling price, right? The selling price is not the profit. You have to take selling price minus with the price you used to purchase, right? So to get profit, you have to take the selling price minus. So I think the profit will be 12x and 6y because you take 30x minus 18x. That's how you get profit. This one selling price minus the purchase price also. Why have to minus? Because that's how you calculate profit lah. It's like you sell for 30 ringgit, but it doesn't mean that your profit is 30 ringgit, right? You have to minus your the purchase price also, right? So the total profit is 12x plus 6y. But since they say not less than, so bigger sama dengan 300 lah. And can kecilkan, so everything can divide 6. So 2 divide 6, 1 divide 6, I think it's 50. Okay, 2x plus y bigger or equals 50, right? Uh, oh, salah. Ini bukan, ini 3,600 lah. Ayo. Sorry. Careless. Then 600, right? So it should be 3600 bahagi 6. Okay, so it should be 600. This ini baru betul. I made a careless mistake. Okay, so now I need to move this up. Okay, wait. How should I? Okay, if I do that, then okay lah. Can lah, just leave it like this lah. Okay lah, let's do B now. Okay, so B actually this supposed to come first, and then only you have this, right? But it's okay. Okay, let's do B. Using a scale of 2 cm to 100 on both axes, construct and shape the region R which satisfy all the above constraint. Okay, before you go to your graph paper and draw the thing, you first need to cari point dulu. You need to get points for all the line first, right? Because kalau you tak ada coordinate, macam mana you nak lukis dia punya line? So how to cari coordinate? First, you change all these equal first. So x equals 1 over 3y. And if the equation ada x, ada y, you cari dua point, right? Second line, 3x plus 2y equals 2,000. And then kalau ada x, ada y, cari dua point, okay? Cari dua coordinate. Same thing with the last line, 2x plus y equals 600. Ada x, ada y, cari dua point. Tapi kalau dia ada x only ataupun y only, then no need to cari point. Because kalau dia x equals something ataupun y equals something, kalau x equals something, you just draw a vertical line. Y equals something, just horizontal line. Dia bukan line yang sengit, so tak payah cari point. Tapi ini semua kalau ada x, ada y, dia line yang sengit. Sengit means like it's either like this or like this. That's why you kena cari point lah. Okay, usually when we find point, we will find x equals 0, y equals 0, x equals 0, y equals 0, x equals 0, y equals 0. But actually tak semestilah. You can find letak any point you want. But it's usually x equals 0, y equals 0 is the easiest one to plot. That's why I always use x 0, y 0. Okay, so let's ganti x 0 dalam sini. 0 bahagi 1 over 3 will be 0. Okay, if you ganti y 0, x will be 0 also, right? But you can see there's a problem here because 0, 0, 0, 0 is the same point. That means later I have to change this point to another point. Because in order to draw a line, you need to have two different points. Then only you can join. If you only have one point, you can't draw the line. So that later I have to choose another point. But let's do that later. Let's try to do the next one. If you ganti x0, how to find y? So 0 times 3, this whole thing hilang already lah. So y will be 2,000 times 2, which is 1,000. And then when you ganti y0, 2 times 0 is 0. So x is 2,000 divide 3. What is 2,000 divide 3? Okay, I get 666.67. Tapi takkanlah you nak plot, takkanlah you mau plot itu 666. So later I will change this point to other point also. Okay, so this one is 1,000. Okay, and then the next one will be what? When x equals 0, what is my y? My y will be 600 lah. And then when y equals 0, my x will be 300. Okay, if you cannot do fast like me, then you just do the working beside. Like just buat macam ni and then do it like this. Alright? Okay. Now I will go to my graph paper. Okay, I know there are some points that I need to find yet. I haven't find yet these 2 points, but it's okay. It's okay. I will worry about that later. Now let's go to the graph paper. And then since they say 2 cm to 100 on both axes, let's just go to graph paper and do it lah. Okay, wait. Okay, I'll just draw it here. Okay, so 2 cm to 100. Okay, so let's do it now. So it'll be oh yo wait. So oh, by the way, for this linear programming chapter, I always tell my student use 8 kotak for x-axis and use 10 kotak for y-axis. Yeah, always standard one. And it's the 0, 0 is always here one. Because everything will be positive. Because the xy represents number of number of what? I forgot already. Number of shoes, right? So tak mungkin ada number positive, and they mention here already x mesti bigger 0, y bigger 0. So when you're doing this chapter lah, only this chapter it will be always positive. Okay? Okay, so 8 kotak 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, enough. Okay, I'll use the outside here lah. Like this. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so it'll be 0, and they say 100, right? So you would go until 800 because you use 8 kotak. So 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. So standard you just hafal. For linear programming, always use 8 kotak sini and then 10 kotak sini. Okay, so here will be 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Only for this chapter, you can do like that. Okay, because in other chapter like linear law, sometimes you have negative value, right? Okay, and also, yeah. But for this one, it's like always positive one. Okay, done already. Now we can draw our first line. So the first line is 0, 0. Okay, just go to 0, 0, and then just put a point there lah. Okay, but another point just now we didn't find, we erase it because it's also 0, 0. So we need another point. But look at your equation now. X is equals to 1 over 3y. It means your x value is always y value divided by 3. So your x value is y divided by 3. So can you tell me x is equals to 1 over 3y, right? So what y value here, I have to put in y value, but which y value you want to put in here? Of course, don't put 0 lah, because you already know what will happen if you put 0. It will be the same point. So you want to put another y value. And if I am you, I will not put 1000 because 1000 cannot divide 3. So 900 is good because when you put 900, when you divide 3, your x will be 300. That means your point is 300, 900. Bukan 900, 300 300, 900. Kita baca x dulu. Okay, so 300, 900 is the point. So now what I will do is I will I will go back and write 300, 900. Okay, so this is 300. Oops, 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 oops. Okay, so this one is 300, 900. Okay, because this one is like the scala go until 800 here, this one go until 1000. So that's why you can go 300, 900. Okay, so let me write nicely. This one is 900. Okay, okay, so let's plot. Where is it? 300 is here, 900 is just here. Oh, yo, sorry. 300, 900. Okay, so it's like this. Okay, now we can join the line. Let's erase this. Okay, so join the line from 0, 0 to 300, 900. Okay, let's make the line smaller. Okay, this is good. Okay, so let's make it like panjang sikit. Okay, and this one can make it panjang a bit one. Okay, so is this accurate? Okay, let me adjust a bit. Okay, this looks fine. Okay, yeah, this looks okay. All right, so the equation will be x equals 1 over 3y. Okay, now it's time to uh draw the next line. Okay, what is the next line? So it's here, right? 0, 1000, and then the y coordinate, the other point I can find later. Okay, let's plot 0, 1000 first. So 0, 1000 is here lah, right? Okay, for the other point, okay, the equation is what? 3x plus 2y equals 2000, right? 3x plus 2y equals 2000. And I already tried to ganti x 0 and then I get 1000, right? But when I ganti y 0, okay, so let's write here 0, I get 1000 when I ganti x 0. But when I ganti y 0, I get like a very like decimal answer, and it's very hard to plot the decimal. It's like 666.6666. So very hard to plot. That is why I recommend you change to another point. So how you can change is you can make the x single. So how to pindah? So if you want to make the x single, you will take 2000 minus 2y divide by 3, right? Because the plus 2 pindah sini. And this you have to put in any y value you want. Okay? But don't put 0 lah. Okay? You already know what will happen when you put 0. It will end up with it's very hard to plot. Because if you put 0 here, you get 2000 divide 3, right? So why not you think about what other y value you can put? Okay. What if you put uh 100, right? Like random lah, just put any random value here and then just try with your calculator. So what if 100 times 2? 200, and then 2000 minus answer is 1800, and then divide 3 is 600. So can you see if you plot this point is much more easier, right? Because your x is 600 and your y is 100, and it's like, yeah, it's very easy to plot. 600 100 is just here, right? So that's your point lah. That's the point that you will plot. So this one you can erase already. So remember the point, 600 100. Okay. Okay, so now let's draw the line. So it will look like this. Okay, it's okay kalau you buat panjang sikit man. Okay, so like this. Okay, this is good. Now we write the equation, and the equation is okay, what's the equation? I forgot. Uh 3x plus 2y equals 2000. Okay, now we have to go back to the soalan. Okay, so 600 100. So this point I end up using 600 100. Okay. Okay, so now we can do the third line. The third line is, wait, is this correct? 600 times 3. Okay, correct lah. Okay, now for the last line, this one. Okay, this one is easy, no problem. Just plot 0 600 300 0. 0 600 300 0. 0 600 300 0. 0 600 300 0. 0 600 300 0. Okay, Kao Tim. Now we draw the line. Okay, finish already. Siap already. Okay, but write the equation. Okay, if you don't write the equation later, it's very hard for you to do the shading because you don't know which line is which one. So yeah. Okay, the equation 2x plus y equals 600. Okay, now we are done with all the lines. Now it's time to shade because the soalan want us to construct and shade, right? Okay, when we shade, we have to look at the inequality symbol. We have to look at this symbol, the bigger, smaller lah. But you have to be careful because you always kena tengok daripada y positive. You have to make sure y positive and then tengok dari y. You have to tengok from y, So if you look at this, your y is positive, but it's on the right hand side. So you have to tengok dari sini. So when you tengok dari sini, what happens? This becomes smaller because you tengok dari sini, right? I know this is bigger, but you have to tengok daripada y positive. Okay. Another way to explain this is like you have to terbalikkan the 1/3y. Okay. So I can also explain it like this. You terbalikkan the 1/3y and the x you terbalikkan. But when you terbalikkan, what happens to the symbol here? Also terbalik lah. But you have to be careful because this symbol, you see the tajam punya part, arrow is pointing to, is like, dia tunjuk dekat 1/3y. So when you terbalik also tunjuk 1/3y. That's why it's smaller lah. That's why it's smaller. You see, smaller lah. That's why I say kena tengok dari y. Okay, but the way I teach my student is like, just tengok daripada y positive lah. Just make sure y positive, tengok dari y. So this is smaller, right? So that means later your shaded region will be bawah garisan ni. Okay, bawah garisan x equals 1/3y. So let's find out where's the garisan. This is the garisan. X equals 1/3y. But it will be bawah garisan ni. So bawah garisan ni means it will either here, here, or here. It cannot be down here. No, no, no. This one is negative, not possible. It's either is okay. Only possible is this 3 spot. Okay, now we still cannot lorate lagi. We still have 2 more to check. Okay, ada 2 lagi untuk check. Okay, so the next one is what? Check dulu, adakah y positive? Yes. Kalau positive, okay, tengok daripada y. So this one is smaller. It means I have to take bawah garisan. Okay, the region will be bawah garisan ni. bawah garisan 3x plus 2y 2000. So 3x plus 2y 2000 ambil kawasan bawah. Ambil kawasan bawah 3x plus 2y 2000. So this one is the garisan, ambil bawah. So definitely I will, it's not possible. This one salah already lah. This one salah already. Ini confirm tak boleh jadi sini. So it's either this one or this one, right? Okay, so nak ambil yang mana, kita check ya, the last inequality lah. So the last inequality, ketaksamaan yang last is this one. So y already positive. So tengok daripada y, so bigger. Maksudnya ambil kawasan atas garisan ni. Garisan yang ni 2x plus y 600. So where's the garisan? 2x plus y 600 ini kan? Ini garisan dia. And then ambil atas garisan. So this is the answer lah. This is the shaded region, right? Okay, now you already know your shaded region. You should erase all the markings. Like semua ni kena padam ah. If you tak padam, nanti dia ingat you lorek sini juga. Then salah lagi. Okay, so now you know the shaded region is this part right here. Okay. Okay, you can use ruler to do the shading. Dia akan nampak lagi kemas kalau you guna ruler. Okay, and also try to shade nicely and then write R lah. Okay, so shade nicely jangan jadi macam saya. You see, I lorek sampai keluar ni. Okay, ataupun you guna pembaris. If you guna pembaris, then dia nampak kemas. Okay, sudah siap. Ini jawapan untuk part B. Part B 3 markah. Dia suruh construct and shade the region. Dah siap lah. Saya sudah construct shade. Okay, sekarang kita boleh buat last part, which is part C. Okay, so I need some space here. I'll write part C here. Okay, part C dia suruh cari apa? Use the graph constructed. Find the minimum number of pairs of brand A that should be sold. So dia suruh cari minimum number of brand A. But brand A shoe is X. So it means they want to find the X minimum. Okay, kalau dia ada bagi Y, and then dia akan suruh cari X. Tapi kalau dia bagi X, dia akan suruh cari Y. Tapi ini dia tak bagi. So we will just look at the shaded region. We just look at the shaded region and then find out where is the which point will give you the X minimum, right? So there are so many points inside the shaded region. Ada banyak point, right? But which one give you the X coordinate minimum? Of course this one lah. Of course this one, right? Of course this one. Of course you'll be this one. You understand why, right? Because all the red, ini point yang paling kiri dalam shaded region. Point yang paling kiri dalam kawasan lorek. Your answer will always be based on the shaded region. And if they want X minimum, but they never tell you the Y, right? If they tell you the Y, you should tarik from the Y, then baca the X minimum. But if they never tell you, you will just simply look at your shaded region and choose the point that satisfy the shaded region, but it has at the same time has the smallest X coordinate. And it will be this point right here, right? And if you baca this point, it will be berapa? So let's besarkan. Let's besarkan because I can't see it. So I'm gonna make it bigger so we all can see it. All right, so this is the point, but you don't tarik to here. I want the X minimum, so you should tarik to X. Okay, so this one, so I'll just tarik down here, right? So this is my answer. Okay, as you can see, it's very clear that it's at 120 exactly. So the X minimum is 120 lah. And dia tak suruh cari Y, so you tak payah tarik sini. So that's the answer. So just go here and write X minimum 120 and then sudah siap. That's all. Senang saja. Okay, let's do number 2. Number 2 says, find the maximum profit if 400 pairs of brand A shoes are sold. Okay, we need to find, okay, we already know the X is 400 because brand A is 400, right? But we need to get the Y, then only we can get our maximum profit, right? And the keyword here is maximum. The keyword here is maximum. So what I have to do now is go to the graph, cari X400, and then find the corresponding Y value. So X400, apa nilai Y dia? Bila X400? Minimum. So I'll just go here. Buat garisan putus-putus. X400, right? So this is X. This is 400. So buat garisan putus-putus. Wait, they ask maximum, right? Because if minimum means 0 already. Yeah, maximum. Okay, maximum. But they never ask for maximum Y. They ask for maximum profit. But let's find our maximum Y first. So maximum means you have to go until the last contact point of the shaded region. This is the last contact point. Okay? Do you know what is contact point? Contact point means like tempat dia sentuh lah. This is the last time dia sentuh shaded region. Atas dia tak sentuh dah. That's why this is the maximum. Okay, so the Y is 400. But this is not answer. Of course, this is not answer. This is just the corresponding Y value. Dia tanya maximum profit. So apa maximum profit dia? Okay, do you remember the profit is 12x plus 6y? So masukkan je lah. 12x plus 6y and the xy is 400, 400. And you will get RM and then tekan calculator, dapat lah jawapan. Right? Okay, 12 times 400 plus 6 times 400. Okay, my calculator give me the answer already. 7,200. Okay, that's all. Saya sudah siap. This is the answer. Okay, see you next video. Bye-bye.